The White Dragon by McCaffrey. This book is irreverently dedicated to my brothers Hugh and Kevin for sibling rivalries and the mature affections and loyalties that develop from early brawling. 1. At Ruatha Hold, present pass, 12th turn. "If he isn't clean enough now," Jaxom told Natan as he gave Ruth's neck ridge a final swipe with the oiled cloth, "I don't know what clean is." He wiped his sweaty forehead on his tunic sleeve. "What do you think, Natan?" he asked politely, suddenly aware that he had spoken without due regard for his companion's rank as weir leader of Fort. Natan grinned and gestured toward the grassy bank of the lake. They squelched through the mud created by rinsing soap sand from the little dragon and, as one, turned for a full view of Ruth gleaming wetly in the morning sun. "I've never seen him cleaner," Natan remarked after due consideration, adding hastily, "Not to imply that you haven't always kept him immaculate, Jaxom. However, if you don't ask him to move out of that mud, he won't stay clean long." Jaxom passed on the request hastily. "And keep your tail up, Ruth, till you are on the grass." From the corner of his eye, Jaxom noticed that Dorse and his cronies were creeping away, just in case Natan had any further hard work for them. Jaxom had somehow managed to keep the smugness he felt under control all during Ruth's bath. Dorse and the others hadn't dared disobey the Dragonrider when Natan had blithely pressed them into service. To see them sweating over the runt, the oversized fire lizard, unable to tease and taunt Jaxom as they'd planned to do this morning, had raised Jaxom's spirits considerably. He entertained no hopes that the situation would last long. But if today the Bendon Weir leaders decided Ruth was strong enough to bear his weight in flight, then Jaxom would be free to fly away from the taunts he'd had to endure from his milk brother and his cronies. "You know," Natan began, frowning slightly as he folded his arms across his damp-spattered tunic, "Ruth isn't really white." Jaxom stared incredulously at his dragon. "He's not?" "No. See how his hide has shadows of brown and gold, and ripples of blue or green on the near flank?" "You're right," Jaxom blinked, surprised at discovering something totally new about his friend. "I guess those colors are much more noticeable because he's so clean and the sun so bright today." It was such a pleasure to be able to discuss his favorite topic with an understanding audience. "He's more all dragon shades than the lack of any," Natan continued. He slanted one hand against the angle of Ruth's heavily muscled shoulder, then cocked his head as he stared at the powerful hindquarters. "Beautifully proportioned, too. He may be small, Jaxom, but he's a fine-looking fellow." Jaxom sighed again, unconsciously straightening his shoulders and pushing out his chest with pride. "Not too much flesh, not too little, eh, Jaxom?" Natan shot an elbow to catch Jaxom on the top of his shoulder, a sly grin on his face for all the times Jaxom had had to call on the weir leader to help him cope with Ruth's indigestion. Jaxom had erroneously concluded that if he could stuff the proper amount of food down Ruth's gullet, the little dragon would grow to match the size of his clutchmates. The results had not been good. "Do you think he's strong enough to fly me?" Natan awarded Jaxom a thoughtful gaze. "Let's see. You impressed him a turn last spring, and we're into cool weather now. Most dragons achieve their full growth in their first turn. I don't think Ruth's grown a half hand in the last 6 months, so we have to conclude that he has reached his full growth." "Hey now," Natan reacted to Jaxom's sad sigh. "He's bigger than any runner beast by half a head, isn't he? They can be ridden for hours without tiring, right? And you're not exactly a heavyweight like Dorse there." "Flying's a different sort of effort, isn't it?" "True, but Ruth's wings are proportionately large enough to his body to support him in flight. So he is a proper dragon, isn't he?" Natan stared at Jaxom. Then he put both hands on the boy's shoulders. "Yes, Jaxom, Ruth is a proper dragon, for all he's half the size of his fellows. And he'll prove it today when he flies you. So let's get you and him back to the hold. You've got to get yourself fancied up to match his beauty." "Come on, Ruth." "I would rather sit here in the sun," Ruth replied, moving to Jaxom's left, his stride graceful as he kept pace with his friend and with the fort weir leader. "There's sun in our court, Ruth, Jaxom assured him, resting a light hand on Ruth's head knob, aware of the happy blue tone of Ruth's lightly whirling, jewel-faceted eyes. As they walked on in silence, Jaxom raised his eyes to the imposing cliff face which was Ruatha Hold, the second oldest human habitation on Pern. It would be his to hold when he came of age, or when his guardian, Lord Lytol, former weaver journeyman, former dragonrider, decided that he was wise enough. That is, if the other Lord Holders finally overcame their objections to his inadvertent impression of the half-sized dragon, Ruth. Jaxom sighed, resigned to the fact that he would never be allowed to forget that moment. Not that he wanted to, but impressing Ruth had caused all kinds of problems for the Bendon Weir leaders, Falar and Lessa, for the Lord Holders, and for himself, since he was not allowed to be a real dragonrider and live in a weir. He had to remain Lord Holder of Ruatha, or every younger holdless son of every major lord would fight to the death to fill that vacancy. The worst problem he had caused was to the man he desperately wanted most to please, his guardian, Lord Lytol. Had Jaxom only paused a moment to think before he jumped onto the hot sands of Bendon's hatching ground to help break the tough shell for the little white dragon, he'd have realized what anguish he would bring to Lord Lytol by a constant reminder of what the man had lost at the death of his brown, Larth. Never mind if Larth had died turns before Jaxom's birth at Ruatha Hold. That tragedy was vividly, cruelly fresh in Lytol's mind, or so everyone told Jaxom repeatedly. If this was so, Jaxom often wondered, why then hadn't Lytol protested when the Weir leaders and Lord Holders agreed that Jaxom must try to raise the little dragon at Ruatha? Looking up to the fire heights, Jaxom noticed that Natan's bronze, Leoth, was nose-to-nose with Wilf, the elderly brown watch-dragon. He wondered what the two dragons were talking about. His Ruth? The trial of the day? He noticed fire lizards, tiny cousins to the big dragons, executing lazy spirals above the two dragons. Men were driving wherries and runner beasts from the main stables out to the pastures, north of the hold. Smoke issued from the line of smaller cot-holds that bordered the ramp into the great court, and along the edge of the main road east. To the left of the ramp, new cots were being built, since the inner recesses of Ruatha Hold were considered unsafe. "How many fosterlings does Lytol have at Ruatha Hold, Jaxom?" Natan suddenly asked. "Fosterlings? None, sir," Jaxom frowned. Surely Natan knew that. "Why not? You've got to get to know the others of your rank." "Oh, I accompany Lord Lytol quite often to the other holds. I wasn't thinking of socializing so much as having companions here of your own age. There's my milk brother, Dorse, and his friends from the cot-hold." "Yes, that's true." Something in the Weir leader's tone made Jaxom glance at him, but the man's expression told him nothing. "See much of Falesson these days? I remember that you two used to get into a lot of mischief at Bendon Weir." Jaxom could not control the flush that rose to his hairline. Was it possible that Natan had somehow found out that he and Falesson had squeezed through a hole onto Bendon's hatching ground for a close look at Ramoth's eggs? He didn't think Falesson would have told that, not to anyone. But Jaxom often wondered if touching that little egg had somehow destined its occupant to be his. "I don't see much of Falesson these days. I don't have much time, taking care of Ruth and all." "No, of course not," Natan said. He seemed about to say more, and then changed his mind. As they walked on in silence, Jaxom wondered if he'd said something wrong, but he couldn't think about it for long. Just then, Natan's fire lizard, brown Triss, whirled in for a landing on the padded shoulder of the Weir leader, chirping excitedly. "What's wrong?" asked Jaxom. "He's too excited to make sense," Natan replied with a laugh, and he stroked the little creature's neck, uttering a series of soothing noises until Triss, with a final chirp in Ruth's direction, folded his wings to his back. "He likes me," Ruth observed. "All fire lizards like you," Jaxom replied. "Yes, I've noticed that too, and not just today when they were helping us wash him," Natan said. "Why do they?" Jaxom had always wanted to ask Natan that, but he had never had the courage. He didn't like to take up the Weir leader's valuable time with silly questions, but today it didn't seem like such a silly question. Natan turned his head to his fire lizard, and in a moment Triss gave a quick chirp and then busily cleaned his forepaw. Natan chuckled. He likes Ruth. That's all the answer I get from him. I'd hazard the notion that it's because Ruth is nearer their size. They can see him without having to back up several dragon lengths to do so. I suppose so. Jaxom still had reservations. Well, whatever it is, fire lizards come from all over to visit him. They tell him the most outrageous stories, but that makes him happy, especially when I can't be right there with him. They had reached the roadway and were heading for the ramp into the great court. Don't be long dressing, will you, Jaxom? Lessa and Falar ought to arrive soon, Natan said, as he kept going straight on through the great gates toward the massive metal hold door. Finder will be in his quarters at this hour? He should be. Then, as Jaxom and Ruth turned toward the kitchen and the old stables, the youth began to worry about the trials set for today. Natan surely would not have raised his hopes about getting permission to fly Ruth if he wasn't pretty sure the Bend and Weir leaders would be agreeable. To fly Ruth would be so marvelous. Besides, it would prove once and for all that Ruth was a real dragon, and not just an overgrown fire lizard as Dorse so often teased him. And, too, he'd finally be able to get away from Dorse. Today was the first time in turns he hadn't had to endure Dorse's teasing as he washed Ruth. Not that the boy was just jealous of Jaxom's having Ruth. Dorse had always taunted Jaxom, ever since he could remember. Before Ruth had come, Jaxom had managed to make himself scarce in the dark recesses of Ruatha's many levels. Dorse didn't like the dark, stuffy corridors and stayed away. But with Ruth's arrival, Jaxom no longer was able to disappear and avoid Dorse's attentions. He often wished that he didn't owe Dorse so much. But he was Lord of Ruatha, and Dorse was his milk brother, so he owed him his life. For if Delan hadn't given birth to Dorse 2 days before Jaxom's unexpected arrival, Jaxom would have died in his first hours. Therefore, Jaxom had been taught by Lighthall and the Hold Harper he must share everything with his milk brother. As far as Jaxom could see, Dorse benefited far more than he did. The boy, a full hand taller than Jaxom and heavier set, certainly hadn't suffered for sharing his mother's milk, and Dorse made sure he got the best part of anything else Jaxom had. Jaxom waved cheerily to the cooks, busy preparing a fine midday meal to celebrate, he fervently hoped, the occasion of his first flight on Ruth. He and the white dragon continued past the gates to the old stables which had been refitted as their quarters. Small though Ruth had been when he first arrived at Ruatha a turn and a half ago, it had been obvious that he would quickly grow too large to enter the traditional apartment of the Lord Holder within the hold proper. So Lighthall had decided that the old stables, with the vaulted ceiling, could be refurbished suitably for sleeping quarters and a workroom for Jaxom, and a fine spacious weir for the little dragon. New doors had been specially designed by Master Smith Fanderel and hung with such ingenuity that a slightly built lad and an awkward hatchling could manage them. "I will sit here in the sun," Ruth told Jaxom, poking his head past the entrance to the quarters. "My bed hasn't been swept." "Everyone's been so busy cleaning for Lessa's visit," Jaxom said, giggling as he remembered the terror in Delan's face when Lighthall had told her that the weirwoman was coming. In his milk-mother's eyes, Lessa was still the only full-blooded Ruathan left alive after Fax's treacherous attack on the hold over 20 turns ago. Jaxom stripped off his damp tunic as he entered his own room. The water in the jar by his sink was tepid, and he grimaced. He really ought to be as clean as his dragon, but he didn't think he'd have time to get to the hold's hot baths before the weir leaders came. It wouldn't do for him to be absent when they arrived. He washed with soap sand and the tepid water. "They come," Ruth announced the words in Jaxom's mind just before old Wilf and Leoth heralded the visitors with appropriate trumpetings. Jaxom rushed to the window and peered out, catching a glimpse of huge wings as the newcomers settled into the great courtyard. He didn't wait long enough to see the Benden dragons remove themselves to the fire heights, accompanied by excited fares of fire lizards. Drying himself hurriedly, he wriggled out of his wet trousers. It didn't take him long to don his good new clothes and stamp into the boots made especially for this occasion and lined with downy wary hide for warmth in flight. Recent practice made it easy for him to rig the riding straps on the eager little dragon. As Jaxom and Ruth emerged from their quarters, Jaxom was again assailed by apprehension. What if Natan had been wrong? What if Lessa and Falar decided to wait just a few more months to see if Ruth would grow? What if Ruth, being such a small dragon, didn't have enough strength to fly him? Supposing he hurt Ruth? Ruth crooned encouragingly. "You couldn't hurt me. You are my friend." And he butted Jaxom affectionately, whiffling against his face with warm, sweet breath. Jaxom inhaled deeply, hoping to settle his agitated belly. He then became aware of the gathering on the steps of the hold. Why did there have to be so many people here today? "There are not many," Ruth told him, his tone surprised as he lifted his head to observe the gathering. "And many fire lizards to see me, too. I know everyone here today." "So do you." Jaxom realized that he did. Taking courage from his dragon's acceptance of such a large audience, he straightened his shoulders and strode forward. Falar and Lessa, as the chief dragonriders, were the most important guests. Fëanor, Brown Canth's rider and mate of the sad Brecke, was also present, but he was a good friend to Jaxom. Natan, of course, was there since he was Fort's weir leader, and Ruatha was beholden to Fort Weir. Master Robinton, as Harper of Pern, was here, and, beside him, Jaxom was glad to see Menelly, the Harper girl who had often been his champion. Jaxom reluctantly admitted the right of Lord Sangel of South Bowl and Lord Grogi of Fort to be present as representatives of the holders. At first, Jaxom couldn't see Lord Lytol. Then Finder moved to say something to Menelly, and Jaxom spotted his guardian. He hoped Lytol would really look at Ruth this once, if never again. They had crossed the courtyard now and stood before the steps, Jaxom resting his right hand on Ruth's strong, gracefully curved neck, and squarely faced the judges. Extending one hand in greeting towards Ruth, Lessa smiled at Jaxom as she stepped down to welcome him. "Ruth has filled out a great deal since last spring, Jaxom," she said, her manner reassuring as well as appreciative. "But you ought to eat more. Lytol, does the land never feed the child? He's nothing but bones." Jaxom was shocked when he realized that he now was taller than Lessa, and she was cocking her head to look up at him. He'd always thought of Lessa as big. To be looking down on the weir woman of Benton was somehow embarrassing. "I'd say you've the advantage of Falesson still, and he's getting longer every time I look," she added. Jaxom began to stammer an apology. "Nonsense, Jaxom. Stand up to your inches," Falar said, coming up beside his weir-mate. His attention was centered on Ruth, and the white dragon raised his head slightly to be at eye level with the tall weir leader. "You've made more hands of height, Ruth, than I'd have given you at your hatching. You've done well by your friend, Lord Jaxom." The Benton weir leader put a slight emphasis on the title as he turned his gaze from dragon to rider. Jaxom winced, disliking the reminder of his equivocal position. "However, I can't see that you'll ever reach the stature of our good Master Smith, so I don't think you'll overburden Ruth in flight." Falar glanced at the others on the steps. "Ruth's a full head higher in the shoulder than runner beasts. Sturdier, too." "What's his wingspan now?" Lessa asked, her brows drawn in a thoughtful frown. "Jaxom, please ask him to extend." Lessa could easily have asked Ruth directly, since she was able to speak to any dragon. Jaxom was considerably heartened to be accorded such a courtesy, and he passed the request on to Ruth. Eyes whirling with excitement, the white dragon raised himself to his haunches and spread his wings, the muscles rippling through chest and shoulder with the clouded shades of all dragon colors. "He's completely in proportion to himself," Falar said, dipping under the wing to inspect the upper side of the broad, transparent membrane. "Oh, thank you, Ruth," he added as the white dragon obligingly tilted his wing. "I take it he's as eager to fly you as you are." "Yes, sir, because, sir, he is a dragon, and dragons all fly." The look Falar shot him caused Jaxom to hold his breath, wondering if his quick answer had been too bold. When he heard Lessa laugh, he looked over at her. But she wasn't laughing at him or at Ruth. Her eyes rested on her weir-mate. Falar's right eyebrow arched as he grinned back at her. Jaxom felt they weren't aware of him or Ruth at all. "Yes, dragons do fly, don't they, Lessa?" the weir leader said softly, and Jaxom realized they were sharing some private joke. Then Falar raised his head to the fire heights where golden Ramoth, bronze Nementh, and the two browns, Canth and Wilf, maintained keen interest in the scene in the courtyard below. "What does Ramoth say, Lessa?" Lessa grimaced. "You know she's always said Ruth would do well." Falar glanced first at Natan, who grinned, and then at Fëanor, who shrugged acquiescence. "It's unanimous, Jaxom. Nementh doesn't understand why we're all making such a fuss. Mount then, lad." Falar stepped forward as if to give Jaxom a leg up to the neck of the white dragon. Jaxom was torn between pleasure at having the weir leader of all Pern to assist him and indignation that Falar thought him incapable of mounting unaided. Ruth intervened by swinging his wings out of the way and bending his left knee. Jaxom stepped lightly on the proffered limb and swung to the proper position between the last two neck ridges. Those protuberances in a full dragon were sufficient to keep a man steady in ordinary flight, but Lytol had insisted that Jaxom use riding straps as a safety measure. As Jaxom secured the strap buckles to his belt's metal loops, he cast surreptitious glances at the crowd, but no one showed a trace of surprise or contempt for this precaution. When he was ready, that awful coldness of doubt rose once more in his belly. Supposing that Ruth couldn't? He caught the confident grin on Natan's face and saw Master Robinton and Meneley hold up their hands in salute. Then Falar lifted his fist above his head in the traditional signal to rise. Jaxom took a deep breath. "Let's fly, Ruth." He felt the bunching of muscle as Ruth assumed a semi-crouch, felt the tension through the back, the shift of musculature under his calves as the huge wings lifted for the all-important first down sweep. Ruth deepened his crouch slightly just as he kicked away from the ground with his powerful hind legs. Jaxom's head snapped on his neck. Instinctively he grabbed for the security of the straps, then hung on tightly as the little white dragon's powerful wing strokes lifted them upward, past the first rank of windows and the startled faces of the holders, up so quickly to the fire heights that Jaxom saw the other tiers of windows in a blur. Then the great dragons extended their wings, bugling encouragement to Ruth. Fire lizards swirled about them, adding their silvery voices. Jaxom just hoped they wouldn't startle Ruth or get in his way. "They are pleased to see us in the air together. Ramoth and Nementh are very happy to see you on my back at last. I am very happy. Are you happier now?" The almost plaintive question caused a lump to lodge in Jaxom's throat. He opened his mouth to respond, only to have sound torn from his lips by the press of wind against his face. "Of course I'm happy. I'm always happy with you," he said joyfully. "I'm flying with you just like I wanted to. This'll show everyone that you're a right dragon." "You're shouting." "I'm happy. Why shouldn't I shout? I'm the only one to hear you, and I hear you very well indeed. You ought to. You're the one I'm happiest for." They began a glide turn now, and Jaxom leaned back away from the curve, holding his breath. Not that he hadn't flown on a dragon innumerable times before, but then he had been a passenger, usually crammed between two adult bodies. The intimacy of this flight was another sensation entirely, exhilarating, pleasantly scary, and utterly marvelous. "Ramoth says you must grip more tightly with your legs as you do on runners." "I didn't want to interfere with your breathing." Jaxom pressed his legs tightly into the warmth of the silken neck, heartened by the security the grip gave him. "That's better. You can't hurt my neck. You can't hurt me. You're my rider." "Ramoth says we must land." Ruth sounded rebellious. "Land? We just got airborne." "Ramoth says I must not strain." "Flying you is no strain. It is what I want to do. She says we may fly a little farther every day. I like that idea." Ruth corrected his descending plane so that they approached the court from the southeast. People on the roadway stopped to stare and then to wave. Jaxom thought he heard cheers, but the wind rushed past, making it difficult to be sure. Those in the court turned to follow his path. Every window on the second and first tier of the hold had its observers. "They'll all have to admit you're a proper flying dragon now, Ruth." The only thing Jaxom regretted was that this flight was so brief. A little longer every day, huh? Not fall, fire, or fog would keep him from flying every single day, longer and farther away from Ruatha. Abruptly, he was thrown forward, bruising his chest on a neck ridge as Ruth back-winged to settle neatly on the spot he had so recently vacated. "Sorry about that," Ruth said contritely. "I see that there are things I must learn now." Savoring the triumph of the airborne experience, Jaxom sat for a moment, rubbing his chest and reassuring Ruth. Then he was aware of Fëanor, and Natan coming towards him with expressions of approval. But why was the harper looking so thoughtful? And why was Lord Sangel frowning? "The Dragonriders say we can fly. They are the ones who matter," Ruth told him. Jaxom could discern no expression at all on the face of Lord Lytol. That dulled Jaxom's pride in their achievement. How he had hoped that today, of all days, he might receive some flicker of approval, some kindly response from his guardian. "He never forgets Larth," Ruth said in his softest tone. "See, Jaxom? I told you," Natan cried as the 3 Dragonriders ranged themselves by Ruth's shoulder. "Nothing to it." "Very good first flight, Jaxom," Fëanor said, running his eyes over Ruth for any signs of stress. "No bother to him at all. This fellow will turn on a wingtip. Make sure you keep the straps on till you're used to each other," Fëanor added, reaching up to grab Jaxom's forearm. It was the greeting gesture of equals, and Jaxom was enormously gratified. "You've been mistaken then, Lord Sangel." Lessa's voice rang clearly to Jaxom. "There's never been any doubt that the White Dragon could fly. We merely postponed the event until we were sure Ruth had reached his full growth." Fëanor winked at Jaxom, and Natan grimaced, while Fëanor raised his eyes upward, indicating the need for patience. That intimacy made Jaxom realize that he, Jaxom of Ruatha, had indeed been admitted to a kinship with the 3 most powerful Dragonriders of Pern. "You're a Dragonrider now, lad," Natan said. "Yes." Fëanor frowned as he lengthened the word. "Yes, but you may not fly all over the world tomorrow, nor may you try going between. Not yet. You do realize that, I trust." "Fine. You're to exercise Ruth in flight every day. Do you have a slate on those drills, Natan?" Fëanor passed Natan's slate over to Jaxom. "Those wing muscles have got to be strengthened slowly, carefully, or you will place too great a strain on them. That's the danger. The time might come when you'd need speed or maneuverability, and those unfit muscles wouldn't respond. You heard about that tragedy at High Reaches." Fëanor's expression was stern. "Yes, sir. Finder told me." Jaxom didn't bother to mention that Dorse and his friends, once they'd heard of the incident, never let Jaxom forget the weirling who had been dashed to death on the mountain slopes because he'd overflown his young dragon. "You've a double responsibility at all times, Jaxom, to Ruth and to your hold." "Oh, yes, sir. I know it, sir." Natan laughed and clapped Jaxom on the knee. "I'll wager you do, young Lord Jaxom, right up to the teeth." Fëanor turned to the Fort Weir leader, surprised at the tone of the rejoinder. Jaxom held his breath. Did Weir leaders speak without thinking? Lord Lytol was always after Jaxom to think before he opened his mouth. "I'll oversee Jaxom's initial training, Fëanor. No need to worry about his sense of responsibility on that score. It's well ingrained," Natan went on. "And, with your permission, I'll instruct him on flying between when I feel he's ready. I think," he gestured toward the 2 Lord Holders arguing with Lessa, "the less publicity for that phase of training, the better." Jaxom could feel the slight tension in the air as Natan and Fëanor regarded each other. Suddenly Nementh and then Ramoth bugled from the heights. "They agree," Natan said in a soft voice. Fëanor shook his head slightly and brushed away the lock of hair that fell into his eyes. It's obvious, Falar, that Jaxom deserves to be a dragonrider, Fëanor said in the same persuasive tone. It's a question of weir responsibility in the final analysis, but it's not for those lord holders to decide. Besides, Ruth is a bendant dragon. Responsibility is the overriding factor, Falar said, frowning at the two riders. He glanced up at Jaxom, who wasn't certain exactly what they were talking about, except that he knew he and Ruth were under discussion. Oh, very well. He's to be trained to fly between. Otherwise, I suppose you'd try it on your own anyhow, wouldn't you, young Jaxom, being of Ruathan blood? Sir? Jaxom really didn't quite believe his good fortune. No, Falar, Jaxom wouldn't try such a thing on his own, Natan replied in a curious tone. That's the trouble. I think Lytol has done his job too well. Explain, Falar said curtly. Fëanor held up his hand. Here's Lytol himself, he said in quick warning. Lord Jaxom, if you would settle your friend in his quarters and then join us all in the hall. The Lord Warder bowed politely to everyone. A muscle in his face started to twitch as he quickly turned and walked back to the steps. Could have said something then if he'd wanted to, Jaxom thought, staring sadly at his guardian's broad back. Natan gave him another clout on his knee, and, when Jaxom looked at the Fort Weir leader, he winked. You're a good lad, Jaxom, and a good rider. Then he sauntered after the other dragonriders. You wouldn't by any chance be serving a bendant wine on this auspicious occasion, would you, Lytol? The Master Harper's voice rang across the court. What else would anyone dare serve you, Robinton? Lessa asked, laughing. Jaxom watched them filing up the steps and through the hall doors. With a concert of shrieks, the fire lizards abandoned their aerial display and dove toward the entrance, narrowly missing the Harper's tall figure as they swarmed to get into the hold. The incident lifted Jaxom's spirits, and he directed Ruth to their quarters. As his glance swept the windows, he saw people pulling back. He sincerely hoped that Dorse and all his pals had witnessed every moment, had noticed the hand grasp of Fëanor, and seen how he'd been talking to the three most important dragonriders on all Pern. Dorse would have to be more careful now that Jaxom was also going to be allowed to take his Ruth between. Dorse had never figured on that, had he? Nor, thought Jaxom, had he. Wasn't it just capital of Natan to suggest it? And when Dorse heard, he'd just have to chew it raw and swallow. Ruth answered his thoughts with a smug croon as the dragon paced into the old stable courtyard and dropped his left shoulder for Jaxom to dismount. We can fly now and get away from here, Ruth, and we'll be able to go between, too, and go anywhere we want on Pern. You flew just beautifully, and I'm sorry I was such a poor rider, walloping you like that on your ridges. I'll learn. You'll see. Ruth's eyes wheeled affectionately in a brilliant blue as he followed Jaxom into the weir. Then Jaxom kept telling Ruth how marvelous he was, turning on a wingtip and all, as he brushed away the worst of the ridge dust and hide fuzz that had accumulated on Ruth's bed overnight. Ruth settled himself, angling his head at Jaxom in a subtle bid for caresses. Jaxom obliged, somehow reluctant to join festivities at which the real guest of honor must be absent. Warned by the shrieks of the fire lizards, Robinton moved quickly to flatten himself against the right-hand leaf of the great metal doors, then put his hands across his face as a shield. He'd been caught too often in frantic fire lizard fairs not to take precautions. Generally speaking, however, the fire lizards at the Harper Hall, thanks to Meneley's teachings, were well behaved. He smiled as he heard Lessa's exclamation of surprise and dismay. After he had felt the wind of their passing, he remained where he was, and, sure enough, the fair swept back through the doorway. He heard Lord Grogi call his little queen, Merga, to order. Then his own Zair found him, and, scolding as if Robinton had deliberately tried to hide from him, the little bronze fire lizard settled on his padded left shoulder. There's a lad, Robinton said, stroking the agitated bronze with his finger and receiving a head-sweeping caress on his cheek in return. I wouldn't leave you, you ought to know that. Were you flying with Jaxom, too? Zair stopped scolding and gave a happy cheep. Then he craned his neck to peer down the court. Curious, Robinson leaned forward to see what had attracted Zaire, and saw Ruth pacing toward the old stables. Robinson sighed. He almost wished Jaxom had not been allowed to fly Ruth. As he'd anticipated, Lord Sanjel was still vehemently against the youngster enjoying Dragonrider prerogatives. Nor would Sanjel be the only one of the older generation of lord holders who would dispute that liberty. Robinson felt that he'd done a fair job of influencing Groggy toward the boy, but then Groggy was smarter than Sanjel. Besides, he owned a fire lizard, and that made him more charitably inclined toward Jaxom and Ruth. Robinson couldn't remember whether Sanjel didn't want or had been unable to impress a fire lizard. He must ask mentally. Her queen beauty ought to be clutching soon. Useful that his journeywoman had a queen fire lizard, so that he could dispose of the eggs where he deemed it would do everyone the most good. He watched a moment longer, rather touched by the sight. Between Jaxom and Ruth there was an aura of innocence and vulnerability, of dependence and protection of each for the other. Jaxom had entered the world at a decided disadvantage, torn from his dead mother's body, with his father fatally wounded in a duel a half-hour later. Bearing in mind what Natan and Finder had disclosed to him just before Jaxom's flight, Robinson was annoyed with himself for not keeping a closer check on the boy. Lytol was not so stiff that he wouldn't take a hint, especially if it were for Jaxom's sake. But Robinson had so many claims on his time and his thinking, even with Meneley and Sibel in his confidence and as his devoted aides. Zaire cheeped and brushed his head against the harper's chin. Robinson chuckled and stroked Zaire. They weren't more than the length of a man's arm, these fire lizards. They weren't as intelligent as dragons, but they were utterly satisfying as companions, and occasionally useful. Now, he'd better join the others and see how he could insinuate his suggestion to Lytol. Young Jaxom would be a perfect addition to his scheme. "Robinson!" Flar called him from the doorway of the Hold's smaller reception room. "Hurry up here. Your reputation is at risk." "My what?" "I'm coming." The harper's long legs brought him quickly into the room by the end of the sentence. From the smiles of those standing by the flasks of decanted wine, the harper had no trouble guessing what was afoot. "Ah, you think to catch me out," he cried, dramatically gesturing at the wine. "Well, I'm sure I can manage to maintain my reputation here, just as long as you've marked the flasks correctly, Lytol." Lessa laughed and picked one up, exhibiting her choice to the assembled. She poured a glass of the deep red wine and held it out to Robinson. Aware that all eyes were on him, Robinson made his approach to the table, affecting a slow, swaggering step. His eyes caught Meneley's, and she gave him the barest wink, completely at her ease now in such prestigious company. Like the little white dragon, she was ready to fly on her own. She had certainly come a long turn from the unsure, unappreciated girl of an isolated sea-hold. He really must get her out of the Harper Hall now and on her own. Robinson made a proper show of wine-tasting, since this was obviously expected of him. He examined the color of the wine in the sunlight that streamed into the room, sniffed deeply of its aroma, then sipped ever so delicately, and made a huge business of swishing the wine in his mouth. Yes. Well, there's no trouble in recognizing this vintage, he said, a shade haughtily. Well? Lord Groggy demanded, his thick fingers twitching a bit on the broad belt in which he had hooked his thumbs. He rocked on his booted feet with impatience. "One never hastens a wine." "Either you know or you don't," Sanjel said with a skeptical sniff. "Of course I know it. It's the bend and pressing of 11 turns back, isn't it, Lytol?" Robinson, aware of the silence in the room, was surprised by the look on Lytol's face. Surely the man couldn't still be upset about Jaxom flying the little dragon, could he? No, the muscle twitch had gone from his cheek. "I'm right," Robinson said, drawling as he pointed an accusing finger at the Lord Warder. "And you know it, Lytol. To be precise, this is the later pressing, as the wine is nicely fruity. Furthermore, this is from the first Bendon shipment you managed to wheedle out of old Lord Raid on the strength of Lessa's Ruathan blood." He altered his voice to imitate Lytol's heavy baritone. "The werewoman of Pern must have Bendon wine when she visits her former hold." "Am I not right, Lytol?" "Oh, you're right on all counts," Lytol admitted, with what sounded suspiciously like a chuckle. "About wines, Master Harper, you're infallible." "What a relief," Flar said, clapping the Harper on the shoulder. "I could never have borne your loss of reputation, Robinson." "It is a proper wine to celebrate this occasion. I give you all Jaxom, young lord of Ruatha Hold and proud rider of Ruth." Robinson knew he'd put a dragon among wherries with his words, but there was no point hiding from the fact that, though Jaxom was Lord-elect of Ruatha Hold, he was also, and undeniably, a dragonrider. Lord Sangel cleared his throat abruptly before taking the required sip. Lessa's scowl suggested she'd rather he made any other toast just then. Then, after clearing his throat a second time, Sangel jumped in as Robinson had hoped he would. "Yes, about that. There must be some understanding as to how much of a dragonrider young Jaxom is to be. I was given to understand at his hatching," Sangel waved his hand in the vague direction of the stables, "that the little creature was not likely to survive. Only reason I didn't protest at the time." "We didn't deliberately mislead you, Lord Sangel," Lessa began in a testy voice. "There will be no problem, Sangel," said Flar diplomatically. "We've no shortage of large dragons in the weir, so he isn't needed to fight." "We've no shortage of trained-blooded men to take hold here, either," Sangel said, shooting his jaw out belligerently. Trust old Sangel to come to the point, thought Robinson gratefully. "Not with Ruathan blood," Lessa said, her gray eyes flashing. "The whole point of my relinquishing my blood right to this hold when I became weirwoman was to cede it to the one remaining male with any Ruathan blood in his veins, Jaxom. As long as I live, I will not permit Ruatha, of all the holds on Pern, to be the prize for continent-wide blood duels among younger sons. Jaxom remains as Lord Holder-elect of Ruatha. He will never be a fighting dragonrider." "Just like to set matters straight," Sangel said, stepping aside to avoid the icy stare Lessa gave him. "But you've got to admit, weirwoman, that riding dragons, no matter in how limited a fashion, can be dangerous. Heard about that weirling at high reaches. Jaxom's riding will be controlled at all times," Flar promised. He threw a warning glance at Natan. "He will never fly to fight the thread. The danger would be too great." "Jaxom is naturally a cautious lad," Lytol joined the debate, "and I've made him properly aware of his responsibilities." Robinson saw Natan's grimace. "Too cautious, Natan?" asked Flar, who had also noticed the Fort Weir leader's expression. "Perhaps," Natan replied tactfully, with an apologetic nod to Lytol. "Or perhaps inhibited is a better description. No offense meant, Lytol, but I noticed today that the lad finds himself isolated from others. Having his own dragon accounts for part of it, I'm sure. Since no lads his age have been allowed a chance to impress fire lizards, the whole boys have no appreciation of his problems." "Dorse been nagging him again?" Lytol asked, pulling at his lower lip as he regarded Natan. "Then you're not unaware of the situation?" Natan appeared relieved. "Certainly not. It's one reason I myself have pressed you, Flar, to permit the boy to fly. He would then be able to visit the holds which have boys his age and rank." "But surely you fosterlings," Lessa cried, looking about the room as if she had somehow overlooked the presence of Holder younglings. "I was about to arrange a half-turn fostering for Jaxom when he impressed." Lytol spread one hand to indicate an end to that plan. "I can't support the notion of Jaxom leaving Ruatha for fostering," Lessa said with a frown. "Not when he's the last of the bloodline." "Nor do I," Lytol said. "But it is necessary to reciprocate in fostering." "'Tis not," Lord Grogi said, clapping Lytol on the shoulder. "In fact, it's a blessing not to. I have a lad Jaxom's age to be fostered. Be a relief not to have to take another boy back. When I see what you've done to put Ruatha back on its feet and so prosperous, Lytol, the lad would learn from you how to hold properly. That is,
if there should be anything for him to hold when he gets his majority.
That's another matter I'd like to broach, Lord Sangel said, stepping up to Falar with a glance at Grogi for support. What are we holders to do? To do? Asked Falar, momentarily perplexed. With the younger sons, Robinson said smoothly, for whom there are no more holds to manage in South Bowl, Fort, Ista, and Igan, to name the lords with the largest families of hopeful sons.
The southern continent, Falar. When can we start opening the southern continent? Grogi asked. That Torek who stayed behind in the southern hold, maybe he could use a strong, active, energetic, ambitious lad or two, or three.
The old-timers are in the southern continent, Lessa said sternly. They can do no one harm there, since the land is protected by grubs.
I hadn't forgotten where the old-timers are, weir-woman, Grogi remarked, raising his eyebrows. Best place for 'em. They don't bother us. They do what they want without making honest folks suffer.
There was a commendable lack of acrimony in Grogi's tone, Robinson noticed, considering how badly Fort Hold had suffered from Tehran's irresponsible conduct of Fort Weir.
Point is, Southern's a fair size. Grubbed, too, so it doesn't matter if the old-timers fly thread or not. No real damage can be done.
Have you ever remained outside your hold during Threadfall? Falar asked Lord Grogi.
Me? No! What do you think I am, crazy? Not but what that gaggle of young men, fighting at the drop of a glove. Mind you, it's fists they fight with, and I keep all weapons blunted, but their noise is enough to drive me between or outside. Oh, I take your point, Weir Leader, Grogi added gloomily, and his fingers did a rapid dance on his broad belt. Yes. Makes it difficult, doesn't it? We're not geared to live holdless, are we? Torek's not looking to increase his holding at all? Something's got to be done about the young bloods, not just in my hold either, eh, Sangel?
If I may make a suggestion, Robinson broke in quickly when he saw Falar hesitating. Considering the alacrity with which Falar gestured him to proceed, he appeared grateful for the Harper's interruption.
Well, half a turn ago, Lord Grogi's fifth son, Benelek, had an idea to improve a harvesting implement. The Fort Smith craftmaster suggested that Fanderel ought to be interested. Indeed, the good Master Smith was. Young Benelek went to Telgar for special instruction, and also talked one of the High Reach's sons into joining him, that lad also having a mechanical bent. To shorten the tale, there are now 8 holders' sons at the Smithcraft Hall and 3 craft-hold boys who show an equal talent for the smith's craft. What are you suggesting, Robinson? Mischief needs idle hands. I'd like to see a special group of young people, recruited from all crafts and holds, exchanging ideas instead of insults. Grogi grunted. They want land to hold, not ideas. What about Southern? That solution can surely be investigated, Robinson said, treating Grogi's insistence as offhandedly as he dared. The old-timers won't live forever.
In truth, Lord Grogi, we're by no means against expanding holds in the southern, Falar said. It's just that the time must be chosen, Lessa finished when he faltered. There was a curious gleam in her eyes that suggested to the Harper she had other reservations as well.
We'll not have to wait until the end of this pass, I hope, Sangel said peevishly.
No, just until we are in no danger of dishonoring our word, Falar said. If you'll think back, the Weirs have agreed to explore the southern continent.
The Weirs agreed to get rid of Thread and the Red Star, too, Sangel said, irritated now.
Fëanor here and Canth still bear the scars of that star, Lessa reminded him, indignant at having the Weirs criticized.
Meaning no offense, Weir-woman,
Fëanor, Sangel said, mumbling, and not very subtly, masking his annoyance.
Another reason why it might be salutary to have young minds trained to discover new ways of doing things, Robinson said, smoothly diverting Lord Sangel. Robinson was no end pleased at Sangel's attitude. He'd reminded Falar and Lessa recently that the other Lord Holders persisted in believing that the Dragonriders could, if they would put their minds to it, char Thread at its source on the Red Star and end forever the menace that kept people hold fast. Mention, however, he deemed sufficient and quickly changed the subject. My archivist, Master Arnor, is going blind from trying to decipher eroding record hides. He does well, but sometimes I think he doesn't at all understand what it is he is saving, and thus unwittingly miscopies blurred words. Fanderel has commented on this problem too. He's of the firm opinion that some of the mysteries from those old records stem from miscopying. Now, if we had copyists who knew the discipline— "I'd like Jaxom to have some training that way," Lytol said. "I was hoping you'd suggest him." "Don't go back on your offer to take my son, Lytol," Grogi said. "Well, if Jaxom's—" "I see no reason why both solutions cannot be used," Robinson said. "We'd have boys his own age and rank fostering here, where Jaxom must learn to hold, but Jaxom would also learn skills with others of different rank and background." "After the famine, a feast?" Natan said in so low a voice that only Robinson and Meneley heard him. "And speaking of feasts, here's our honored guest." Jaxom stood, hesitating on the threshold, remembering his manners sufficiently to swing a bow to the assembled. "Ruth settled, has he, Jaxom?" Lessa asked in a kind voice, gesturing the boy to come to her side. "Yes, Lessa." "Some other settling's been done too, kinsman," she went on, smiling when she saw his apprehensive look. "You know my son, Horan, don't you? Your age?" Grogi asked. Jaxom nodded, startled. "Well, he's going to foster here as company for you." "And possibly some other lads," said Lessa. "Would you like that?" Robinson noticed the incredulous widening of Jaxom's eyes as he glanced from Lessa to Grogi and back to Lytol, where his glance remained until Lytol had nodded solemnly. "And when Ruth is flying well, how about coming to my hall to see what I can teach you about Pern that Lytol doesn't know?" Robinson asked. "Oh, sir!" And Jaxom looked again to his guardian. "May I really do all this?" There was unadulterated relief and joy in Jaxom's voice. 2. Bendon Weir, Present Pass, 13th Turn. Dusk was settling in Bendon Weir as Robinson climbed the stairs to the Queen's Weir, something he had done so many times in the past 13 turns. He paused as much to catch his breath as to speak to the man just behind him. "We've timed it well, Torek. I don't think anyone noticed our arrival, and they'll certainly not question Natan," he said, gesturing to the Fort Weir leader dimly seen crossing the bowl to the lighted kitchen caverns. Torek wasn't looking at him. He was staring up at the ledge where bronze Nementh was seated on his haunches, regarding the new arrivals, his jewel-faceted eyes gleaming in the dim light. Robinson Zare reacted by digging his claws sharply into the harper's ear and twining his tail more tightly about his neck. "He won't hurt you, Zare," Robinson said, but he hoped the message would also satisfy the southern holder, whose face and bearing were taut with surprise. "He's almost twice as big as any of the old-timers' beasts," Torek said in a respectfully hushed voice. "And I thought Natan's Leoth was big." "I believe that Nementh's the largest bronze," Robinson said, continuing up the last few steps. He was concerned by that twinge in his chest. He'd have thought that all his recent and unexpected rest would have eased that condition. He must remember to speak to Master Oldive about it. "Good evening, Nementh," he said as he reached the top step, inclining his body toward the great bronze. "It strikes me as disrespectful to barge by without acknowledging him," he said in an aside to Torek. "And this is my friend, Torek, whom Lessa and Falar are expecting." "I know. I have told them you are come." Robinson cleared his throat. He never expected an answer to his pleasantries, but was always extremely flattered on those occasions when Nementh responded. However, he did not share the dragon's comment with Torek. The man seemed unnerved enough as it was. Torek moved quickly toward the short corridor, keeping Robinson between himself and bronze Nementh. "I'd better warn you," Robinson said, keeping amusement out of his voice, "that Ramoth's even larger." Torek's response was a grunt, which dissolved into a gasp as the corridor opened up into the large, rocky chamber which served as the home of Bendon's queen. She was asleep on her stone couch, her wedge-shaped head pointing in their direction, gleaming golden in the glows that illuminated the weir.
Robinson, you are indeed safely back, Lessa cried, running toward him, a wide smile lighting her unusual face. And so tanned. To the Harper's delighted surprise, she threw her arms about him in a brief and totally unexpected embrace. I should get storm-lost more often, he managed to say in a light tone, grinning as raffishly as he could with his heart pounding in his chest. Her body had been so vibrant, so light against him. Don't you dare! She flashed him a look compounded of anger, relief, and outrage. Then her mobile face assumed a more dignified smile for the other guest. Torek, you are very welcome here, and thank you for rescuing our good Master Harper.
I did nothing, Torek said, surprised. He'd a dollop of pure, unadulterated good luck. He ought to have drowned in that gale. Meneley's not a seaholder's daughter for naught, the Harper said, clearing his throat as he remembered those grim hours. She kept us afloat, though at one point I wasn't at all sure I wanted to stay alive. You're not a good seaman, then, Robinson? Flar asked with a laugh. He gripped the Southerner's arm in greeting, and with his left hand gave the Harper an affectionate crack on the arm. Robinson suddenly realized that his adventure had had disturbing repercussions in this weir. He was both gratified and chagrined. True, at the time of the gale, he'd been far too occupied with his rebellious stomach to think beyond surviving the next wave that crashed over their little boat. Meneley's skill had kept him from realizing the acute danger they were in. Afterward, he had come to appreciate their position and wondered if Meneley had suppressed her own fear lest she lose honor in his eyes. She'd gone about her seamanship, managing to save most of the wind-torn sail, rigging a sea anchor, lashing him to the mast as he'd been made weak by nausea and retching. No, Flar, I'm no seaman, Robinson said now, with a shudder. I'll leave that to those born to the craft. And follow their advice, Torek warned, somewhat tartly. He turned to the weir leaders. He's got no weather sense either. And of course Meneley didn't realize the strength of the western stream at this time of the year. He raised his shoulders to indicate his helplessness against such stupidity. Is that why you were dragged so far from Southern? Flar asked, gesturing at the newcomers to seat themselves at the round table set in the corner of the big room. So I'm informed, said Robinson, grimacing over the long lectures he'd received on current, tide, drift, and wind. He knew more than he'd take care ever to need about those aspects of the seaman's craft. Lessa laughed at his droll tone and poured wine. Do you realize, he asked, twirling the glass in his fingers, that there wasn't a drop of wine on board? Oh, no! Lessa cried in comic dismay. Flar's laughter joined hers. What deprivation! Robinson then got down to the purpose of this visit. It was, however, a felicitous accident. There is, my dear weir leaders, considerably more of the southern continent than we'd ever thought. He glanced at Torek, who produced the map he'd hastily copied from the larger one in his hold. Flar and Lessa obligingly held the corners to flatten the stiff hide. The northern continent was detailed as was the known portion of the southern continent. Robinson pointed to the thumb of the southern peninsula, which contained the southern weir and Torek's hold, then gestured to the right and left of that landmark where the coastline and a good part of the interior, marked off by two rivers, had been topographically detailed. Torek has not been idle. You can see how much he has extended knowledge of the terrain beyond what Fëanor was able to do during his journey south. I asked permission of Turan to continue the exploration. The Southerner's expression mirrored contempt and dislike. But he barely heard me out, and said I could do as I liked, just as long as the weir was properly supplied with game and fresh fruit. Supplied? Exclaimed Flar. They'd only to walk a few dragon lengths from the weirs and pick what they needed. Sometimes they do. Mostly I find it easier to have my holders supply their demands. They don't bother us then. Bother you? Lessa's voice was indignant. That's what I said, weir leader, Torek replied, a steely note in his voice. He turned back to the map. My holders have been able to penetrate this far into the interior. Very difficult going. Tough jungle growth that dulls the keenest chopping blade in an hour. never seen such vegetation. We know there are hills here and a mountain range farther back. He tapped the relevant area on the map. But I'd not fancy carving my way there length by length. So we scouted along the shoreline, found these two rivers, and proceeded up them as far as we could. The western river ends in a flat, marshy lake, the southeastern one at a falls, 6-7 dragon lengths high.
Torek straightened, regarding the small portion of explored land with mild disgust.
I'd hazard the guess that even if the land went no further south than that range, it's twice the size of South Bowl or Tillich.
And the old-timers are not interested in examining what they have. Falar found that attitude unpalatable, Robinson realized.
No, we're leader, they're not. And frankly, without some easier way to penetrate that vegetation,
Torek tapped the hide,
I don't have the men, much less the energy, to bother. I've all the land I can hold right now and still be sure my people are safe from threat.
He paused. Although Robinson had a fair idea what he was hesitating about, the Harper wanted the Weir leaders to know firsthand what this energetic Southerner thought.
Most of the time, the dragon men don't bother on that score either.
What? Lessa exploded, but Falar touched her shoulder. I'd wondered about that, Torek.
How dare they?
Lessa continued, her gray eyes flashing. Ramoth stirred on her couch.
They dare, all right,
Torek said, looking nervously at the Queen. However, Robinson could see that Lessa's appalled reaction to the old-timer's delinquency gratified the man. But, Lessa spluttered with indignation. Are you able to manage, Torek? Falar asked, calming his weirmate with a firm hand.
I've learned, he said. We've plenty of flamethrowers. Fëanor made sure they were left in my care. We maintain our holds grass-free and keep the beasts in the stone stables during fall.
He gave a diffident shrug, then grinned slightly at the indignant expression of the weirwoman.
They don't do us any harm, Lessa, even if they don't do us any good. Don't worry, we can handle them.
That isn't the point, Lessa said angrily. They are dragon men, sworn to protect—
You sent them south because they weren't, Torek reminded her. So they couldn't injure people here.
That still doesn't give them any right to—
I told you, Lessa, they're not harming us. We manage fine without them.
A sort of challenge in Torek's tone made Robinson hold his breath. Lessa had a quick temper. Is there anything you need from the north? Asked Falar in oblique apology.
I was hoping you'd ask, the Southerner said, grinning. I know you can't break your honor by interfering with the old-timers in the south. Not that I mind, he added quickly as he saw Lessa about to protest again. But we are running out of some things, like properly forged metal for my craftsmith and parts for the flamethrowers that he says only Fanderel can make.
I'll see that you get them.
And I'd like a young sister of mine, Shara, to study with that healer the Harper was telling me about, a Master Old Dive. We've some odd sorts of fevers and curious infections.
Naturally, she's welcome, Lessa said quickly. And our Menorah is adept in herb brews.
And—
Torek hesitated a moment, glancing at Robinson, who quickly reassured him with a smile and an encouraging gesture.
If there were some adventurous men and women who'd be willing to make do at my hold, I think I could absorb them without the old-timers knowing. Just a few, mind, because though we've all the space in the world, some people become unsettled when there aren't dragons in the sky during Threadfall.
Why, yes, Falar said, with a nonchalance that caused Robinson to stifle a laugh. I believe there are a few hardy souls who would be interested in joining you.
Good. If I've enough to hold properly, then I can see my way clear to extending beyond the rivers next cool season.
Torek's relief was visible. I thought you said it was impossible, Falar began.
Not impossible, just difficult,
Torek replied, adding with a smile.
I've some men keen to continue despite the odds, and I'd like to know what's out there.
So would we, Lessa said. The old-timers won't last forever.
That fact often consoles me, Torek replied.
One thing, though. He paused, looking through narrowed eyes at the two Bendon Weir leaders. So far, Torek's audacity had delighted Robinson. The harper was very pleased at how he'd managed to prime the man into requesting the very thing that the North needed the most, a place to send the independent and capable men who had no chance of attaining holds in the North. The big Southerner's manner was quite a change for the Bend and Weir leaders, neither subservient and apologetic nor aggressive and demanding. Torek had become independent as a result of having no one, dragon men, craft masters, or lord holders, to fall back on. Because he had survived, he was self-confident, and he knew what he wanted and how to get it. Therefore, he was addressing Lessa and Falar as equals.
"One small matter," he continued, "which I'd like clarified."
"Yes?" Falar prompted him.
"What happens to Southern, to my holders, to me, when the last of those old-timers is gone?"
"I'd say that you will have more than earned the right to hold," Falar said slowly, with an unmistakable accent on the final word. "What you have managed to carve out of that jungle for yourself."
"Good!"
Torek gave a decisive nod of his head, his eyes never leaving Falar's. Then, suddenly, his tanned face dissolved into a smile.
"I'd forgotten what you Northerners can be like. Send me some more—" "Will they hold what they have carved?"
Robinson asked quickly.
"What they hold, they have," Torek replied in a grave manner. "But don't flood me with people. I've got to sneak them in when the old-timers aren't looking."
"How many can you sneak in comfortably?" asked Falar.
"Oh, 6, 8 the first time. Then when we've got holds, the same again." He grinned. "The first ones build for themselves before the new ones come. But there's lots of room in the south."
"That's comforting, because I've plans for the south myself," said Falar. "That reminds me, Robinson, how far to the east did you and Meneley go?"
"I wish I could answer you. I know where we got to when the storm finally blew out. The most beautiful place I'd ever seen. A perfect semicircle of a white sanded beach with this huge cone-shaped mountain far, far in the distance, right in the center of the cove."
"But you came back along the shore, didn't you?" Falar was impatient. "What was it like?"
"It was there," Robinson said uninformatively. "That's all I can say."
He glared at Torek, who was chuckling at his discomfiture.
"We had a choice of sailing very close to land, which Meneley said was impossible as we didn't know the bottom, or with sufficient sea room to keep beyond the western current, which would evidently have brought us right back to the cove. It is, as I've said, a very beautiful spot, but I was glad to leave it for a while. Consequently, while land was there, it was not close enough for any inspection by me."
"That's too bad." Falar looked very unhappy.
"Yes and no," replied Robinson. "It took us 9 days to sail back along that coast. That's a lot of land for Torek to explore." "I'm willing, and I'll be ready if I get the supplies I need."
"How do we get shipments to you, Torek?" Falar asked.
"Don't dare send them on Dragonback, though that would be easiest and best from my point of view."
Robinson chuckled and gave a broad wink to the others.
"As to that, if another ship should by chance be blown off course, south from Hold, I had a word or two with Master Idarolan recently, and he mentioned how bad the storms have been this turn."
"Is that how you chanced to be south in the first place?" asked Lessa.
"How else?"
Robinson said, assuming a very innocent expression.
"Meneley was attempting to teach me to sail. A storm came up unexpectedly and blew us straight into Torek's harbor. Didn't it, Torek?" "If you say so, Harper."
3. Morning at Ruatha Hold and Smithcraft Hall at Telgar Hold, present pass 15-5-9. With a force that set all the cups and plates bouncing, Jaxom brought down both fists on the heavy wooden table. "That is enough," he said into the stunned silence. He was on his feet, jerking his broad, bony shoulders back because his arms had been jarred by the blows. "That is quite enough." He didn't shout, he was oddly pleased to recall later, but his voice was deepened by this explosion of long-suppressed anger and carried clearly to the edge of the hall. The drudge, who was bringing in another pitcher of hot claw, paused in confusion. "I am the lord of this hold," Jaxom went on, staring first at Dorse, his milk brother. "I am Ruth's rider. He is unmistakably a dragon. Jaxom now bent his gaze on Brand, the head steward, whose jaw had dropped in surprise. "He is, as usual," and Jaxom's glance flickered across Lytall's blankly puzzled face, "in the very good health he has enjoyed since his hatching." Jaxom passed over the 4 fosterlings, who were all too new at Ruatha Hold to have started jibing him. "And yes," he said directly to Delan, his milk-mother, whose lower lip was quivering at her nursling's startling behavior, "this is the day when I go to the Smithcraft Hall, where, as you all well know, I shall be served with the food and courtesy adequate to my needs and station. Therefore," and his glance swept the faces around the table, "the subjects of this morning's conversation do not need to be aired again in my presence. Have I made myself clear?" He didn't wait for an answer, but strode purposefully from the hall, elated at having finally said something, and half guilty because he had lost control of his temper. He heard Lytall call his name, but for once that summons did not exact obedience. This time it would not be Jaxom, however young a lord of Ruatha Hold he still was, who apologized for his behavior. The enormous backlog of similar incidents, manfully swallowed or overlooked for any number of logical reasons, swept aside every consideration except to put as much distance between himself and his invidious position, his too reasonable and conscientious guardian, and the obnoxious group of people who mistook daily intimacy for license. Ruth, picking up his rider's distress, came charging out of the old stable which made his weir at Ruatha Hold. The white dragon's fragile-seeming wings were half spread as he rushed to give whatever aid his mate needed. With a breath that was half a sob, Jaxom vaulted to Ruth's back and urged him up out of the courtyard just as Lytall appeared at the massive hold doors. Jaxom averted his face so that later he'd be able to say truthfully that he hadn't seen Lytall waving. Ruth beat strongly upward, his lighter mass launched more readily than that of the regular-sized dragons. "You're twice the dragon the others are. Twice! You're better at everything. Everything!" Jaxom's thought was so turbulent that Ruth trumpeted defiance. The startled brown watch-dragon queried them from the fire heights, and the entire hold population of fire lizards materialized around Ruth, dipping and swooping, chirping in echoed agitation. Ruth cleared the fire heights and then winked into between, unerringly going to the high mountain lake above the hold which had become their special retreat. The penetrating cold of between, brief passage though it was, reduced Jaxom's temper. He began shivering, since he wore only his sleeveless tunic, as Ruth glided down effortlessly to the water's edge. "It's completely and utterly unfair," he said, slamming his right fist into his thigh so hard that Ruth grunted with the impact. "What is troubling you today?" the dragon asked as he landed daintily on the lake verge. "Everything." "Nothing." "Which?" Ruth reasonably wanted to know, and turned his head to gaze at his rider. Jaxom slid from the soft-skinned white back and encircled the dragon's neck with his arms, pulling the wedge-shaped head against him for comforting. "Why do you let them upset you?" Ruth asked, his eyes whirling with love and affection for his weir mate. "A very good question," Jaxom replied after a full moment's consideration. "But they know exactly how." Then he laughed. "This is where all that objectivity Robinson talks about ought to operate, and doesn't. The Master Harper is honored for his wisdom." Ruth sounded uncertain, and his tone made Jaxom smile. He was always being told that dragons had no ability to understand abstract concepts or complex relationships. Too often Ruth surprised him by remarks that cast doubt on the theory. Dragons, particularly Ruth, in Jaxom's biased opinion, obviously perceived far more than others credited to them. Even weir leaders like Falar or Lessa, and even Natan. Thinking about the fort weir leader reminded Jaxom that he now had a particular reason for going to the Master Smith Hall this morning. Natan, who would be there to hear Wanzer, was the only rider Jaxom felt would be likely to help him. "Shells!" Jaxom kicked rebelliously at a stone, watching the ripples it caused when it skittered across the surface of the lake and finally sank. Robinson had often used the ripple effect to demonstrate how a tiny action produced multiple reactions. Jaxom let out a snort, wondering how many ripples he'd caused this morning by storming out of the hall. And just why had this morning bothered him so much? It had begun like other mornings, with Dorse's trite comments about oversized fire lizards, with Lightall's habitual query about Ruth's health, as if the dragon were likely to deteriorate overnight, and with Delan snidely repeating that sickeningly old hoot about visitors starving at the Smithcraft Hall. To be sure, Delan's mothering had lately begun to irritate Jaxom, especially when the dear soul invariably fondled him in front of her seething natural son, Dorse. All the time-honored, worn-out nonsense that started a day, every day, at Ruatha Hold. Why, today, should it jerk him to his feet in a fury and drive him from the hall he was lord of, fleeing from people over whom, in theory, he had all control and right? And there was nothing wrong with Ruth. Nothing. "No, I'm fine," Ruth said, then added in a plaintive tone, "except that I didn't have time for my swim." Jaxom stroked the soft eye ridges, smiling indulgently. "Sorry to spoil your morning, too." "You haven't. I'll swim in the lake. Quieter here," Ruth said, and nuzzled Jaxom. "It's better here for you, too." "I hope so." Anger was foreign to Jaxom, and he resented the violence of his inner feelings and those who had driven him to such a point of fury. "Better swim. We've got to go on to the Smithcraft Hall, you know." Ruth had no sooner spread his wings than a clutch of fire lizards appeared in the air above him, wildly chittering and loudly broadcasting thoughts of smug satisfaction at their cleverness in finding him. One winked out immediately, and Jaxom felt another stab of resentment. Keeping track of him, huh? That'd be one more order from him when he got back to the hold. Who did they think he was, an unbreeched child or an old-timer? He sighed, repentant. Of course, they'd be worried about him when he'd stormed out of the hold like that. Not that he was likely to go anywhere but to the lake. Not that he could possibly come to harm with Ruth, and not that he and Ruth could go anywhere on Pern where fire lizards couldn't find them. His resentment flared anew, this time against the silly fire lizards. Why, of all dragons, did every fire lizard have an insatiable curiosity about Ruth? Wherever they went on Pern, every fire lizard in the neighborhood came popping in to gawk at the white dragon. This activity used to amuse Jaxom, because the fire lizards would give Ruth the most incredible images of things they remembered, and Ruth would pass the more interesting ones to him. But today, as with everything else, amusement had soured to irritation. "Analyze," Lightall was fond of directing him. "Think objectively. You can't govern others until you can control yourself and see the broader, forward-looking view." Jaxom took a couple of deep breaths, the kind Lightall recommended he take before speaking, to organize what he was going to say. Ruth had winged over the deep blue waters of the little lake now, fire lizards outlining his graceful figure. He suddenly folded his wings and dove. Jaxom shuddered, wondering how Ruth could enjoy the biting cold waters fed by the snow-capped peaks of the high ranges. In the muggy midsummer heat, Jaxom often found it refreshing, but now, with winter barely past, he shuddered again. Well, if dragons didn't feel the 3 times more intense cold of between, a plunge in an icy lake would not be bothersome. Ruth surfaced, waves lapping against the bank at Jaxom's feet. Jaxom idly stripped a branch of its thick needles and launched them one after another into the incoming ripples. Well, one wave of reaction to this morning's outburst was the dispatch of fire lizards to find him. Another, the look of stunned amazement on Dorse's face. That had been the first time Jackson had ever rounded on his milk brother, though, shells, it was only the thought of Lightall's displeasure at his loss of control that had kept Jaxom's temper in check so long. Dorse loved nothing better than to taunt Jaxom about Ruth's lack of stature, masking his malicious jibes in mock brotherly quarrels, knowing all too well that Jaxom could not retaliate without a rebuke from Lightall for conduct unbecoming his rank and station. Jaxom had long outgrown the need for Delan's fussing, but innate kindness and gratitude to her for the milk which had nourished him after his premature birth had long prevented Jaxom from asking Lightall to retire her. So why, today, had all this suddenly come to a boil? Ruth's head emerged from the waters again, the many-faceted eyes reflecting the bright morning sun in greens and brilliant clear blues. The fire lizards attacked his back with rough tongues and talons, scrubbing off infinitesimal motes of dirt, splashing water over him with their wings, their own hides darkened by the wetting. The green turned to batter her nose at one of the two blues and swatted the brown with her wing to make him work to her satisfaction. Despite himself, Jaxom laughed to see her scolding. She was Deland's green, and so much in manner like his milk-mother that he was reminded of the Weir axiom that a dragon was no better than his rider. In that way, Lytol had done Jaxom no disservice. Ruth was the best dragon in all Pern. And now Jaxom recognized the underlying cause of his rebellion, Ruth was ever allowed to be. Immediately, all the frustrated anger of the morning returned, disrupting what little objectivity he had gained at the peaceful lakeside. Neither he, Jaxom, Lord of Ruatha, nor Ruth, the white runt of Ramoth's clutch, were allowed to be what they really were. Jaxom was Lord Holder in name only, because Lytol administered the hold, made all its decisions, spoke in council for Ruatha. Jaxom had yet to be confirmed by the other Lord Holders as Lord of Ruatha. True, a matter of form only, since there was no other male on Pern with Ruathan blood. Besides, Lessa, the only living full-blooded Ruathan, had relinquished her blood right to Jaxom at the moment of his birth. Jaxom knew he could never be a dragonrider because he had to be Lord Holder of Ruatha. Only he was not really a Lord Holder because he couldn't go up to Lytol and just say, "I'm old enough to take over now, thanks and goodbye." Lytol had worked too hard and long to make Ruatha prosper to take second place to the bumblings of an untried youth. Lytol only lived for Ruatha. He'd lost so much else. First his own dragon, then his small family to Fax's greed. All his life now centered about Ruathan fields and wheat and runners, and how many wary bucks. No, in all fairness, he would simply have to wait until Lytol, who enjoyed vigorous health, died a natural death before he started holding at Ruatha. But, Jaxom continued his thoughts logically, if Lytol is active so that Ruatha Hold is not in dispute, why couldn't he and Ruth occupy their time learning to be proper dragon and rider? Every fighting dragon was needed now, what with thread falling from the red star at unexpected intervals. Why should he have to trudge about the countryside, lugging a clumsy flamethrower, when he could more effectively fight thread if Ruth were only allowed to chew firestone? Just because Ruth was half the size of the other dragons didn't mean he wasn't a proper dragon in all other respects. "Of course I am," Ruth said from the lake. Jaxom grimaced. He'd been trying to think quietly. "I heard your feelings, not your thoughts," Ruth said calmly. "You are confused and unhappy." He arched out of the water to shake his wings dry. He half paddled, half flew to the shore. "I am a dragon. You are my rider. No man can change that. Be what you are." "I am." "But not really. They won't let us be what we are," Jaxom cried. "They're forcing me to be everything but a dragon rider." "You are a dragon rider. You are also," and Ruth said this slowly, as if trying to understand it all himself, "a Lord Holder. You are a student with the Master Smith and the Master Harper. You are a friend of Meneley, Miriam, Phaleson, and Natan. Ramoth knows your name, so does Namenth, and they know me. You have to be a lot of people. That is hard." Jaxom stared at Ruth, who gave his wings a final flick and then folded them fastidiously across his back. "I am clean. I feel well," the dragon said, as if this announcement should resolve all of Jaxom's internal doubts. "Ruth, whatever would I do without you?" "I don't know." "Natan comes to see you. He went to Ruatha. The little brown who followed looks to Natan." Jaxom sucked in his breath nervously. Trust Ruth to know which was whose fire lizard. He had assumed the brown looked to someone at Ruatha Hold. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hurriedly, Jaxom made to mount Ruth. He did most urgently want to see Natan, and he wanted with equal intensity to keep in Natan's good favor. The Fort Weir leader didn't have that much free time to chat. I wanted my swim, Ruth replied. We will be in time. Ruth rose from the ground when Jaxom had barely settled on his back. We will not keep Natan waiting. Before Jaxom could remind Ruth that they weren't supposed to go between time, they had. Ruth, what if Natan finds out we've been timing it, Jaxom said through chattering teeth as they broke out of between into the hot mid-morning sun of Telgar over the Master-Smith Craft Hall. He will not ask. Jaxom wished that Ruth wouldn't sound so complacent, but then the white dragon wouldn't have to take Natan's tongue-lashing. Timing was bloody dangerous. I always know when I'm going, Ruth replied, not at all perturbed. That's something few other dragons can say. They were barely in a landing circle above the Smithcraft Hall complex before Natan's great bronze Leoth burst into the air above them. And how you know how to time it that close, I'll never know, Jaxom said. Oh, Ruth said easily, I heard when the brown returned to Natan, and just came to that when. Jaxom knew that dragons were not supposed to laugh, but the feeling from Ruth was so close to laughter as to make no difference. Leoth winged close enough to Jaxom and Ruth for the young lord to see the bronze rider's expression, a pleased grin. Jaxom thought Ruth had said Natan had been at Ruatha first. Then Jaxom noticed that Natan raised his hand and was holding what could only be Jaxom's ware-hide riding jacket. As they circled downward, Jaxom saw that they were by no means the first arrivals. He counted 5 dragons, including Phalessin's bronze Golanth and Miriam's green Path, who warbled a greeting. Ruth landed lightly on the meadow before the Smithcraft Hall, with Leoth touching down the next moment. As Natan slid down the bronze shoulder, his brown fire lizard, Triss, appeared and settled impertinently on Ruth's upper crest, chirping smugly. Deland said you'd gone off without this, Natan said, and tossed the jacket at Jaxom. Well, I suppose you don't feel the cold the way my old bones do. Or are you practicing survival tactics? Ah, Natan, not you too. Me too what, young fella? You know. No, I don't know. Natan gave Jaxom a closer look. Or did Deland's babbling this morning have real significance? You didn't see Lightall? No, I just asked the first person in the hold where you were. Deland was weeping because you'd gone off without your jacket. Natan drolly pulled down his lower lip in a trembling imitation of Deland. Can't stand weeping women, at least women that age, so I grabbed the jacket, promised on the shell of my dragon to force it about your frail body, sent Triss to see where Ruth was, and here we are. Tell me, did something momentous happen this morning? Ruth looks fine. Embarrassed, Jaxom looked away from the quizzical regard of the Fort Weir leader and gave himself a bit more time by shrugging into his jacket. I told the entire hold off this morning. I told Lightall it wouldn't be long now. What? What tipped the scales? Deland's blubbering? Ruth is a dragon. Of course he is, Natan replied with such emphasis that Leoth turned his head to regard them. Who says he's not? They do. At Ruatha, everywhere. They say he's nothing but an overgrown fire lizard, and you know that's been said. Leoth hissed. Triss took wing in surprise, but Ruth warbled complacently, and the others settled. I know it's been said, Natan replied, taking hold of Jaxom's shoulders. But there isn't a dragonrider I know who hasn't corrected the speaker, somewhat forcefully on occasion. If you consider him a dragon, why can't he act like one? He does. Natan gave Ruth a long look as if the creature had somehow changed in the last moment. I mean like other full fighting dragons. Oh, Natan grimaced. So that's it. Look, lad, it's Lightall, isn't it? He's told you not to let me fight Thread on Ruth. That's why you'll never let me teach Ruth how to chew Firestone. It's not that, Jaxom. Then what is it? There isn't a place on Pern we can't get to. First time, right on. Ruth's small, but he's faster, turns quicker midair, less mass to move. It's not a question of ability, Jaxom, Nickton said, raising his voice slightly to make Jaxom hear what he had to say. It's a matter of what is advisable. More evasions. No! Natan's firm negative cut through Jaxom's resentment. Flying with a fighting wing during threadfall is bloody dangerous, lad. I'm not impugning your courage, but bluntly, however keen you are, however quick and clever Ruth is, you'd be a liability to a fighting wing. You haven't the training, the discipline. If it's only training, Natan grabbed Jaxom by the shoulders to stop his contentiousness. It isn't. Natan drew a deep breath. I said, it's not a question of Ruth's ability or yours. It is solely a question of advisability. Pern can't afford to lose either you, young Lord of Ruatha, or Ruth, who is unique. But I'm not Lord of Ruatha either. Not yet. Lighthall is. He makes all the decisions. I just listen and nod my head like a sunstruck wary. Jaxom faltered, aware he was implying criticism of Lighthall. I mean, I know Lighthall has to manage until the Lord Holders confirm me, and I don't really want Lighthall to leave Ruatha Hold. But if I could be a Dragonrider, it wouldn't come to that, you see? As Jaxom caught the expression in Natan's eyes, his shoulders slumped in defeat. You see, but the answer's still no. It would just make different ripples, probably bigger ones, wouldn't it? So I've got to muck on as something in between everything. Not a real Lord Holder, not a real Dragonrider, not a real anything except a problem. A real problem to everybody. Not to me, Ruth said clearly, and reassuringly touched his rider with his muzzle. You're not a problem, Jaxom, but I do see that you have one, Natan said with quiet sympathy. If it were up to me, I'd say it would do you a world of good to join a wing and teach Ruth to chew Firestone, for the first-hand knowledge no other Lord Holder could contest. For one hopeful moment, Jaxom thought Natan was offering him the chance he so wanted. If it were my decision, Jaxom, which it isn't and can't be. But, and Natan paused, his eyes searching Jaxom's face, this is a matter that had better be discussed. You're old enough to be confirmed as Lord Holder or to do something else constructive. I'll speak to Lighthall and Falar on your behalf. Lighthall will say that I am Lord Holder, and Falar will say Ruth isn't big enough for a fighting wing, and I won't say anything if you act like a sulky boy. A bellow overhead interrupted them. 2 more dragons were circling, indicating that they wanted to land. Natan waved acknowledgement, and then he and Jaxom jogged out of the way toward the Smithcraft Hall. Just short of the door, Natan held him back. I won't forget, Jaxom, only, and Natan grinned, for the sake of the first shell, don't let anyone catch you giving Ruth Firestone, and be bloody careful when you go. In a state of mild shock, Jaxom stared at Natan as the Weir leader hailed a friend inside the building. Natan had understood. Jaxom's depression lifted instantly. As he crossed the threshold of the Smithcraft Hall, he hesitated, adjusting his sight to the interior after the bright spring sun. Intent on his own problems, he'd also forgotten how important a session this was to be. Master Harper Robinson was seated at the long work table, cleared for this occasion of its usual clutter, and Falar, Benden's Weir leader, was beside him. Jaxom recognized 3 other Weir leaders and the new master herdsman, Briarette. They were a good half a wing of bronze riders and Lord Holders, the leading smiths and more harpers than any other craft to judge by the color of tunics on men he didn't recognize immediately. Someone was calling his name in an urgent hoarse whisper. Looking to his left, Jaxom saw that Flesson and the other regular students had gathered humbly by the far window, the girls perched on stools. Half Pern's here, Flesson remarked, pleased as he made room against the back wall for Jaxom. Jaxom nodded to the others, who appeared far more interested in watching the new arrivals. Didn't think there'd be so many people interested in Wanzer's stars and maths, Jaxom said in a low voice to Flessin. What? And miss a chance to ride Dragonback? Flessin asked with good-natured candor. I brought 4 in myself. A lot of people have assisted Wanzer in collating the material, Benelek said in his usual didactic manner. Naturally, they want to hear what use has been made of their time and effort. They sure didn't come for the food, Flessin said with a snicker. Now why, wondered Jaxom, doesn't Flessin's remark annoy me? Nonsense, Flessin, Benelek replied, too literal-minded to understand when someone was being facetious. Food's very good here. You eat enough of it. I'm like Fanderel, Flessin said. I make efficient use of anything edible. Sush, here he is himself. Shells. The young bronze rider grimaced with disgust. Couldn't someone have made him change his clothes? As if clothes mattered for a man with a mind like Wanzer's. Benelek dropped his voice, but he was nearly sputtering with contempt for Flessin. Today of all days, Wanzer should look tidy, Jaxom said. That's what Flessin meant. Benelek grunted, but did not pursue the subject. Then Flessin nudged Jaxom in the ribs with a wink for Benelek's reaction. Halfway inside the door, Wanzer suddenly realized that the hall was filled. He stopped, peered around him, at first timidly. Then, when he recognized a face, he bobbed his head and smiled hesitantly. From all sides he met with encouraging grins and murmured greetings and gestures for him to continue to the front of the hall. Well, all for my stars. My stars, my. His reaction sent a ripple of amusement through the hall. This is most gratifying. I had no idea. Most gratifying. And Robinson, you're here. Where else? The Master Harper's long face was suitably serious, but Jaxom thought he saw the man's lips twitch in an effort not to smile. Robinson then half-guided, half-pushed Wanzer toward the platform at the far end of the hall. Come on, Wanzer, Fanderel said in his rolling tones. Oh, yes, so sorry. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. Ah, and there's Lord Asganar. How very good of you to come. I say, is Natan here too? Wanzer executed a full circle. Being nearsighted, he peered closely at faces, trying to spot Natan. He really should be. Here I am, Wanzer. Natan raised his arm. Ah. The worried frown vanished from the round face of the starsmith as Meneley had impudently, if accurately, labeled him. My dear Natan, you must come up front. You've done so much work, watching and looking at the most dreadful hours of the night. Come, you must— Wanzer! Fanderel half rose to project his commanding bellow. You can't put everyone up front, and they've all watched. That's why they're here, to see what their watching was all for. Now get up here and get on with it. You're wasting time. Sheer inefficiency. Wanzer muttered protestations and apologies as he bounced up the short distance to the platform. He did indeed look, Jaxom noticed, as if he'd been sleeping in those clothes. He probably hadn't changed since the last threadfall, to judge by the sharpness of the creases in the back of his tunic. But there was nothing sloppy about the charts of star positions which Wanzer now tacked up on the wall. Where did Wanzer get that lurid red color for the red star? The color almost pulsed on the paper. Nothing dithering about his spoken presentation. Out of deference and respect for Wanzer, Jaxom tried to pay close attention, but he had heard it all before, and his mind returned inexorably to Natan's parting shot, "Don't let anyone catch you giving Ruth Firestone." As if he would be that foolish. Here Jaxom hesitated. Although he knew in theory the whys and hows of teaching a dragon to chew Firestone, he had also learned in his classes that between theory and practice anything could happen. Maybe he could enlist Flessin's help. He glanced at the friend of his boyhood, who had impressed a bronze 2 turns ago. Candidly, Jaxom did not consider Flessin more than a boy, and certainly not serious enough about his responsibilities as a bronze rider. He was grateful that Flessin had never told anyone that Jaxom had actually touched Ruth's egg when the dragon was still in its shell on the hatching ground. Of course, that would have been a serious offense against the weir. Flessin would scarcely regard teaching a dragon to chew Firestone as anything at all remarkable. Miriam? Jaxom glanced toward the girl. The morning sun slanted through her browny hair, catching golden glints which he'd never noticed before. She was oblivious to anything but Wanzer's words. She'd probably give Jaxom an argument about not precipitating the weir into more problems, and then set one of those fire lizards of hers on him to be sure he didn't set himself ablaze. Jaxom was privately convinced that Turan, the other young bronze rider from Ista Weir, thought Ruth was essentially an overgrown fire lizard. He'd be even less helped than Flessin. Benelek was out too. He ignored dragons and fire lizards as completely as they ignored him. But give Benelek a diagram or a machine, even the assorted parts of a machine found in the old holds and weirs, and he'd spend days trying to figure out what it was supposed to be or do. Generally, he could make a full machine work, even if he had to dismantle the whole thing to find out why it wasn't operating. Benelek and Fanderel understood each other perfectly. Meneley? Meneley was just the person, if he did need someone, in spite of her predilection for putting anything she heard into a tune, a trick that was occasionally a real nuisance. But that talent made her an excellent harper. In fact, she was the first girl to be one in living memory. He stole a long look at her. Her lips were vibrating slightly, and he wondered if she were already putting Wanzer's stars to music.
The stars mark time for us in every turn and help us distinguish one turn from another,
Wanzer was saying, and Jaxom brought his attention guiltily back to the speaker.
The stars guided Lessa on her courageous trip back through time to bring the old-timers forward.
Wanzer cleared his throat at his somewhat unfortunate mention of the two Dragonrider factions.
And the stars will be our constant guides in future turns. Lands, seas, people, and places may change, but the stars are ordered in their courses and remain secure.
Jaxom remembered hearing some talk of trying to alter the course of the Red Star, deflecting it away from Pern. Had Wanzer just proved that that couldn't be done? Wanzer went on to emphasize that once you understood the basic orbit and speed of any star, you could compute its position in the heavens, as long as you also calculated the effect of its nearest neighbors at conjunction at any given time.
So, there is no doubt in our minds that we can now accurately predict threadfall according to the position of the red star when in conjunction with our other near neighbors in the skies.
Jaxom was amused that whenever Wanzer made a sweeping statement, he said we, but when he announced a discovery, he said I.
We believe that as soon as this blue star is released from the influence of the yellow star of our spring horizon and swings to the high east, threadfall will resume the pattern which Falar originally observed. With this equation,
Wanzer rapidly jotted the figures down on the board, and Jaxom again noticed that for a sloppy-looking person, his notations were conversely precise.
We can compute further conjunctions which will affect threadfall during this pass. Indeed, we can now point to where the various stars have been at any time in the past and will be at any time in the future.
He was writing equations at a furious pace and explaining which stars were affected by which equations. He turned then, his round face settling into a very serious expression.
We can even predict, on the basis of this knowledge, the exact moment when the next pass will begin. Of course, that's so many turns in the future that none of us need worry about it, but I think it's comforting to know nonetheless.
Scattered chuckles caused Wanzer to blink and then hesitantly grin, as if he belatedly realized that he'd said something humorous.
And we must make sure that no one forgets in the long interval this time, Master Smith Fanderel said, his bass voice startling everyone after Wanzer's light tenor. That's what this union is all about, you know, Fanderel added, gesturing to the audience.
Several turns before, when Ruth's life expectancy had been short, Jaxom had held a private, if egocentric, theory about the sessions at the Smithcraft Hall. He had convinced himself that they had been initiated to give him an alternative interest in living in case Ruth died. Today's meeting let the substance out of that notion, and Jaxom snorted at his self-centered whimsy. The more people in every hold in the weirs who knew what was being done in each of the craft halls by the individual craft masters and by their chief technicians, the less chance there was that the ambitious plans to preserve all Pern from the ravages of thread would be lost again. Jaxom, Flesson, Benelek, Miram, Menely, Tran, Pimer, various other likely successors to Lord Holders and advanced junior craftsmen formed the nucleus of the regular school at the Smith and Harper craft halls. Each student learned to appreciate the other crafts. Communication is essential. That was one of Robinson's tenets. Wasn't he always saying, "Exchange information, learn to talk sensibly about any subject, learn to express your thoughts, accept new ones, examine them, analyze, think objectively, think toward the future"? Jaxom let his eyes drift about the room at the gathering, wondering how many of them could accept all of Wanzer's explanations. True, with this lot he had the advantage that most of them had watched the stars form and reform their patterns night after night, season after season, until those stately patterns could be reduced to Wanzer's clever diagrams and numbers. The trouble was that everyone was here in this room because he was willing to listen to new ideas and accept new thoughts. The ones who needed to be influenced were those who hadn't listened, such as the old-timers now exiled to the southern continent. Jaxom surmised that some sort of a discreet watch was kept on happenings there. Natan had once made an oblique reference to the southern hold. The students had a very detailed map of the land about the hold and of some of the neighboring areas, which indicated that the southern continent extended far deeper into the southern seas than anyone had guessed even 5 turns ago. During one of his talks with Lytall, Robinson had once let slip something that led Jaxom to believe the Master Harper had been in the southern lands recently. It amused Jaxom to wonder how much the old-timers knew of what occurred on the mainland. There were some obvious changes which even those with the most closed minds would have to admit seeing. What of the ever-increasing spreads of forest land about which the old-timers had protested? Expanses now protected by the burrowing grubs that farmers had once tried to exterminate, erroneously considering them a bane instead of a carefully contrived blessing and safeguard. Jaxom's attention was reclaimed by the stamping of feet and the clapping of hands. He hastily added his own applause, wondering if he'd missed anything vital during his ruminations. He'd check with Menely later. She remembered everything. The ovation continued long enough to make Wanzer blush with pleased embarrassment, until Fanderel rose and spread his tree-limb arms for silence. But Fanderel no more got his mouth open to speak when one of the Ista Hold watchers jumped to his feet to ask Wanzer to clarify an anomaly concerning the fixed positions of the trio of stars known as the Day Sisters. Before Wanzer could answer him, someone else informed the man that no anomaly existed, and a spirited argument began. "I wonder if we could use Wanzer's equations to go ahead in time safely," Flesson mused. "You dead-glow. You can't go to a time that hasn't happened," Miram answered him tartly before the others could. "How would you know what's happening there? You'd end up in a cliff or a crowd, or surrounded by thread. It's dangerous enough to go back in time when at least you can check on what happened or on who was there. Even then you could, and you would, muddle things. Forget it, Flesson." "Going ahead could serve no logical purpose at this time," Benelek remarked in his sententious way. "It'd be fun," Flesson said, undeterred. "Like knowing what the old-timers are planning. Flar's sure they're going to try something. They've been far too quiet down there." "Close your jaw, Flesson. That's weir business," Miram said sharply, glancing anxiously around her for fear some of the adults might have overheard his indiscreet remark. "Communicate! Share your thoughts!" Flesson spouted back some of Robinson's taglines. "There's a difference between communication and gossip," Jaxom said. Flesson gave his boyhood friend a long, measuring look. "You know, I used to think this school idea was a good one. Now I think it's turned the whole lot of us into do-nothing talkers and thinkers." He rolled his eyes upward in disgust. "We talk, we think everything to death. We never do anything. At least I have to do first and think later when we fight thread." He turned on his heel and then, brightening, announced, "Hey, there's food!" He began to weave through the crowd to the doors, where heavily laden trays were being passed through to the central table. Jaxom knew Flesson's remarks had been general, but the young lord keenly felt the jibe about fighting thread. "That Flesson," Menelly said at his ear. "He wants to keep glory in the bloodline. A bit of daring do," and her sea-blue eyes danced with laughter as she added, "for me to tune about." Then she sighed. "And he's not the type at all. He doesn't think beyond himself. But he's got a good heart. Come on, we better lend a hand with the food." "Let us do!" Jaxom's quip was rewarded by Menelly's smile of appreciation. There was merit in both viewpoints, Jaxom decided, as he relieved an overburdened woman of a tray of steaming meat rolls, but he'd think about it later. The master smith's kitchen had prepared for the large gathering, and besides succulent meat rolls, there were hot fish balls, bread slabbed with the firm cheeses of the high range, 2 huge kettles of claw. As he passed food around, Jaxom became conscious of something else that annoyed him. The other lords holder and craftmasters were all cordial, inquiring courteously after Ruth and Lytall. They all seemed quite willing to exchange pleasantries with him, but would not discuss Wanzer's theories. Perhaps, Jaxom thought cynically, they hadn't understood what Wanzer had said, and were ashamed to show their ignorance before the younger man. Jaxom sighed. Would he ever be old enough to be considered on equal terms? "Hey, Jaxom, dump that!" Flesson grabbed his sleeve. "Got something to show you." Believing he had done his duty, Jaxom pushed his tray onto the table and followed his young friend out the door. Flesson kept going, grinning like a dimwit, and then swung round to point at the roof of the Smithcraft Hall. The hall was a large building with steep gables. The roof appeared to be in colorful motion, rippling with sound. A veritable fair of fire lizards were perched on the gray slates, chirping and humming to one another in earnest conversation, a perfect parody of the intent discussions going on inside the building. Jaxom began to laugh. "There can't be that many fire lizards looking to those inside," he said to Menelly, who had just joined them. "Or have you acquired a couple more clutches?" Brushing the laugh tears from her eyes, she denied guilt. "I've only the 10, and they go off on their own, sometimes for days. I don't think I could account for more than 2 besides Beauty, my queen. She sticks by me constantly." "You know," she turned a serious face to him, "they're going to be a problem. Not mine, because I make mine behave, but this sort of thing." She gestured toward the covered roof. "They're such dreadful gossips. I'll wager most of those don't look to the people within. They've been attracted by the dragons, and by your Ruth in particular." "A fair gathers like that wherever Ruth and I go," Jaxom said, a bit sourly. Menelly looked across the valley to where Ruth was lying on the sunny riverbank, with 3 other dragons and the usual wing or 2 of ministering fire lizards. "Does Ruth mind?" "No," Jaxom grinned tolerantly. "I think he rather enjoys it. They keep him company when I have to be elsewhere on whole business. He says they have all sorts of fascinating and unlikely images in their minds. He likes looking, most times. Sometimes he gets annoyed, says they get carried away." "How can they?" Menelly was bluntly dubious. "They don't have much imagination, not really. They only tell what they see." "Or think they see, maybe?" Menelly considered that. "What they see is usually pretty reliable. I know—" Then she stopped, looking dismayed. "Never mind," Jaxom said. "I'd be as thick as a whole door if I didn't realize you Harpers keep busy down south." Jaxom then turned around to say something to Flesson, who was nowhere to be seen. "I'll tell you something else, Jaxom." Menelly dropped her voice. "Flesson was right. Something is going on down south. Some of my lot have been very agitated. I get an image of a single egg, but it's not in an enclosed weir. I thought maybe my Beauty had hidden another clutch. She sometimes does that. Then I got the impression that what she was seeing happened long ago, and Beauty's no older than Ruth, so how could she remember any more than 5 turns back?" "Fire lizards with delusions of locating the first shell?" Jaxom laughed heartily. "I can't quite seriously laugh at their memories. They do know the oddest sorts of things. Remember Fenor's Grawl not wanting to go to the Red Star? For that matter, all the fire lizards are terrified of the Red Star. Aren't we all? They knew, Jaxom, knew before the rest of Pern had any knowledge. Instinctively, they both turned eastward, toward the malevolent Red Star. So? Menelly asked cryptically. So? So what? So fire lizards have memories. Ah, leave off, Menelly. You can't ask me to believe that fire lizards could remember things man can't. Got another explanation? Menelly asked belligerently. No, but that doesn't mean there isn't one, and Jaxom grinned at her. His smile turned to alarm. Say, what if some of those fellas up there are from the Southern Hold? I'm not worried. The fire lizards are outside, for one thing. For another, they can only visualize what they've understood. Menelly chuckled, a habit of hers which Jaxom found a pleasant change from the giggling of Holder girls. Can you imagine what nonsense someone like Tickle would make of Wanzer's equations, seen through lizards' eyes? Jaxom's personal recollections of the High Reach's old-timer weir leader were sparse, but he'd heard enough from Lytol and Natan to realize that man's mind was closed to anything new. Though nearly 6 turns of fending on his own down in the southern continent might have broadened his outlook. Look, it isn't me alone who's worried, Menelly went on. Miriam is too, and if anyone today understands fire lizards, it's Miriam. You don't do badly yourself, for a mere harper. Well, thank you, my Lord Holder. She gave him a facetious salute. Look, will you find out what the fire lizards are telling Ruth? Don't they talk to Miriam's green dragon? Jaxom was reluctant to have more to do with fire lizards at the moment than was absolutely necessary. Dragons don't remember things, you know that, but Ruth's different. I've noticed very different. Menelly caught the sour note in his voice. What's got your back up today? Or has Lord Groggy been to see Lytol? Lord Groggy? What for? Menelly's eyes glinted with devilment, and she beckoned him closer, as if anyone were near enough to hear what they'd been saying. I think Lord Groggy fancies you for that beast-bosomed third daughter of his. Jaxom groaned in horror. Don't worry, Jaxom. Robinton squashed the idea. He wouldn't do you a disservice there. Of course, Menelly glanced at him from the corners of her laughing eyes. If you have anyone else in mind, now's the time to say so. Jaxom was furious, not with Menelly, but with her news, and it was hard to dissociate tidings and bearer. The one thing I don't want just now is a wife. Oh, got yourself taken care of? Menelly, don't look so shocked. We Harpers understand the frailties of human flesh. And you're tall and nice-looking, Jaxom. Lytol's supposed to be giving you instructions in all the arts. Menelly! Jaxom! She mimicked his tone perfectly. Doesn't Lytol ever let you off to have some fun on your own? Or do you just think about it? Honestly, Jaxom. Her tone became acerbic, and her expression registered impatience with him. Between Robinton, though I love the man, and Lytol, Falar, Lessa, and Fanderel, I think they've turned you into a pale echo of themselves. Where is Jaxom? Before he could sort out a suitable answer for her impertinence, she gave him a piercing look through slightly narrowed eyes. They do say the dragon is the man. Maybe that's why Ruth is so different. On that cryptic remark, she rose and made her way back to the others. Jaxom had half a mind to call Ruth and leave if all he was going to get were insults and slights. Like a sulky boy, Natan's words came back to him. Sighing, he settled back to the grass. No, he would not depart hastily from an awkward scene for the second time that morning. He would not act in an immature fashion. He would not give Menelly the satisfaction of knowing that her provocative comments bothered him at all. He stared down the river where his dear companion played and wondered. Why is Ruth different? Is the dragon the man? To be sure, if Ruth were different, he shared it. His birth had been as bizarre as Ruth's hatching. He from a dead mother's body, Ruth from an eggshell too hard for the half-sized beak to break. Ruth was a dragon, but not weir-bred. He was Lord Holder, but not confirmed so. Well then, to prove one would be to prove the other and hail the difference. "Don't let anyone catch you giving Ruth Firestone," Natan had said. Well away, that would be his first goal. 4. Ruatha Hold, Fidelos Hold, and various points between. 15-5-10, 15-5-16. Over the next few days, Jaxom realized that it was one thing to form the resolution to teach Ruth to chew Firestone, and quite another to find the time to do so. It was impossible to contrive a free hour. Jaxom entertained the unworthy thought that perhaps Natan had tipped his plan to Lytol so that the warder had consciously found activities to fill his days. As quickly, Jaxom discarded the notion. Natan was not a treacherous or sly man. On sober examination, Jaxom had to admit that his days had always been full, with Ruth's care first, then lessons, hold duties, and, in past turns, meetings at other holders which Lytol felt he must attend, as a silent observer, to extend his knowledge of hold management. Jaxom simply hadn't realized the extent of his involvement until now, when he desperately wanted time to himself which did not have to be explained or arranged in advance. The other problem which he hadn't seriously considered was that no matter where he and Ruth went, a fire lizard was sure to appear. Menely was correct in calling them gossips, and he had no wish for them to oversee his unauthorized instruction. He experimented by popping Ruth up to a mountain ledge in the high reaches which had been a practice ground when he was teaching Ruth to fly between. The area was deserted, barren, without so much as mountain weed peeping up from under the late hard snow. He'd given Ruth directions while they were airborne, and, at that particular moment, unaccompanied by fire lizards. He'd counted no more than 22 breaths before DeLand's green and the hold steward's blue arrived over Ruth's head. They squeaked in astonishment and then began to complain about the location. Jaxom then tried 2 more equally unfrequented locations, one in the plains of Karoon and another on a deserted island off the coast of Tilak. He was followed to both places. At first, he seethed over such surveillance and envisioned himself tackling Lytol on the matter. Common sense urged that Lytol would scarcely have asked either the steward or DeLand to set their creatures on Jaxom. Misplaced zeal. If he tried to tell DeLand straight out, she'd weep and wail, wring her hands, and run straight to Lytol. But Brand, the steward, was a different matter. He had come from Telgar Hold 2 turns back when the old steward had proved unable to control the lustiness of the fosterlings. Jaxom paused. Now then, Brand would understand the problems of a young man. So, when Jaxom returned to Ruatha Hold, he found Brand in his office, giving out discipline to some drudges for the depredations of tunnel snakes in the storage rooms. To Jaxom's astonishment, the drudges were instantly dismissed with the injunction that if they didn't present him with 2 dead tunnel snake carcasses apiece, they'd do without food for a few days. Not that Brand had ever been lacking in courtesy to Jaxom, but such prompt attention surprised him, and he required a breath or two before he spoke. Brand waited with all the deference he would show to Lytol or a ranking visitor. With some embarrassment, Jaxom remembered his outburst of a few mornings before and wondered. No, Brand wasn't the obsequious type. He had the steady eye, the steady hand, firm mouth, and stance that Lytol had often told Jaxom to look for in the trustworthy man. "Brand, I can't seem to go anywhere without fire lizards from this hold appearing. DeLand's green, and, if you don't mind my saying so, you're blue. Is all that really necessary anymore?" Brand's surprise was honest. "Occasionally," Jaxom hurried on, "a fellow likes to get off by himself, completely by himself, and as you know, fire lizards are the world's greatest gossips. They might get the wrong impression, if you know what I mean." Brand did, but, if he was amused or surprised, he dissembled well. "I do apologize, Lord Jaxom. An oversight, I assure you.
You know how anxious Delan used to be when you and Ruth first started flying between, and the fire lizards followed as a safeguard. I should have long ago altered that arrangement.
Since when am I Lord Jaxom to you, Brand? The steward's lips actually twitched.
Since the other morning, Lord Jaxom.
I didn't mean it like that, Brand. Brand inclined his head slightly, forestalling further apology.
As Lord Lightall remarked, you are well old enough to be confirmed in your rank, Lord Jaxom, and we,
Brand grinned with uninhibited ease,
should act accordingly.
Ah, well, yes. Thank you. Jaxom managed to leave Brand's office without further loss of poise and strode rapidly to the first bend of the corridor. There he stopped, mulling over the implications of that interview. Old enough to be confirmed in your rank. And Lord Grogi thinking to marry him to his daughter. Surely the canny fort holder wouldn't do that if there was any doubt of Jaxom's being confirmed in rank. The prospect now alarmed and annoyed Jaxom, whereas the day before it would have pleased him enormously. Once he officially became Lord of Ruatha, any chance he might have had of flying with the fighting wings would be gone. He didn't want to be Lord of Ruatha, at least not yet, and he certainly didn't want to be saddled with a female, not of his own choosing. He should have told Meneley that he had no trouble with any of the Holder girls, when he was of the mind. Not that he had followed some of the bawdier fosterlings' examples. He wasn't going to have the reputation of a lecher like Miran, or that young fool of Lord Laudi's, whom Lightall had sent back to his home hold with some cover excuse that no one really believed. It was all right for the Lord Holder to beget a few half-bloods, quite another to dilute Holder blood with other lines. Nonetheless, he would have to find a pleasant girl to give him the alibi he needed, and then take the time for more important things. Jaxom pushed himself off the wall, unconsciously straightening his shoulders. Brand's deference had been rather bracing. Now that he thought about it, he remembered other evidences of a change of attitude toward him, something his preoccupation with Firestone had blinded him to until now. He suddenly realized that Delan had not pestered him at the breakfast table to eat more than he wanted, that Dorse had been inexplicably absent the past few days. Nor had Lightall's morning remarks been prefaced with inquiries after Ruth's health, but rather had concerned the day's upcoming business. The night he had returned from the Master-Smith Hall, Lightall and Finder had been eager to learn about Wanzer's stars, and that recital had taken up the whole evening. If the fosterlings and others had been unusually silent, Jaxom had only attributed that state of affairs to their interest in the discussion. Lightall, Finder, and Brand had not had trouble finding their tongues. The next morning, there had been no time for more than a cup of claw and a meat roll, as thread was due to fall across the spring-planted fields in the southwest, and they had a long ride ahead. I should have spoken out months ago, Jaxom thought, as he entered his own quarters. It had been established that Jaxom was not to be disturbed when he was caring for Ruth, a privacy that he was only now beginning to appreciate. Generally, Jaxom attended his dragon, oiling his skin and grooming him in the early morning or late evening. He hunted with Ruth every fourth day since the white dragon required more frequent meals than the larger ones. The Hold's fire lizards usually accompanied Ruth, feasting with him. Most people fed their pets daily by hand, but the urge for hot, fresh-killed, or self-caught food could never be trained out of the fire lizards, and it had been decided not to interfere with that instinct. Fire lizards were quixotic creatures, and although there was no doubt that they became genuinely attached at hatching, they were subject to sudden fits and frights and would disappear, often for long periods of time. When they returned, they acted as if they'd never been gone, except for transmitting some rather outrageous images. Ruth would be ready to hunt today, Jaxom knew. He heard his weir-mate's impatience to be off. Laughing, Jaxom shrugged on the heavy riding jacket and stamped into his boots as he politely inquired what sort of eating Ruth fancied. "Wary. A juicy, plain wary, none of those stringy mountain ones." Ruth emphasized his distaste for the latter with a snort. "You even sound hungry," Jaxom said, entering the dragon's weir and approaching him. Ruth laid his nose lightly on Jaxom's chest, his breath cool even through the heavy riding jacket. His eyes were wheedling with the red overtone of active appetite. He made his way to the huge metal doors that opened onto the stable courtyard and pushed them open with his forelegs. Alerted by Ruth's hungry thoughts, the Hold's fire lizard swirled about in eager anticipation. Jaxom mounted and directed Ruth aloft. The old brown watch dragon called good hunting from the fire heights, and his rider waved. From Hold tithings, the 6 weirs of Pern maintained their own herds and flocks on which the weir dragons fed. No Lord Holder ever objected to an occasional rider feeding his dragon off his land. As Jaxom was Lord Holder and technically had the right to anything within Ruatha's borders, Ruth's hunting was primarily a matter of courtesy. Lytol had not needed to instruct Jaxom to spread his beast's appetite so that no Holder was overburdened. On this particular morning, Jaxom gave Ruth coordinates of a rich grass holding where Lytol had mentioned buck-wherries were being fattened for spring slaughtering. The Holder was out on his runner when Jaxom and Ruth appeared, and he greeted the young lord politely enough and replied to Jaxom's courteous inquiries for his health, the progress of the flock, and the laying weight of the hens.
"A thing I'd like you to mention to Lord Lytol," the man began, and Jaxom detected resentment in his manner. "I've asked for a fire lizard egg time and again. It's my due as a holder, and I've the need. I can't hatch wary eggs proper if vermin burrow under and crack shells. There are 4 or 5 from each clutch gone, lost to snakes and the like. Fire lizard would keep 'em off. They do for your man down at Bald Lake Hold and others I've spoken to. Fire lizards are mighty handy creatures, Lord Jaxom, and being a holder now these past 12 turns, it's only my due. Bald Lake Palon, now he's got a fire lizard, and he's only held for 10 turns.
I can't imagine why you've been slighted, Tegger. I'll see that something is done about it. We haven't a clutch at the moment, but I'll do what I can when we have." Tegger gave surly thanks, and then suggested that Jaxom hunt the buck flock to be found browsing at the far end of the plain meadow. He wanted to take the nearer flock for slaughter, and a hunting dragon ran a 7 days' wait off bucks. Jaxom thanked the man, and Ruth warbled his gratitude, startling Tegger's runner into bucking. Tegger grimly yanked the beast's head about, preventing a bolt. Tegger was unlikely to impress a fire lizard, Jaxom thought as he leaped to Ruth's shoulder. Ruth agreed. "That man had an egg once. The little one went between and never returned to its hatching place." "How did you remember that?" "The fire lizards told me." "When?" "When it happened. I have just remembered it." Ruth sounded very pleased with himself. "They tell me many things that are interesting when you're not with me." Jaxom only then became aware that the usual fire lizard escorts weren't about, even though Ruth was hunting. He hadn't meant that Brand should curtail all fire lizards' excursions with them. Ruth plaintively asked if they couldn't get on with the hunting, since he was hungry. So they proceeded to the suggested area, and Ruth let Jaxom down on a grassy rise with a good view of the hunt where he made himself comfortable. No sooner had Ruth become airborne than a flight of fire lizards appeared, courteously landing to await the dragon's summons to join him after his kill. Some dragons took their time selecting their meal, swooping on flock or herd to scatter it and isolate the fattest. Either Ruth made up his mind quickly, or else he was influenced by Jaxom's knowledge that Tegger would not appreciate overrun wherries. Whatever, the white dragon dispatched the first buck in one deft swoop, cracking the creature's long neck as he brought it down. Ruth left the delighted fire lizards picking the bones and killed a second time, eating as daintily as ever. The flock had barely settled at the far end of the meadow when he launched himself unexpectedly for the third. "I told you I was hungry," Ruth said so apologetically that Jaxom laughed and told him to stuff himself with all he wanted. "I am not stuffing myself," Ruth replied with a mild rebuke that Jaxom would think such a thing of him. "I am very hungry." Jaxom regarded the feasting fire lizards thoughtfully. He wondered if any were from Ruatha. Ruth replied immediately that they had come from the surrounding area. "So," mused Jaxom, "I've only solved the problem of keeping Ruathan fire lizards from following. But what one fire lizard knew, they all seemed to know, so he would still have to keep his activities from their sight. Jaxom knew a dragon needed time to chew and digest firestone for the best effect. Dragonriders would begin to feed their beasts stone several hours before thread was due to fall. How fast could Ruth work up a full enough gullet of stone to produce the fire breath? He wondered. He'd have to go carefully. Since dragons differed in capacity and readiness, each rider had to find out for himself what his beast's peculiarities were. If only he could have trained Ruth in a weir and have the benefit of a weirling master's experience. Well, firestone was no problem. The old watch-dragon had to be supplied, so there was a goodly pile on the fire heights, and Ruth wouldn't need as much as a big dragon. When still remained the problem. Jaxom had his morning free because Ruth was to hunt, and it wasn't sound practice to take a full dragon between. All that rich, warm food would sour a dragon belly in cold between. So Jaxom would have to take the time to fly Ruth straight to Ruatha Hold. This afternoon would be taken up with overseeing spring planting, and if Lighthall were really going to arrange for him to be confirmed as Lord Holder, he couldn't get out of making an appearance. Idly, Jaxom wondered if the Lord Holders ever worried whether he might try to imitate his tyrannical father's taking ways or not. They would run on about bloodlines and blood-telling, but weren't they the least bit nervous about his fax blood-telling? Or were they counting on the influence of his mother's blood? Everyone was right willing to discuss his Lady Mother Gemma with him, but did they ever fumble and fight to find another subject if he mentioned his unlamented father? Were they afraid to have him get ideas from his father's aggressive ways? Or was it merely courtesy not to talk about the dead unkindly? They certainly had no bar about discussing the living in destructive terms. Jaxom toyed with the idea of conquest. How would he set about reducing Nabol, or, since Fort Hold was too big a bite, Tillich? Or Crom, perhaps, though he liked Lord Nestle's oldest son, Pern, far too much to do him out of what was rightfully his. Shells, he was a fine one to talk of conquest when he couldn't even control the destiny of himself and his dragon. Ruth, waddling with a full, bulging belly, belched happily as he made his way to his rider. He settled himself in the sun-warmed sweet grasses and began to lick his talons. He was always neat. "Can you fly when you're stuffed?" Jaxom asked when Ruth had finished tidying up. Ruth turned his head, his eyes whirling in reproach. "I can always fly." The dragon exhaled, his breath rather meaty and sweet. "You are worried again." "I want us to be proper dragon and rider, and fight thread, me on your back, you flaming." "Then we will do it," Ruth said with unshakable faith. "I am a dragon, you are my rider. Why does this become a problem?" "Well, wherever we go, the fire lizards come." "You told the thick man with the blue," Ruth's identification of Brand, "they were not to follow. They did not come here." "Others did, and you know how fire lizards chatter." Then Jaxom recalled Meneley's comments. What are that lot thinking of now? "Their full bellies. The wherries were juicy and tender, very good eating. They do not remember better in many turns." "Would they go away if you told them to?" Ruth snorted, his eyes whirling a bit, more with amusement than irritation. "They would wonder why and come to see. I will tell them if you want me to. Maybe they would stay away long enough." "Just like them. They've more curiosity than sense." "Well, as Robinson is always saying, there's a way to solve every problem. We'll just have to find a way." On their return to Ruatha Hold, Ruth's digestion was working noisily. He wanted nothing more than to curl up on a sun-warmed rock and sleep, and since the brown watch-dragon was away from his usual post, Ruth settled there. Jaxom waited in the great courtyard until he saw Ruth safely ensconced, and then he sought Lighthall. If Brand had commented on Jaxom's request to Lighthall, the Lord Warder gave no sign, greeting Jaxom with his usual reserve and enjoining him to eat quickly, as they had rather a long ride to make. Tordrill and one of the other older fosterlings living under Lighthall's supervision would accompany them. Master Farmer Andaman had sent a new seed he had developed for a high-yield, fast-growing wheat. Southern fields, grub-infested and planted with this wheat seed, had produced phenomenally healthy, blight-resistant crops that were able to survive long dry spells. Andaman wondered how the wheat would fare in a rainier northern climate. Many of the older small-holders were stubborn about trying something new. As hide-bound as old-timers, Lighthall would mutter, but somehow or other he managed to prevail. For instance, Fidello, who owned the hold they were seeding, was only 2 turns in the holding, the previous man having died of a fall while tracking wild wherries. So, after a quick meal, the travelers set off on some of the specially bred runners that could pace a long summer's day without tiring. Though Jaxom used to find it tedious to take hours to cross country he could fly between en route in a few breaths, he did enjoy an occasional runner ride. Today, with spring in the air and secure in the knowledge that he was still in Lighthall's good graces, he enjoyed the trip. Fidello's holding was in northeast Ruatha, on a plateau with the snow-capped mountains of Crom in the background. When they reached the plateau, the blue fire lizard that rode on Tordril's arm shrilled a greeting and took off to make an aerial circle of introduction to a brown that was probably looking to Fidello and set to watch for the visitors. Immediately, the 2 fire lizards winked between. Tordril and Jaxom exchanged glances, knowing that a welcoming cup of claw and sweetbreads would be waiting at the holding. Their ride had given them an appetite. Fidello himself rode out to escort them on the last part of the road. He was mounted on a sturdy work-beast whose summer coat gleamed with health through the rough and patchy winter fur. His hold, to which he welcomed them in an earnest but restrained manner, was small and well kept. His dependents, including those of the last holder, had assembled to serve the visitors. "He's got a good cook," Tordril said in an aside to Jaxom as the 3 younger men made conspicuous inroads on the food laid out on the long hall table. "And a deuced pretty sister," he added, as the girl approached them, bearing a steaming pitcher of claw. "She was pretty," Jaxom agreed, looking at her closely for the first time. Trust Tordril to spot the prettiest girl. Brand would have to keep his eye on this one when he ventured out of the hold to the workers' cots below the bridge. This pretty girl, however, had a timid smile for Jaxom, not Tordril, and even though the prospective Lord of Ista tried to engage her in conversation, she gave him short answers, keeping her smiles for Jaxom. She left his side only when her brother joined them to say that perhaps they'd better seed the fields, or it would be a long, dark ride back to the hold. "I wonder would you have got her so quick if I'd been Lord of Ruatha?" Tordril asked Jaxom as they checked their saddle girths before mounting. "Got her?" Jaxom stared blankly at Tordril. "We only chatted." "Well, you could have her next time you, have a chance to chat. Or does Lighthall mind a few half-bloods around? Father says it keeps the full ones on their toes. Ought to be easy for you with Lighthall Weirbred and not as stuffy about such things." Lighthall and Fidello joined them at that point, but Tordril's envious comment set Jaxom's thoughts on a very fruitful tack. What was her name? Korana? Well, Korana could be very useful. There was only the 1 fire lizard about the plateau hold, and if Ruth could just dissuade that creature from following them. When they returned to the hold late that night, Jaxom quietly climbed to the fire heights and took a good sackful of firestone from the brown supply while the old watch-dragon and his rider were having a brief evening flight to stretch wings. The next morning, he casually asked Lighthall if he thought they had brought enough seed for Fidello. Theirs did seem to be a very large field. Lighthall regarded his ward from under half-closed lids for a moment, and then agreed that perhaps another half-sack might be to the wise. Tordril's expression mirrored surprise, envy, and, Jaxom felt, some respect for plausibility. Lighthall duly ordered a half-sack of Andaman seed from Brand's locked stores, and Jaxom sauntered off with it to don his riding gear. Ruth, full of himself after a good feed, wanted to know if there was a nice lake near the hold. Jaxom thought that the river was wide enough for a respectable dragon's bath, but they weren't going there for water sports. They managed to take off without anyone seeing the second sack slung on Ruth, or the fighting straps. Although the fire lizards engaged in their usual dizzy pattern around them while Ruth was becoming airborne, none emerged with them at the plateau hold. Fidello himself took receipt of the additional seed with such profuse thanks that Jaxom was a bit abashed at his duplicity.
"I didn't like to mention it in front of the Lord Warder, Lord Jaxom, but that's a fair big field I've ready for this seed, and I'd want to see a good return to justify Lord Lightall's opinion of me. Would you care for a refreshment? My wife—"
Only his wife? It would be welcome. The morning's nippy. He patted Ruth affectionately and dismounted, following Fidello into the hold. He was pleased to notice that the main hall was as tidy as it had been for their expected visit. Corana was not in evidence, but Fidello's very pregnant wife was in no way misled by his casual return. "Everyone else has gone to the river, to the place where it forms an island, to gather withies, Lord Jaxom," she said, glancing at him coquettishly as she served him hot claw. "On your beautiful dragon, that's no more than a moment's trip for you, my lord."
"Now why would Lord Jaxom want to see withies gathered?"
Fidello asked, but received no direct answer. The social amenities discharged, Jaxom directed Ruth aloft, circled while waving down at Fidello, and then took them between to the mountain well beyond the keenest eye of any hold. The brown fire lizard followed. "Shells! Ruth, tell him to get lost." Immediately the brown winked out. "Good. Now I can teach you to chew firestone." "I know." "You think you know. I've been around Dragonriders long enough to know that doing so is not quite as simple as that." Ruth gave a sort of sniff as Jaxom dug a lump of firestone the size of his own generous fist out of the sack. "Now, think of your other stomach." Ruth lidded his eyes completely as he accepted the firestone. The noise as he chewed the lump startled him. His eyes came wide open, making Jaxom exclaim, "Should you make that much noise?" "It is rock." He threw one lid over his eyes as he suddenly swallowed. "I am thinking of my other stomach," he told Jaxom before he could be reminded. Later, Jaxom swore that he could all but hear the chewed fragments rolling down the dragon's gullet. The two sat and regarded each other, waiting for the next step. "You're supposed to belch." I know how to belch, but I can't." Jaxom politely offered him another largish piece of firestone. This time the chewing did not resound so noticeably. Ruth swallowed, then seemed to settle more on his haunches. "Oh!" On the heels of the mental exclamation, a rumble started that made Ruth look quickly at his white belly. His mouth opened. With a startled shout, Jaxom launched himself to one side just as a tiny trickle of flame appeared at the white dragon's muzzle. Ruth jerked backward, only saved from falling over by the set of his tail. "I think I need more firestone to make a respectable flame." Jaxom offered several smallish lumps. Ruth made quick work of the chewing, and quicker work of the eruption of gas. "That was much more the thing," Ruth said with satisfaction. "Wouldn't do much against thread." Ruth just opened his mouth for more firestone. What Jaxom had brought was all too quickly consumed, but with it, Ruth managed to sear a fair swath among the rockweeds. "I don't think we've got the hang of it. We also haven't burned any thread mid-air. We aren't exactly ready to do that yet, but we have proved that you can chew firestone." "I never doubted it." "I never did either, Ruth, but—" Jaxom sighed heavily. "We're going to need a lot of firestone at hand until you learn the way of sustaining a continuous eruption." Ruth looked so disconsolate that Jaxom hastily reassured him, stroking his eye ridges and caressing his head bone. "We should have been allowed to train you properly with the other weirlings. It's just not fair. I've always said so. You can't help your difficulties today, but by the first shell, we'll eventually succeed together." Ruth allowed himself to be reassured, then brightened. "We will work harder, that's all. But it would be easier with more firestone." Brown Wilf never uses much anymore. He's really too old to chew at all. That's why he's a watch dragon. Jaxom emptied the sack of any firestone rubble, tied it up by the neck thong, and looped it around his belt. He hadn't needed the rope for fighting straps, after all. He was about to tell Ruth to transfer directly to Ruatha when he remembered that he had better consolidate his alibi for future use. He had no trouble finding the withy gatherers by the river island, and Karana eagerly came to meet him. She was very pretty, he realized, with a delicate flush to her skin and round, greenish eyes. Her dark hair had escaped the braids about her face and now clung to her cheeks in damp waves. "Has there been thread?" she asked, her green eyes becoming round with alarm. "No. Why?" "I can smell firestone." "Oh, these riding clothes, I always use them during fall. Smell must cling to them, I just didn't notice." That was one hazard he hadn't considered, and he'd have to do something about it. "I flew up with more seed for your brother." She thanked him sweetly for taking so much trouble for such a small hold as theirs. Then she became shy. Jaxom rather liked drawing her out, and sent her into another spin by insisting on helping with the withy gathering. "This Lord Holder wants to know how to do everything he requires of his holders," he said, to silence her protests. Actually, he enjoyed himself. When they had amassed a huge bundle, he offered to fly it home on Ruth if she'd ride with him. Karana was honestly frightened, but he assured her they'd only fly straight since she wasn't dressed for cold between. Jaxom got in a couple of kisses before Ruth circled to land his passengers at the hold. He decided that one way or another, Karana would no longer be just an excuse. When he had deposited her and the withies, he directed Ruth between to their mountain lake. Though he was in no mood for a cold bath, Jaxom knew they'd better scrub off the firestone stink before going back to Ruatha. It took time to sand-scrub the smell from Ruth's fair hide. Then Jaxom had to dry his impregnated shirt and pants, spreading them in full sun on the bushes. By that time the sun was well past zenith, and he had spent far more time than dallying with Karana would cover. So he took a risk and returned to Ruatha between time, to when the sun was still on the morning side of the sky. But one detail he forgot to take into his calculations nearly gave away their endeavor. He was at dinner when his dragon let out a call for him, an urgent call. "Ruth!" he explained as he sprang from his chair at the table and raced across the hall to the corridor to his quarters. "My stomach burns," Ruth began telling him in great distress. "Shells! It's the stones," Jaxom replied as he ran down the deserted hallway. "Go outside to the fire heights, where Wilf leaves his." Ruth wasn't sure he could fly in his condition. "Nonsense, you can always fly." Ruth had to disgorge his second stomach outside the weir. Lytol might just follow to see what ailed the beast for him to interrupt Jaxom at dinner. "I can't move. I'm way down in the middle." "You're just going to regurgitate the firestone ash. Dragons don't keep that in their stomachs. They can't pass it. The stuff has got to come back up." "I feel as if it will." "Not in the weir, Ruth. Please." Scarcely a second later, Ruth eyed him apologetically. In the middle of the weir floor, a small pile of what looked like brownish-gray wet sand exuded steam. "I feel much better now," Ruth said in a very small voice. "Can you hear Lytol coming?" Jaxom asked Ruth, because his heart was pounding so from running that was all he could hear. He dashed out the metal doors and into the kitchen yard to fetch a bucket and shovel. "If I can just get this outside before it smells up the place." He worked as fast as he could, and fortunately the mess just filled the one bucket. It wasn't as if Ruth had chewed enough firestone for a full 4-hour threadfall. Jaxom pushed the bucket out and sprinkled sweet sand on the spot. "No Lytol?" he asked, somewhat surprised. "No." Jaxom exhaled heavily with relief, patted Ruth reassuringly. He wouldn't forget to have Ruth regurgitate in a safe spot next time. When he resumed his place at the table, Jaxom offered no explanation, and none was asked. One more example of the new respect from his familiars. The next night, he and Ruth filched as much firestone as the dragon could carry from the most logical place, the Firestone mines in Crom. Half a dozen fire lizards appeared during the raid, and Ruth merely sent each one on its way as soon as it appeared. Don't let them follow us. They were only being courteous. They like me. There's such a thing as being too popular. Ruth sighed. Is this too much, Firestone? Jaxom asked, not wanting to overburden the beast. Of course not. I'm very strong. Jaxom directed Ruth between to the Karoon desert destination. There was the sea to bathe in afterward, and plenty of sweet sand to scrub off Firestone stench, and sun hot enough to dry his clothing in next to no time. 5. Morning at Harper's Craft Hall, Fort Hold. Afternoon in Bendon Weir. Late afternoon in Harpercraft Hall. 15/5/26. Another threadfall passed before Jaxom could get off to the plateau hold again. He seemed to have more success with Korana than in getting Ruth to sustain flame properly. The white dragon's throat was nearly burned from keeping in belches when fire lizards would suddenly appear at the most inopportune times. Jaxom was certain that every single one in Karoon Hold had had a look-in. Even Ruth's patience was tried, and they had to time it by a 6-hour span so that their absence from Ruatha would not be considered exceptional. Timing it tired him, Jaxom realized, as he fell into bed that night, exhausted and frustrated. To make matters worse, he would have to go to the Master Harper Hall the next day with Finder, because the Ruathan Harper was scheduled to learn how to use Wanzer's star equations. Every Harper was expected to master that, so at least one other person besides the holder could make an accurate check on threadfall. The Master Harper Hall was part of the sprawling complex of dwellings inside and outside the Fort Hold cliffs. When Jaxom and Finder, en route, burst into the air above the Harper Craft Hall, they met chaos. Fire lizards were swooping and diving, screaming in an ecstasy of agitation. The watch-dragon on Fort Hold's fire heights was up on his hind legs, front ones pawing the air, wings fanning at the stretch, bellowing in fury. "Angry! They are angry!" was Ruth's startled comment. "Ruth! I am Ruth! Ruth!" he called in his inimitable tenor bugle. "What's happened?" Finder demanded in Jaxom's ear. "Ruth says they're angry." "Angry? I've never seen a dragon that angry before." Filled with apprehension, Jaxom directed Ruth to the courtyard of the Harper Craft Hall. So many people were dashing around, with fire lizards zipping wildly about, that he had trouble finding a clear spot. No sooner had he landed than a wing of fire lizards danced about him, projecting anxious, agitated thoughts that Ruth told Jaxom made no sense to him, and even less to Jaxom when he received them second-hand. He did perceive that these were Meadowlee's beasts, sent to find out where he was. "There you are. You got my message?" Meadowlee came racing out of the hall up to them, dragging on her flying gear as she ran. "We've got to go to Bendon Weir. They've stolen the queen egg." She was scrambling up behind Finder on Ruth's back, apologizing for crowding him and urging Jaxom to get a move on. "Are 3 too many for Ruth?" Meadowlee asked with belated concern as the white dragon seemed to hesitate before launching himself. "Never." "Who stole Ramoth's egg? How? When?" Finder asked. "This half-hour past. They're calling in all the bronzes and the other queens. They're going to Southern in force and make them give the egg back." "How did they know it was Southern?" asked Jaxom. "Who else would need to steal a queen egg?" Then all conversation was suspended as Ruth took them smartly between. They erupted into the air over Bendon, and suddenly 3 bronzes were arrowing out of the sun right at them, flaming. Ruth let out a squeal and went between, emerging over the lake and chattering at his would-be attackers at the top of his voice. "I'm Ruth! I'm Ruth! I'm Ruth!" "That was close," Finder said, gulping. His hands were pinching Jaxom's arms, nerveless. "You just missed my wingtip! I'm Ruth!" "They apologized," the white dragon added in a calmer tone to his rider, but he turned his wingtip for a close look. Meadowlee groaned. "Oh, I forgot to tell you we were to come in yelling who we were. You'd think Ruth, at least, would be passed without challenge." As she spoke, more dragons appeared, trumpeting to the 3 bronzes guarding from the heights. The new arrivals circled tightly to land their riders by a crowd gathered around the entrance to the hatching ground. Jaxom, Finder, and Menely started across the bowl to join them. "Jaxom, have you ever seen so many dragons?" Menely looked around at the crowded weir rim, at the dragons on weir ledges, all with wings spread, ready for instant flight. "Oh, Jaxom, what if it comes to dragon fighting dragon?" The terror in her voice echoed his own feelings perfectly. "Those fool old-timers must be desperate," Finder said grimly. "How could they get away with such barefaced thievery?" Jaxom wanted to know. "Ramoth never leaves a clutch." "Not since the time Flessin and I disturbed her eggs," he added guiltily to himself. "Fënor brought us the news," Menely said. "He said she'd gone to feed. Half the Bendon fire lizards were in the ground. They always are, with an odd 1 or 2 visiting from the southern weir, no doubt," Finder added. Menely nodded. "That's what Fënor said. So the old-timers would have known when she wasn't there. Fënor said she'd just killed when 3 bronzes appeared, past the watch dragon. I mean, why would the watch dragon question bronze dragons? They ducked in the upper tunnel to the hatching ground. Ramoth gave an almighty shriek and went between. The next thing, 3 bronzes came flying out of the upper entrance. They had heard Ramoth scream. She came charging out of the hatching ground, but they had gone between before she'd got a wing length off the ground." "Didn't they send dragons after them?" "Ramoth went after, with Nementh but a breath behind her. Not that it did any good." "Why not?" "The bronzes went between time, and not even Ramoth would know when." "Exactly. Nementh checked the southern weir and hold and half the hot beaches. Not even the old-timers could be stupid enough to take a queen egg straight back to southern." "But surely the old-timers would not know," Finder added wearily, "that we know they took the egg." By that time they had reached the outskirts of the crowd, where dragonriders from other weirs, as well as lords holder and craftmasters, had gathered. Lessa stood on the ledge of her weir, Falar beside her along with Fanderel and Robinton, who both looked extremely grim and anxious. Natan stopped halfway down the steps, talking earnestly and with angry gestures to 2 other bronze riders. Slightly to one side were the 3 other Bendon weir women, and several other women who must be queen riders from the other weirs. The atmosphere of outrage and frustration was oppressive. Dominating the entire scene was Ramoth, who paced up and down in front of the hatching ground, pausing now and again to peer in at the eggs remaining on the hot sands. Her tail started lashing, and she let out angry buglings that obscured the discussions going on above her on the ledge. "It's dangerous to take an egg between," someone in front of Jaxom and Menely said. "I suppose it could go a ways, so long as the egg was good and warm to start, and took no hurt." "We ought to just mount up and go down and sear those old-timers out of the weir." "And have dragon fight dragon? You're as bad as the old-timers." "But we can't have dragons stealing our queen eggs. This is the worst insult Bendon's ever taken from the old-timers, and I say, make 'em pay for it." "The southern weir is desperate," Menely said in an undertone to Jaxom. "None of their queens has risen to mate. The bronzes are dying, and they don't even have any young greens." Just then Ramoth gave a piteous cry, throwing her head up toward Lessa. Every dragon in the weir answered her call, deafening the humans. Jaxom could see Lessa leaning over the ledge, one hand outstretched toward the despairing queen. Then, because he was a good head above most of the crowd and looking that way, Jaxom saw something dark fluttering in the hatching ground. He heard a muffled cry of pain. "Look! What's that? In the hatching ground!" Only those around him heard his exclamation or noticed him pointing. All Jaxom could think of was that if the southern bronzes were indeed dying, the old-timers might use this confusion to try and steal a bronze egg as well. He took to his heels, followed by Menely and Finder, but he was overcome by such a wave of weakness that he was forced to stop. Something seemed to be sapping his strength, but Jaxom had no idea what it could be. "What's the matter, Jaxom?" "Nothing." Jaxom pulled Menely's hands from his arm and all but pushed her toward the ground. "The eggs! The eggs! His injunction was drowned in Ramoth's bellow of surprise and exultation. The egg! The queen egg! By the time Jaxom had recovered from his inexplicable vertigo and reached the hatching ground, everyone was staring with relief at the sight of the queen egg, now safely positioned once again between Ramoth's forelegs. A fire lizard, reckless with curiosity, got a scant wing length into the ground before Ramoth's bellow of fury sent it streaking away. In relief, people began to chatter as they moved back out of the hatching ground to where the sand was not so uncomfortable underfoot. Someone suggested that perhaps the egg had merely rolled away and Ramoth only thought it had been taken. But too many had seen the empty place where the queen egg had too obviously been missing. And what about the 3 strange bronzes streaking out of the high entrance to the ground? More acceptable was the notion that the old-timers had had second thoughts about the theft, that they, too, were reluctant to pit dragon against dragon. Lessa had remained in the ground, trying to persuade Ramoth to let her see if the egg had come to any harm. Soon she came hurrying out of the ground to Falar and Robinton. That's the same egg, but it's older and harder, ready to hatch any time now. The girls must be brought. For the 3rd time that morning, Bendon Weir was in a state of high excitement. Happier, fortunately, but still generating as much chaos. Jaxom and Meneley managed to keep out of the way, but remained close enough to hear what was going on. Whoever took that egg kept it at least 10 days or more, they heard Lessa saying angrily. That demands action. The egg is back safely, Robinton said, trying to calm her. Are we cowards to ignore such an insult? She asked the other dragonmen, turning away from Robinton's calmer words. If to be brave, Robinton's voice laid scorn on the quality, means to pit dragon against dragon, I'd rather be a coward. Lessa's white-hot outrage noticeably cooled. Dragon against dragon. The words echoed through the crowd. The thought turned sickeningly in Jaxom's mind, and he could feel Meneley beside him, shutting off the implications of such a contest. The egg was somewhen for long enough to be brought close to hatching hardness, Lessa went on, her face set with her anger. It's probably been handled by their candidate. It could have been influenced enough so that the fledgling won't impress here. No one has ever proved how much an egg is influenced by pre-hatching contact, Robinton was saying in his most persuasive voice. Or so you've had me understand any number of times. Short of dumping their candidate on top of the egg when it hatches, I can't think their conniving can do them any good, or the egg any more harm. The assembled dragonfolk were still very tense, but the initial impetus to rise in wings and destroy the southern weir had cooled considerably with the return of the egg, however mysterious that return was. Obviously, we can no longer be complacent, said Falar, glancing up at the watch-dragons, or secure in the delusion of the inviolability of the hatching ground. Any hatching ground. Nervously, he pushed the hair back from his forehead. By the first shell, they've a lot of gall trying to steal one of Ramoth's eggs. The first way to secure this weir is to ban those dratted fire lizards, Lessa said heatedly. They're little tattlers, worse than useless. Not all of them, Lessa, Brecca said, stepping up beside the weir woman. Some of them come on legitimate errands and give us a lot of assistance. 2 are playing that game, Robinton said without humor. Meneley dug Jaxom in the ribs, reminding him that the Harper Hall's fire lizards, hers included, did a lot of assisting. I don't care, Lessa told Brecca, and glared around at the assembled, looking for fire lizards. I don't want to see them about here. Ramoth's not to be pestered by those plaguey things. Something's to be done to keep them where they belong. Mark 'em with their colors, was Brecca's quick reply. Mark 'em and teach them to speak their name and origin the way dragons do. They're quite capable of learning courtesy, at least the ones who come to Bendon by order. Have them report to you, Brecca, or Miriam, Robinton suggested. Just keep them away from Ramoth and me. Lessa peered in at Ramoth and then whipped around. And someone bring up that wherry that Ramoth didn't eat. She'll be the better for something in her belly right now. We'll discuss this violation of our weir later, in detail. Falar ordered several dragon men to get the wherry, and then courteously thanked the rest of the assembled for their prompt reply to his summons. He gestured to several of the weir leaders and Robinson to join him in the weir above. "There's not a fire lizard in sight," Meneley said to Jaxom. "I told Beauty to stay away. She's answered me scared to her bones." "So's Ruth," Jaxom said as they crossed the bowl to him. "He's turned almost gray." Ruth was more than scared. He was trembling with anxiety. "Something is wrong. Something is not right," he told his rider, his eyes whirling erratically with gray tones. "Your wing was injured?" "No, not my wing. Something is wrong in my head. I don't feel right." Ruth shifted from all four legs to his hindquarters, and then back again to all four, rustling his wings. "Is it because all the fire lizards have gone? Or the excitement about Ramoth's egg?" Ruth said it was both and neither. The fire lizards were all frightened. They remembered something which frightened them. Remembered? Ha! Jaxom felt exasperated with fire lizards and their associative memories, and their ridiculous images which were making his sensible Ruth miserable. Jaxom? Meneley had detoured to the lower caverns and shared with him the handful of meat rolls she'd caged from the cooks. "Finder says Robinson wants me to go back to the Harper Craft Hall and let them and Fort Hold know what's been happening. I'm also to start marking my fire lizards." "Look!" She pointed to the weir rim and the starstones. "The watch dragon is chewing firestone. Oh, Jaxom!" "Dragon against dragon." He shuddered violently. "Jaxom, it can't come to that," she said in a choked voice. Neither of them could finish their meat rolls. Silently they mounted Ruth, who took them aloft. As Robinson climbed the steps to the Queen's Weir, he was thinking faster than he had ever done. Too much was going to depend on what happened now, the whole future course of the planet, if he read reactions correctly. He knew more than he ought about conditions in the southern Weir, but his knowledge had done him no service today. He berated himself for being so naive, as unseeingly obtuse as any dragonrider for assuming that the weirs were inviolable and a hatching ground untouchable. He had had warnings from Pimer, but he simply hadn't correlated the information properly. Yet, in light of today's occurrence, he ought to have arrived at the logical conclusion that the desperate Southerners would make this prodigious attempt to revive their failing weir with the blood of a new and viable queen. Even if he had reached the proper conclusion, Robinson thought ruefully, however would he have been able to persuade Lessa and Falar that that was what the Southerners planned today? The weir leaders would have been properly scornful of such a ridiculous notion. No one was laughing today. No one at all. Strange that so many people had assumed that the old-timers would meekly accept their exile and remain docilely on their continent. They had not been cramped in their accommodation, merely in their hope of a future. Tekul must have been the motivating force. Tehran had lost all his vigor and initiative after the duel with Falar. Robinson was reasonably certain that the two weir women, Marika and Mardra, had had no part in the plan. They wouldn't wish to be deposed by a young queen and her rider. Had one of them returned the egg? No, thought Robinson. It had to be someone with an intimate knowledge of the Bendon Weir hatching ground, or someone possessed of the blindest good luck and skill to go between, into and out of, the cavern. Robinson relived briefly the compound terror he had experienced during the egg's absence. He winced, thinking of Lessa's fury. She was still likely to arouse the northern Dragonriders. She was quite capable of sustaining the unthinking frenzy that had all but dominated the events of the morning. If she continued in her demand for vengeance against the guilty Southerners, it could be as much a disaster for Pern as the first threadfall had been. The egg had been returned. Robinson clung to the comforting fact that it was apparently unharmed despite its aging in that elapsed subjective time. Lessa could choose to make its condition an issue. And if the egg did not hatch an unimpaired queen, there was no doubt in Robinson's mind that Lessa would insist on retribution. But the egg had been returned. He must drum in that fact, must emphasize that obviously not all Southerners had been party to this heinous action. Some old-timers still honored the old codes of conduct. No doubt one of them had been perceptive enough to guess what punitive action would be launched against the criminals and wished, as fervently as Robinson, to avoid such a confrontation. "This is indeed a black moment," someone with a deep, sad voice said. The harper turned, grateful for the sane support of the master-smith. Fanderel's heavy features were etched with worry, and, for the first time, Robinson noticed the puffiness of age blurring the man's features, yellowing his eyes. "Such perfidy must be punished, and yet it cannot be." The thought of dragon fighting dragon again seared Robinson's mind with terror. "Too much would be lost," he said to Fanderel. "They have already lost all they had, being sent into exile. I often wondered why they didn't rebel before. They have now, with a vengeance. To be met with more vengeance. My friend, we must keep our wits today as never before. I fear Lessa may be unreasonable and unthinking. Already she has let emotion dominate common sense." The smith indicated the leather patch on Robinson's shoulder where his fire lizard, Zer, customarily perched. "Where is your little friend now?" "Brecca's weir with Grawl and Bird. I wanted him to return to the Harper Craft Hall with Meneley, but he refused." The smith shook his great head again in sad, slow sweeps as the two men entered the council chamber. "I do not have a fire lizard myself, but I know only good of the little creatures. It never occurred to me that they constituted any threat for anyone." "You will support me in this, then, Fanderel?" asked Brecca, who had entered behind them with Fënor. "Lessa is not herself. I do really understand her anxiety, but she cannot be allowed to damn all fire lizards for the mischief of a few." "Mischief?" Fënor was perturbed. "Don't let Lessa hear you call what happened mischief." "Mischief? Stealing a queen egg?" "The fire lizard's part was only mischief. Popping into Ramoth's cave like how many others have been doing since the eggs were laid." Brecca spoke more sharply than she usually did, and a tightness about Fënor's eyes and mouth indicated to Robinson that this couple were not in accord. "Fire lizards have no sense of wrong or right." "They'll have to learn," Fënor began with more heat than discretion. "I fear that we, who have no dragons," said Robinson, quickly intervening, lest today's event fracture the bond between the two lovers, "have been making too much of our little friends, carting them about with us wherever we go, doting as parents of a late child, permitting too many liberties of conduct. But a more restrained attitude toward fire lizards in our midst is a very minor consideration in today's affair." Fënor had dampened his aggravation. He nodded now at the harper. "Suppose that egg hadn't been returned, Robinson." His shoulders jerked in a convulsive shake, and he pushed at his forehead as if trying to eliminate all memory of that scene. "If the egg hadn't been returned," Robinson said implacably, "Dragon would have fought Dragon." He spaced out his words, putting as much force and distaste as he could in his tone. Fënor quickly shook his head, denying that outcome. "No, it would not have come to that, Robinson. You were wise." "Wise?" Spat out by the infuriated weir-woman, the word cut like a knife. Lessa stood at the entrance to the council room, her slender frame taut with the emotions of the morning, her face livid with her anger. "Wise? To let them get away with such a crime? To let them plot even more base treacheries? Why did I ever think it necessary to bring them forward, when I remember that I pleaded with that excrescence Tron to come and help us? Help us? He helps himself to my queen's egg. If I could only undo my stupidity." "Your stupidity is in carrying on in this fashion," the harper said coldly, knowing that what he had to say before the weir leaders and craftmasters assembled in the council room might well alienate them all. "The egg has been returned." "Yes, and when that was what you wanted an hour ago, was it not?" Robinson demanded, raising his voice commandingly. "You wanted the egg returned. To achieve that end, you were within your rights to send dragon against dragon, and no one to fault you, but the egg has been returned.
To set dragon against dragon for revenge? Oh, no, Lessa. That you have no right to do, not in revenge. And if you must have revenge to satisfy your queen and your angry self, just think, they failed. They don't have that egg. Their actions have put all the weirs on guard so they could never succeed a second time. They have lost their one chance, Lessa. Their one hope of reviving their dying bronzes has failed. They have been thwarted, and they face nothing. No future, no hope. You can do nothing worse to them, Lessa. So with the return of that egg, you have no right in the eyes of the rest of Pern to do anything more. I have the right to revenge that insult to me, to my queen, and to my weir. Insult? Robinson gave a short bark of laughter. My dear Lessa, that was no insult. That was a compliment of the highest order. His unexpected laughter, as well as his startling interpretation, stunned Lessa into silence. How many queen eggs have been laid this past turn? Robinson demanded of the other weir leaders. And in weirs the old-timers would know more intimately than Bendon. No, they wanted a queen of Ramoth's clutch. Nothing but the best that Pern could produce for the old-timers. Adroitly, Robinson left that argument. Come, Lessa, he said with great sympathy and compassion. We're all overwrought by this terrible event. None of us is thinking clearly. He passed his hand across his face, no sham gesture, for he was perspiring with the effort to redirect the mood of so many. Emotions are running far too high, and you've borne the brunt of it, Lessa. He took her by the arm and led the shocked but unresisting weir-woman to her chair, seating her with great concern and deference. You must have been half-crazed by Ramoth's distress. She is calmer now, isn't she? Lessa's jaw dropped in amazement, and she continued to stare at Robinson with wide-open eyes. Then she nodded, closing her mouth and moistening her lips. So you'll be more yourself then, too. Robinson poured a cup of wine and passed it to her. Still bemused by his startling attitude, she even sipped it, and able to realize that the worst catastrophe that could happen to this world would be for dragon to fight dragon. Lessa set the cup down then, spilling wine on the stone table. You, with your clever words, and she pointed at Robinson, rising from the chair like an uncoiling spring. He was right, Lessa, Flar said from the entrance where he'd been watching the scene. He walked into the room, toward the table where Lessa sat. We only had cause to invade Southern to search for our egg. Once it was returned, we would be damned by all Pern to pursue vengeance. He spoke to her, but his eyes had gone to each weir leader and craftsmaster to judge their reactions. Once dragon fights dragon, for whatever reason, his gesture wiped away any possible consideration, we, the Dragonriders of Pern, lose the rest of Pern. He gave Lessa a long, hard look, which she returned with frozen implacability. Squarely, he faced the room. I wish with all my heart that there'd been some other solution that day at Telga for Tehran and Tekul. Sending them to the southern continent seemed to be the answer. There they could do the rest of Pern's scant harm. No, just us, just Bendon, Lessa spoke with palpable bitterness. It's Tehran and Mardra trying to get back at you and me. Mardra would not favor a queen to depose her, said Brecca, who did not turn aside when Lessa whirled on her. Brecca's right, Lessa, Flar said, putting his hand on Lessa's shoulder with apparent casualness. Mardra wouldn't like competition. Robinson could see the pressure of the weir leader's fingers whitening his knuckles, although Lessa gave no sign. Neither would Marika, Tekul's weir-woman, said Duram, the Istan weir leader, and I know her well enough to speak with surety now. More than any of the others in this room, Robinson thought that the old-timer felt this turn of events most keenly. Duram was an honest, loyal, fair-minded man. He had felt compelled to support Falar against those of his own time.
By such backing, he had influenced Ramart and Gannarish, the other old-time Weir leaders, to side with the Bendon Weir at Telgar Hold. So many undercurrents and subtle pressures abounded in this chamber, Robinson thought. Whoever had conceived of kidnapping the queen egg might not have succeeded in that stratagem, but they had effectively shattered the solidarity of the Dragonriders. "I can't tell you how badly I feel about this, Lessa," Dram continued, shaking his head. "When I heard, I couldn't believe. I just don't understand what good such an action would do them. T'Kull's older than I. His Salth couldn't hope to fly a Bendon queen. For that matter, none of the dragons in the south could fly a Bendon queen." Dram's puzzled comment did as much as Robinton's pointed remarks to ease the multiple strains in the council room. Unconsciously, Dram had supported Robinton's contention that an oblique compliment had been paid Bendon Weir. "Why, for that matter, by the time the new queen was old enough to fly to mate," Dram added, as if he'd just realized it, "their bronzes would likely be dead. 8 southern dragons have died this past turn. We all know that. So they tried to steal an egg for nothing. For nothing." His face was lined with tragic regret. "Not for nothing," Fanderel said, his voice heavy with sadness. "For just look what has happened to us, who have been friends and allies for how many turns? You Dragonriders," his great forefinger stabbed at them, "were a fingernail away from setting your beasts against the old ones at Southern." Fanderel shook his head slowly from side to side. "This has been a terrible, terrible day. I am sorry for all of you." His gaze rested longest on Lessa. "But I think I am sorrier for myself, and Pern, if your anger doesn't cool and your good sense return. I will leave you now." With great dignity, he bowed to each of the Weir leaders and their women, to Brecca, and last to Lessa, trying to catch her eyes. Failing, he gave a little sigh and left the room. Fanderel had clearly stated what Robinton wanted to be sure Lessa heard and understood, that the Dragonriders stood in grave peril of losing control over hold and craft if they permitted their outrage and indignation to control them. Enough had been said in the heat of the moment, in front of those holders summoned to the Weir during the crisis. If no further action was to be taken now that the egg had been returned, no holder or craftmaster could fault Bendon. But how was anyone to get through to that stubborn Lessa, sitting there wallowing in fury and determined on a disastrous course of revenge? For the first time in his long turn as Master Harper of Pern, Robinton was at a loss for words. Enough that he had lost Lessa's goodwill already. How could he make her see reason? "Fanderel has reminded me that Dragonriders can have no private quarrels without far-reaching effect," Falar said. "I permitted insult to overcome sanity once. Today is the result." Duram's bowed head came up, and he stared fiercely at Falar, then shook his head vigorously. There were murmured disclaimers from other Dragonriders that Falar had acted in all honor at Telgar. "Nonsense, Falar," Lessa said, roused from her immobility. "That wasn't a personal fight. You had to fight Tehran that day to keep Pern together. And today I cannot fight Tehran or the other Southerners, or I won't keep Pern together." Lessa stared back at Falar for another long moment, and then her shoulders sagged as she reluctantly accepted that distinction. "But if that egg does not hatch, or if the little queen is in any way damaged, if that should happen, we will certainly review the situation," Falar promised her, raising his right hand to honor the condition. Fervently, Robinton hoped that the little hatchling would prove healthy and vigorous, not a whit the worse for its adventuring. By the hatching, he ought to have some information that might appease Lessa and save Falar's now pledged honor. "I must return to Ramoth," Lessa announced. "She needs me." She strode from the room, past Dragonriders who deferentially moved aside. Robinson looked at the cup of wine he had poured for her, and taking it up, downed the contents in one gulp. His hand was trembling as he lowered the cup and met Falar's gaze. "We could all use a cup," Falar said, gesturing the others to gather about while Brecca, rising quickly to her feet, began to serve them. "We will wait until the hatching," the Bendon Weir leader went on. "I don't think I have to suggest that you all take precautions against a similar occurrence." "None of us have any clutches hardening right now, Falar," said Ramart of Telgar Weir, "and none of us have Bendon queens." He had a sly twinkle in his eye as he glanced toward the harper. "So, if 8 of their beasts died this past turn, I make it that there are now 248 Dragonriders left, and only 5 bronzes. Who brought the egg back?" "The egg is back. That's all that matters," Falar said, then half-emptied his cup at the first swallow. "Though I am deeply grateful to that rider." "We could find out," Natan said quietly. Falar shook his head. "I'm not sure I want to know. I'm not sure we need to know, just as long as that egg hatches a live and kicking queen." "Fanderel has his finger in the sore," Brecca said, moving gracefully to refill cups. "Just look what has happened to those of us who have been friends and allies for many turns. I resent that more than anything else, and," she looked at everyone in turn, "I also resent the antagonism for all fire lizards because some few who were only being loyal to their friends had a part in this hideous affair. I know I'm prejudiced," she smiled sadly, "but I have so much reason to be grateful to our little friends. I would like to see sense prevail as regards them, too." "We'll have to go softly on that score, Brecca," Falar said, "but I have taken your point. Much was said this morning in the heat and confusion that was not meant to stand." "I hope so. I sincerely hope so," said Brecca. "Baird keeps telling me that dragons have flamed fire lizards." Robinson let out a startled exclamation. "I got that wild notion from Zer, too, before I sent him to stay in your weir, Brecca. But no dragon flamed here." He looked about at the other weir leaders, some of whom were agreeing with Brecca's remark, others expressing concern over such an unlikely occurrence. "Not yet," Brecca said, nodding significantly toward Ramoth's weir. "Then we must make sure that the queen is not further upset by any sight of fire lizards," Falar said, his glance sweeping around the room for agreement. "For the time being," he added, raising his hand to stop the half-formed protests, "it is the better part of wisdom for them not to be seen or heard right now. I know they've been useful, and some are proving to be very reliable messengers. I know many of you have them, but direct them to Brecca if it is absolutely necessary to send them here." He looked directly at Robinson. "Fire lizards do not go where they are not welcome," Brecca said. Then she added with a wry smile to take the sting out of her comment, "They're scared out of their hides right now anyway." "So we do nothing until the egg has hatched?" Natan asked. "Except to assemble the girls found on search. Lessa will want them here as soon as possible to accustom Ramoth to their presence. We'll all assemble again for the hatching, we're leaders." "A good hatching," Durham said with a fervor that was sincerely seconded by everyone. Robinson half hoped that Falar might hold him back as the others dispersed, but Falar was in conversation with Durham, and Robinson sadly decided that his absence would be appreciated. It grieved Robinson to be at odds with the Bendon Weir leaders, and he felt weary as he made his way back to the Weir entrance. Still, Falar had supported Robinson's plea for deliberation. As he reached the last turning of the corridor, he saw Nementh's bronze bulk on the ledge, and he hesitated, suddenly reluctant to approach Ramoth's mate. "Don't fret so, Robinson," Natan said, stepping to his side and touching his arm. "You were so right and wise to speak out as you did, and probably the only one who could stop Lessa's madness. Falar knows it," Natan grinned. "But he does still have to contend with Lessa." "Master Robinson," Fenor's voice was low, as if he didn't wish to be overheard. "Please join Brecca and me in my weir. Natan, too, if you're not pressed to return to Fort Weir." "I can certainly spare any time you need today," the younger bronze rider replied with cheerful compliance. "Brecca will be right along." Then the winged second led the way across the bowl, unnaturally silent except for the moans and mutters that issued in muffled echoes from Ramoth in the hatching ground. On his ledge, Nementh swung his great head constantly, so that every portion of the rim was scrutinized. No sooner had the men entered the weir than they were assaulted by 4 hysterical fire lizards that had to be petted and reassured that no dragon would flame them, a fear which seemed to be common and persistent. "What is this large darkness that I get from Zair's images?" Robinson asked when he had caressed his little bronze into a semblance of order. Zair shivered frequently, and, whenever the harper's gentle strokes lapsed, the bronze pushed imperiously at the negligent hand. Meanwhile, Baird and Grawl were perched on Fenor's shoulders, stroking his cheeks, their eyes bright yellow with anxiety and still whirling at a frantic rate. "When they're calmer, Brecca and I will try to sort the whole thing out. I get the impression that they are remembering something." "Not something like the Red Star?" Natan asked. At his unfortunate reference, Triss, who had been lying quietly on his forearm, began to bat his wings, and the others squealed in fright. "I'm sorry! Calm down, Triss." "No, not something like that," Fenor said. "Just something they remembered. We do know that they communicate instantly with one another and apparently broadcast anything seen that is strongly felt or experienced," Robinson said, picking his words as he vocalized his thoughts. "So this could be evidence of a mass reaction. But picked up from which fire lizard, or fire lizards? However, Grawl and Baird, and certainly that little creature of Miron's, could not have known through one of their own kind that the you-know-what was dangerous to them. So how did they know to the point of hysterics? How could it be something they remembered?" "Runner beasts seem to know when to avoid treacherous ground," Natan offered. "Instinct." Robinson pondered. "Could be instinct." Then he shook his head. "No. Avoiding treacherous ground is not the same use of an instinctive fear. That's a generality. The Redstar, he spelled letter by letter, is a specific. Well. Fire lizards are basically gifted with the same skills as dragons. Dragons, however, have no memories to speak of. Which, let us fervently hope, Fenor said, raising his eyes toward the ceiling, wipes out what happened today in record time. Lessa does not suffer that gift, Robinson said with a heavy sigh. She's not stupid either, Master Harper, Natan said, adroitly reaffirming his respect for the man by the use of his title. Nor is Falar, just worried. They'll both come round and appreciate your intervention today. Then Natan cleared his throat and looked the Master Harper squarely in the eyes. Do you know who took the egg? I had heard that something was being planned. I knew, which would have been obvious to anyone counting turns, that the southern men and dragons are slowing with age and desperate. I've had only the experience of Zair wanting to mate. Robinson paused, remembering that astounding revival of desires he had thought himself well past, shrugged, and met the understanding twinkle in Natan's eyes. So I can appreciate the pressures that randy brown and bronze dragons can exert on their riders. Even a willing green, young enough to be flown, would help. He looked questioningly at the two dragonriders. Not after today, Fenor said emphatically. If they'd approached one of the weirs, Duram, for instance, he glanced at Natan for corroboration, perhaps a green would have gone, if only to prevent something disastrous. But to attempt to solve their problems by kidnapping a queen egg? Fenor frowned. How much do you know, Robinson, about what goes on down in the southern weir? I know I gave you all the maps I'd made when I was timing it in the south. Frankly,
I know more about happenings in the hold. I did get a message from Pern recently that the Dragonriders had been more private than is their custom. They don't mix much with holders, following the pattern of their own time, but a certain amount of coming and going into the weir was permitted. That ceased abruptly, and then no holders were allowed near the weir, not for any reason, nor was there much flying done. Pern says the dragons would be seen mid-air, and then they'd pop between. No circling, no cruising, just going between.
Timing it, Fëanor said thoughtfully. Zaire squeaked piteously, and Robinson soothed him. Again, the fire lizard inserted in his mind the image of dragons flaming fire lizards, the black nothingness, and a glimpse of an egg. "Did you both get that picture, too, from your friends?" he asked, though their startled expression made the question unnecessary. Robinson pressed Zaire for a clearer image, a view of where the egg was, and received nothing but the impression of flame and fear.
"I wish they'd a bit more sense,"
Robinson said, forcing down his irritation. Tantalizing to be so close, thwarted by the limited scope of fire lizard vision.
"They're still upset," Fëanor said. "I'll try with Grawl and Baird later on. I wonder if Meneley's getting the same reaction from hers. You might ask her when you've got back to the Harper Craft Hall, Master Robinson. With 10, she might get that much more clarity."
Robinson agreed as he rose, but thought of one last thing.
"Natan, weren't you among the Bronzes who went to Southern Weir to see if the egg had been taken there?"
"I was. The weir was deserted, not even an old dragon left behind, completely deserted."
"Yes, that would follow, wouldn't it?"
When Jaxom and Meneley, en Ruth, entered the air above Fort Hold, Ruth called his name to the watch-dragon and was almost smothered by fire lizards. They so impeded his progress that he dropped a few lengths before he could get them to give him wing room. The moment he landed, the fire lizards swarmed over him and his riders, keening with anxiety. Meneley called out reassurances as fire lizards clung to her clothing, got tangled in her hair. Jaxom found 2 trying to sit on his head. Several had tails wrapped around his neck, and 3 were beating their wings frantically to remain at eye level with him.
"What's got into them?"
"They're terrified. Dragons breathing fire at them," Meneley cried. "But no one's doing that to you, you silly clunches. You only have to stay away from the weirs for a bit." Other harpers, attracted by the commotion, came to their rescue, either taking the fire lizards bodily from Jaxom and Meneley or sternly recalling the ones that looked to them personally. When Jaxom started to shoo them away from Ruth, the dragon told him not to bother. He, Ruth, would calm them down himself shortly. They were frightened because they remembered being chased by dragon fire. Since the harpers were all now clamoring for news from Bendon, Jaxom decided to let Ruth handle the fire lizards. The harpers had received some pretty distorted images from the fire lizards returning, terrified, to the Harper Craft Hall. Bendon full of immense bronze dragons, breathing fire, ready to fight. Ramoth acting like a blood-maddened watchware, and curious images of the queen egg solitary in the sand. But what made the harpers extremely apprehensive was the vision of dragons flaming at fire lizards. Bendon dragons did not flame any fire lizards, Jaxom and Meneley both said. But all the fire lizards must stay away from Bendon unless they're sent to either Brecca or Mirim, Meneley added firmly, and we're to mark all those that look to harpers with harper colors. Jaxom and Meneley were ushered into the Harper Hall and given wine and hot soup. Neither of them got to eat it hot, because no sooner were they served than some of the Hold people arrived, soliciting the news. Meneley recounted the major portion of the happening, being the trained harper. Jaxom's respect for the girl increased greatly as he listened to her flowing voice evoke the emotions appropriate to each part of her narrative, without distorting what he knew to have happened. One of the senior harpers, soothing the blue fire lizard in the crook of his arm, kept nodding his head as if approving her use of harper tricks. When Meneley stopped speaking, a respectful murmur of thanks was heard throughout the room. Then the listeners became the speakers, dissecting the news, wondering who had returned the egg and how, and why, which was still the biggest question. How were the weirs going to protect themselves? Were the main holds in any danger? Who knew to what lengths the old-timers might go if they'd steal a Bendon egg? Now, there had been some mysterious occurrences, insignificant in themselves but in total highly suspicious, which the Harpers felt ought to be reported to Bendon Weir. Those mysterious shortages at the iron mines, for instance. And what about those young girls who were carried off and no one could trace where? Could the old-timers be looking for more than dragon eggs? Menelly eased her way out of the center of the audience and beckoned Jaxom to follow her. "I'm talked dry," she said with a heavy sigh, and led him down the corridor to the huge copy room where moldy records were transcribed before their messages were lost forever. Her lizards suddenly appeared, and she signaled them to land on one of the tables. "You lot are about to wear the very latest design for fire lizards." She rummaged in the cabinet under the table. "Help me find white and yellow, Jaxom. This can is dried up." She chucked it into a bin in the corner. "And what is your design for fire lizards?" Here's white. Harper blue with journeyman light blue, separated by white and framed by Fort Hold lattice yellow. That ought to label them accurately, don't you think?" Jaxom agreed and found himself required to hold fire lizard necks still. This assignment was rendered all the more difficult because the fire lizard seemed to want to look him straight in the eye. "If they're trying to tell me something, I'm not getting the message," Jaxom told Menelly as he patiently endured the fifth soulful scrutiny. "I suspect," Menelly said, speaking in disjointed phrases as she carefully applied her root colors, "what you've got, hold him still, Jaxom, is the only dragon on Pern that they're not, hold him, scared silly of right now. Ruth doesn't, after all, chew firestone." Jaxom sighed because he could see that Ruth's sudden popularity was going to ruin his private plans. Much as he was loath to do so, he was going to have to time it because if the fire lizards didn't know when they went, they couldn't follow him. That reminded him of his original errand to the Harpercraft Hall. "I started out this morning to get Wanzer's equations from you." Yes." Menelly grinned at him over a squirming blue fire lizard. "That seems like turns ago. Well, we'll just patch the white on Uncle, and I'll give 'em to you. I've also got some winter-summer season charts you might as well have, seeing as you've been so cooperative. Pimer hasn't written out many yet." A blue fire lizard came zipping into the paint room, chirping with relief when it saw Jaxom. "It is the thick man's blue," Ruth said from outside. "I've only the one blue fire lizard, and we just did him, didn't we?" Menelly asked in surprise, glancing about the room at the others. "It's Bran's. I'd better get back to Ruatha Hold. I should have gone back hours ago." "Well, don't be a fool and meet yourself coming," she said with a laugh. "You've been on legitimate business this time." Managing a light laugh, Jaxom caught the roll of charts she threw in his direction. She couldn't know what he had in mind. He was entirely too sensitive to her random remarks. Sign of a guilty conscience. "Then you'll alibi me to Lighthall?" "Any time, Jaxom." Back at Ruatha Hold, he had the whole tale to tell again, with an audience as rapt, astonished, angered, and relieved as the Harpers and the Fort Holders. He found himself unconsciously using Menelly's turns of phrase, and he wondered how long before she'd make a ballad of the event. He finished by directing everyone owning a fire lizard to band the creature with Ruatha colors, brown with red squares banded by white and black. He got that task organized when he noticed that Lighthall was still seated in his heavy chair, one hand playing with the corner of his lower lip, his eyes fixed on some indistinct point on the flagstones. "Lighthall?" The Lord Warder recalled himself to the present with an effort and frowned at Jaxom. Then he sighed. "I've always feared that the conflict might come to dragon against dragon." "It's not come to that, Lighthall," Jaxom said quietly and as persuasively as he could. The man looked intently into Jaxom's eyes.
It could, lad. It so easily could. And I and you owe so much to Bendon. Should I go there now? Finder remained. Lighthall nodded, and Jaxom wondered if the Lord Warder felt he'd been slighted. Better for Finder to travel on Dragonback. He passed his hand over his eyes and shook his head. You're not well, Lighthall. A cup of wine? No, I'll be all right, lad. Lighthall pushed himself vigorously to his feet. I don't suppose in all the fuss that you remembered what you went to the Harpercraft Hall for. Much relieved to hear Lighthall sound like himself, Jaxom lightly announced that he had not only Wanzer's equations, but some charts to work with. From then until the evening meal, Jaxom wished he'd not been so thoughtful, because Lighthall had him instructing Brand and himself in accurately timing threadfall. Teaching someone else a method is a very good way to make it easier to do yourself, as Jaxom found later that night when he worked some private equations of his own, poring over the rough map he had of the southern continent. There was too much activity all over Pern for him to go to an alternate when with any safety, and since he was going to time it, he might just as well go back at least 12 turns before anyone had started using the southern continent at all. He knew just where Firestone could be mined, so there'd be no problem supplying Ruth. The night stars were halfway to morning before he felt he could find his way to the then he wanted to find. Just before daybreak, he was awakened by the sound of Ruth's whimpering. He struggled from his furs and stumbled barefoot on the cold stones, blinking sleep from his eyes. Ruth's forelegs were churning, and his wing elbows twitched with whatever dream disturbed him. Fire lizards burrowed about him. Most of them did not wear Ruathan colors. He shooed the creatures away, and Ruth, sighing, dropped into a deeper, quieter sleep. 6. Ruatha Hold and Southern Hold, 15-5-27, 15-6-2. The whole day began by sending out fire lizards with messages to all the smaller holds and craft cottages, ordering that every fire lizard be appropriately marked and individually warned about approaching any weir. Some of the nearby holders had ridden in during the morning for reassurances about the garbled accounts the fire lizards had given, so Lighthall, Jaxom, and Brand were kept busy all day. The next day, thread was due to fall, and it fell at precisely the moment Lighthall had calculated. This gave him great pleasure and reassured the more nervous holders. Jaxom good-naturedly took his place with the flamethrower crew, not that any thread escaped the Fort Weir dragons. It amused Jaxom to think that at the next threadfall he too might be above ground on a fire-breathing Ruth. The third day after the egg was stolen, Ruth was famished and wanted to hunt, but the fire lizards came in such droves to accompany him that he killed only once and ate the beast up, bones and hide. I will not kill for them, Ruth told Jaxom so fiercely that he wondered if Ruth might eventually flame the fire lizards. What's the matter? I thought you liked them. Jaxom met his dragon on the grassy slope and caressed him soothingly. They remember me doing something I do not remember doing. I did not do it. Ruth's eyes whirled with red sparks. What do they remember you doing? I haven't done it. And there was a tinge of fearful uncertainty to Ruth's mental tone. I know I haven't done it. I couldn't do such a thing. I am a dragon. I am Ruth. I am of Bendon. His last words sounded in a despairing tone. What do they remember you doing, Ruth? You've got to tell me. Ruth ducked his head, as if he wished he could hide, but he turned back to Jaxom, his eyes wheeling piteously. I wouldn't take Ramoth's egg. I know I didn't take Ramoth's egg. I was there by the lake all the time with you. I remember that. You remember that. They know where I was, but somehow they remember that I took Ramoth's egg too. Jaxom clung to Ruth's neck to keep from falling. Then he took several very deep breaths. Show me the images they've been giving you, Ruth. And Ruth did, the projections growing more clear and vivid as Ruth calmed in response to his rider's encouragement. That's what they remember, he said finally, with a deep sigh of relief.
Jaxom told himself to think logically, so he said out loud, "Fire lizards can only tell what they've seen. You say they remember. Do you know when they remember seeing you take Ramoth's egg?" "I could take you to that when." "Are you sure?" "There are two queens. They've bothered me most because they remember best." "They wouldn't just happen to remember it at night, when the stars are out, would they?" Ruth shook his head. "Fire lizards are not big enough to see enough stars, and that's when they got flamed. The bronzes who guard the egg chew firestone. They don't want any fire lizards near." "That's smart of them." "None of the dragons like fire lizards anymore, and if they knew what the fire lizards remember about me, they won't like me either." "Then it's just as well that you're the only dragon who'll listen to fire lizards, isn't it?" That observation wasn't much comfort to either Ruth or Jaxom. But why? If the egg is already back in Bend and Weir, are the fire lizards bothering you about it? "Because they don't remember me going yet." Jaxom felt he'd better sit down. This last statement would take a lot of thinking. No, he contradicted himself. Flesson had been right. We think and talk things to death. He wondered briefly if Lessa and Fëanor had been seized by this same sort of irrational compulsion at the moment of their decisions. He decided he'd better not think about that either. "You're sure you know when we have to go?" he asked Ruth once more. Two queens flitted up, crooning lovingly, one even bold enough to light on Jaxom's arm, her eyes wheeling with joy. "They know. I know." "Well, I'm glad they're willing to take us. I sure wish they'd seen stars." Jaxom permitted himself one more deep breath, and then he swung to Ruth's neck and told him to take them home. Once he'd made his decision to act, it was amazing how easy it was to go ahead, just as long as he didn't think about it. He assembled his flying gear, the rope, a fur robe to cover the egg. He gobbled down some meat rolls, casually winked at Brand as he sauntered out of the hall, overwhelmingly glad that he had a handy excuse in his suspected affair with Corana. It took longer to persuade Ruth to roll in the black tidal mud of the Telga River Delta, but Jaxom managed to persuade his weirmate that a white hide was remarkably visible against the black tropical night, or in full daylight inside the hatching ground, where he planned for them to stay in the shadows. From the images given Ruth by the two queens, Jaxom felt he could safely assume that the old-timers had taken the egg back in time, but lodged it in the most logical and fitting spot for an egg, in the warm sands of the old volcano that would eventually become Southern Weir in the appropriate time. He had already memorized the positions of southern night stars, so he'd probably be able to tell when he was within a turn or two. He'd have to count heavily on Ruth's boast that he always knew when he was. The fire lizards arrived in full fare at the Delta and enthusiastically helped him sully Ruth's white coat with the clinging black mud. Jaxom dabbed it on his hands and face and the shiny parts of his accoutrements. The fur robe was already dark enough. Somehow, Jaxom wasn't quite sure that all this was happening to him, that he could be mixed up in such a wild venture. But he had to be. He was moving in inexorable steps toward a predestined event, and nothing could stop him now. So he mounted Ruth calmly, trusting as he had never done before in his dragon's abilities. Jaxom took 2 deep breaths. "You know when, Ruth. We'd better get there." It was, without doubt, the longest, coldest jump he had ever made. He had one advantage over Lessa. He expected it. But that didn't keep the jump from being frighteningly dark, or relieve a silence that was a noisy pressure in his ears, or keep the cold from striking his bones. He couldn't come straight back with the egg. He'd have to take several steps to warm it. Then they were above a darkened, moist, warm world that smelled of lush greenery and slightly decaying fruit. For a moment, Jaxom had the hideous feeling that this was all a sun-dream of the fire lizards, but something in the eerie way that Ruth glided as noiselessly as possible, a part of the gentle night breeze, made it real and immediate. Then he saw the egg below, a luminescent spot slightly to the right of Ruth's searching head. Jaxom let him glide a little farther to catch a glimpse of the weir's eastern edge, the point from which he wanted to enter at all possible speed at early dawn. Then he told Ruth to change, and there seemed to be no time spent between. All at once, the rising sun was warm on their backs. Ruth arrowed in, winging low and fast over the backs of the drowsy bronzes and their napping riders. A quick, deft swoop, Ruth grabbing the egg in his sturdy forearms, a lunge up, and, before the startled bronzes could rise to their feet, the little white dragon had enough free air to go between again. Ruth was still only a wing length above the weir when they came out of between, a turn in time ahead of Ruth's sunrise plunge. Ruth had just enough strength left in his forearms and wings to let the egg down carefully into the warm sands. Jaxom dropped from the dragon's neck to check the egg for any cracks, but it looked all right. Certainly it was hard enough, and still warm. With his gloved hands, he shoveled sun-hot sand over the egg, and then, like Ruth, collapsed to catch his breath. "We can't stay long. They might just try it day by day. They'd know we can't take the egg far at once." Ruth nodded, his breath still coming in ragged gasps. Then he stopped, taut until Jaxom started with alarm. 2 fire lizards, a gold and a bronze, were watching them from the edge of the weir. In the brief glimpse Jaxom had of them before they winked out, he saw no colored bands about their necks. "Do we know them?" "No." "Where are those 2 queens?" "They showed me when. That's all you wanted." Jaxom felt bereft of their fragile guidance and stupid because he hadn't insisted they stay. "There's Firestone," Ruth said, "and Flame Scar. The bronzes did flame at the fire lizards here. A long time ago, the scar is growing weed." Dragon against dragon. Apprehension nagged at Jaxom. He didn't feel safe here. He wouldn't feel safe until they actually had that egg back in Bendon, where it belonged. "We've got to make another jump, Ruth. We don't dare wait here." Resolutely, he unlooped the rope from about his waist and started making a rough sling with the fur rug. There'd be less strain on Ruth if the egg were strapped between his forelegs. Jaxom had completed the corners when he heard a loud crunching. "Ruth, you're not going to flame dragons?" "No, of course I'm not. But will they dare approach me if I am flaming?" Jaxom was unsettled enough not to protest. When Ruth had a gulletful, he called him over and got the sling around the egg. He looped the rope comfortably over Ruth's shoulders to take the weight. He started to check the knots again, and then, some inner caution prompting him, he just mounted. "We'll go 5 turns more into Karoon, to our place there. Do you know when?" Ruth thought a moment and then said he knew when. In between, Jaxom had time to worry if he was making the jumps too long to keep the egg warm. It hadn't actually hatched before he'd left. Maybe he should have waited to find out if the egg had hatched properly. Then they'd have known how to judge the forward jumps. Maybe he'd even killed the little queen trying to save her. No, his mind reeled with between and paradoxes. The most important act, returning the queen egg, was in process, and Dragon had not fought Dragon. Not yet. The shimmering heat of Karoon Desert warmed his failing spirit as well as his body. Ruth looked a ghastly shade under the caking black mud. Jaxom released the rope and lowered the egg to the sand. Ruth helped him cover it. It was mid-morning, and not far from the hour when the egg must be back, but at least 6 turns in time distance. Ruth asked if he couldn't wash off the mud in the sea, but Jaxom told him they'd have to wait until they'd got the egg safely back. No one had known who'd done it then, no one should know, and the safest way was not to have a white hide showing. The fire lizards? That had worried Jaxom, but he thought he had the answer. They didn't know who brought the egg back that day. There weren't any in the hatching ground, so they don't know what they haven't seen. Jaxom decided not to think further on that subject. He was very tired as he leaned back against Ruth's warm flank. They'd rest a little while and let the egg warm up well in the mid-morning sun before they'd make that last and trickiest jump. They had to position themselves to land just inside the hatching ground, where the arch of the entrance sloped abruptly down and obscured the view of anyone looking from the bowl into the ground. In fact, directly opposite the peephole and slit that Flesson and Jaxom had used so many turns ago. It was just luck that Ruth was small enough to risk going between inside the ground, but it had been his own hatching place, so his feeling was innate. Thus far, he'd lived up to his boast that he always knew when he was going. Even in the hot desert plains of Karoon there was some noise, infinitesimal rustlings of insect life, hot breezes riffling through dead grasses, snakes burrowing in the sand, the distant rush of water on the beach. The cessation of such sounds can be as remarkable as a thunderclap, and so it was the utter stillness and a minute change of air pressure that roused Jaxom and Ruth from somnolence to alarm. Jaxom glanced up, expecting bronze dragons to appear and reclaim their prize. The sky above was clear and hot. Jaxom glanced around and saw the danger, the silver mist of descending thread raining down across the desert. He slithered and scrambled to the egg, Ruth right beside him, both digging it free, pushing it into the sling, frantically trying to judge the leading edge of fall, wondering and worrying that the skies weren't full of fighting dragons. As fast as they worked to secure the precious burden to Ruth for flight, they were not quite quick enough. The leading edge of threadfall fell hissing to the sand around them as Jaxom got to Ruth's neck and directed him upward. Ruth, giving a belch of flame, vaulted skyward, trying to sear a path far enough above the ground to go between. A ribbon of fire sliced Jaxom's cheek, his right shoulder through the warehide tunic, his forearm, his thigh. He felt, rather than heard, Ruth's bellow of pain, lost in the black of between. Somehow, Jaxom kept his mind on where and when they should be. They were finally in the hatching ground, Ramoth bellowing outside. Ruth could not quite suppress his cry as the hot sand rubbed the raw thread score on his hind foot. Jaxom bit his lips against his pain as he struggled with the rope. There was so little time, and it seemed to take ages to release the sling. Ruth lowered the egg to the sand, but it rolled down the slight incline from their shadowy corner of the ground. They couldn't wait. Ruth sprang up toward the high ceiling and went between. Dragon would not now fight dragon. It was no surprise to Jaxom that Ruth came out of between above the little mountain lake. In what relative when, Jaxom was too concerned for his dragon to care at that moment. Ruth was whimpering with the pain in his foot and leg. All he wanted was to cool that thread fire. Jaxom leaped from his neck to the shallows and splashed water on the sweaty gray hide, cursing himself that the nearest numbweed was at Ruatha Hold. He was so clever, he was, that he never thought one of them might get hurt. The cool lake water was taking the sting from the thread scores, but Jaxom worried now about the mud causing an infection. Surely he could have used something less dangerous for camouflage than river mud. He didn't dare scour the wounds with sand. It would be too painful for Ruth and might just rub the cursed mud deeper into the wounds. For the first time in many days, Jaxom regretted the total absence of fire lizards who could have helped him scrub his very dirty dragon. Once again, he briefly wondered when, besides high noon of the day, they were. "It is the day after the evening we left," Ruth announced. "I always know when I am," he added with justifiable pride in his ability. "Along the left dorsal, a terrible itch. You've left some mud." Jaxom could and did use sand on the rest of Ruth's hide, and managed to ignore the way it smarted in his own scores. He was dead weary and aching by the time Ruth allowed that he was clean enough for a last plunge in the deeper part of the lake. The ripples lapping around his soaked ankles brought Jaxom's memory back to that not-so-distant day of his rebellion. "Well,"
he said with a self-deprecatory chuckle. "Among other things, we did get to fight Thread. And what a dismal showing they'd made of it, with proof patent on their hides." "We weren't exactly giving our complete attention to Thread," Ruth reminded him with a note of reproach. "I know how now. We'll be much better at it next time. I'm faster than any of the big dragons. I can turn on my tail and go between in a single length from the ground." Jaxom told Ruth fervently and gratefully that he was, without doubt, the best, fastest, cleverest beast in all Pern, north and south. Ruth's eyes whirled greenly with pleasure, and he paddled to the shore, wings extended to dry. "You are cold and hungry and sore. My leg hurts. Let's go home." Jaxom knew that was the wisest course. He had to get numbweed on Ruth's leg and on his own injuries. But scores they were, and undeniably caused by Thread. How in the name of the first shell was he ever going to explain all of this to Lighthall? "Why explain anything?" Ruth asked logically. "We only did what we had to do." "Think logically, huh?" Jaxom replied with a laugh, and patted Ruth's neck before he wearily pulled himself up. With understandable reluctance and apprehension, he told Ruth to take them home. The watch-dragon caroled a greeting, and a mere half-dozen fire lizards, all banded in Hold colors, swarmed up to escort Ruth down to his rear courtyard. One of the drudges came hurrying out of the kitchen entrance, eyes wide with excitement.
"Lord Jaxom, there's been a hatching. The queen egg hatched, it did. You were sent to come, but no one could find you."
"I had other business. Fetch me some numbweed."
"Numbweed?"
The drudge's eyes widened further with concern. "Numbweed. I'm sunburned." Rather pleased with his resourcefulness considering he was shivering in wet clothes, Jaxom saw Ruth comfortably situated in his rear, his injured leg propped up. It hurt Jaxom to get the tunic over his shoulder, because Thread had scored right down the muscle, caught him at the wrist, and continued to cut a long furrow down his thigh. A timid scratching on the door to the main hold announced the incredibly speedy return of the drudge. Jaxom opened the door wide enough to get the jug of numbweed, and still keep his thread scores from the curious eyes. "Thanks, and I'll want something hot to eat, too. Soup, claw, whatever's on the fire." Jaxom closed the door, scooped up a bathing sheet which he knotted about his middle as he made his way to Ruth. He slathered a fistful of the numbweed on his dragon's leg and grinned at the sigh of intense relief that Ruth gave as the salve took immediate effect. Jaxom gratefully echoed the sentiments as he smeared his own wounds. Blessed, blessed numbweed. Never again would he begrudge his labor in gathering the placky, thorny greenery from which this incredible balm was stewed. He peered into his looking-glass as he daubed his face cut. It'd leave a finger-long scar. No getting around that. Now, if he could get around Lighthall's wrath... "Jaxom!" Lighthall strode into the room after the most perfunctory knock at the door. "You've missed the hatching at Bend and Weir, and—" At the sight of Jaxom, Lighthall stopped so quickly in mid-stride that he rocked back on his heels. Clad only in a bathing sheet, the marks on Jaxom's shoulder and face were quite visible. "The egg hatched all right, then?" "Good," Jaxom responded, picking up his tunic with a nonchalance he wasn't feeling. Then he stopped, as much because his voice would be muffled in the fabric of his tunic, as because he had been about to explain with his customary candor his bizarre night's work. He balked at the task. Ruth perhaps was right. They had only done what they had to. It was sort of his and Ruth's private affair. You might even say his actions reflected his unconscious wish to atone for violating Ramoth's hatching ground as a boy. He pulled the shirt over his head, wincing as it caught the numbweed on his cheek. "I heard at Bendon," he said then, "that they were worried whether it would hatch after all the coming and going between." Lighthall approached Jaxom slowly, his eyes on the young man's face, begging the question. Jaxom settled his tunic, belted it,
then smoothed the numbweed into the cut again. He didn't know what to say. "Oh, Lightoll, would you mind taking a look at Ruth's leg? See if I doctored it right?" Jaxom waited then, facing Lightoll calmly. He noticed, with a sadness for the inevitability of this moment of reserve, that Lightoll's eyes were dark with emotion. He owed the man so much, never more than at this moment. He wondered that he had ever considered Lightoll cold or hard and unfeeling. "There's a trick of ducking thread," Lightoll said quietly, "that you'd better teach Ruth, Lord Jaxom. If you'd be kind enough to tell me how, Lord Lightoll." 7. Morning at Ruatha Hold, 15/6/2. "I came to tell you that we have guests, Lord Jaxom. Master Robinton, Natan, and Manley are above, just back from the hatching. First, let's see to Ruth." "Didn't you go to Bendon for the hatching?" Jaxom asked. Lightoll shook his head as he walked toward Ruth's weir. The white dragon was settling in for a well-deserved nap. Lightoll bowed courteously to him before peering closely at the thickly smeared scorings. "You washed first in the lake, I presume." Lightoll's glance took in Jaxom's damp hair. "That water's pure enough, and the numbweed's been applied in good time. We'll check again in a few hours, but I think he's all right." Lightoll's gaze went then to Jaxom's all-too-obvious scoring. "I had no reason to excuse you to our guests." He sighed. "Be grateful it's Natan above and not Falar. I suppose Meneley knew what you were about?" "I told no one what I intended, Lord Lightoll," Jaxom said with some formality. "At least you've learned discretion." The Lord Warder hesitated, his eyes sweeping the figure of his ward. Well, I'd best ask Natan to take you for wheerling practice. Safer that way, and you'd be with others. Robinton will guess what you've been about, but he'd learn in due course no matter how we evaded." "Come then. They'll not give you too hard a time for your clumsiness. Not that you don't deserve more than a ribbing, taking such a chance with yourself and Ruth. And right now, when order is all in pieces anyhow, I apologize for distressing you, Lord Lightoll." The man subjected his charge to another shrewd scrutiny. "No distress, Lord Jaxom. Any apologies are on my head. I ought to have realized your need to prove Ruth's abilities. I wish that you were a few turns older and that matters were in such order that I could let you take hold. I don't want to take hold from you, Lord Lightoll. I don't think I'd be permitted to step down right now anyway, Jaxom, as you'll hear for yourself. Come, we've kept our guests waiting long enough as it is." Natan was facing the door of the smaller hall used at Ruatha when guests required privacy for their discussions. The bronze rider took one look at Jaxom's face and groaned. At his reaction, Master Robinton slewed round in his chair, his tired eyes registering surprise and, Jaxom hoped, a certain measure of approval. "You're thread-scored, Jaxom!" Meneley cried, and her expression was one of shocked dismay. "How could you take such a risk right now?" She, who had taunted him about thinking, not doing, was now furious with him. "I should have known you'd try it, young Jaxom," Natan said with a weary sigh, a rueful smile on his face. You were bound to break out soon, but your timing is atrocious." Jaxom would have liked to say that, in point of fact, his timing had been faultless, but Natan went on. "Ruth wasn't hurt, was he?" "A single score on thigh and foot," Lightoll replied. "Well doctored." "I do sympathize with your ambition, Jaxom," Robinton said, unusually solemn, "to fly Ruth with other dragons, but I must counsel you to patience." "I'd rather he learned how to fly properly now, Robinton. With my other wheerlings," Natan interrupted unexpectedly, winning Jaxom's gratitude. "Particularly if he's mad enough, brave enough to try it on his own without any guidance." "I doubt we could get Bendon to approve," Robinton said, shaking his head. "I approve," Lightoll said in a firm voice, his face set.
I am Lord Jaxom's guardian, not Flar or Lessa. Let her manage her own concerns. Lord Jaxom is my charge. He can come to little harm with the fort weirlings." Lytol stared fiercely at Jaxom. "And he will agree not to put his teaching to the test without consulting us. Will you abide by that, Lord Jaxom?" Jaxom was relieved enough to know that the Bendon Weir leaders would not be queried, so that he agreed to more stringent conditions than he might have. He nodded and was immediately beset by conflicting emotions. Amusement because everyone had assumed the obvious, and annoyance because, having achieved so much more that day, he was now reduced to apprentice level. Yet his experience at Karoon had demonstrated too sharply how much he still had to learn about fighting thread if he wished to keep whole his and his dragon's hides. Natan had been peering intently at Jaxom, and his frown deepened so that, for one moment, Jaxom wondered if Natan had somehow guessed what he and Ruth had actually been doing when they were thread-scored. If they ever found out, Jaxom would be twice bound with added restrictions. "I think I'll require a further promise from you, Jaxom," the bronze rider said. "No more timing it. You've been doing far too much of that lately. I can tell from your eyes." Startled, Lytol examined his ward's face more closely. "I'm in no danger en route, Natan," Jaxom said, relieved at being accused of a lesser transgression. "He always knows when he is." Natan dismissed that talent impatiently. "Possibly, but the danger lies in the rider's mind, an inadvertent time clue that could set both in jeopardy. Coming too close to yourself in subjective time is dangerous. Besides, it's draining for both dragon and rider. You don't need to time it, young Jaxom. You'll have time enough for all you need to do." Natan's words caused Jaxom to recall the inexplicable weakness that had overcome him in the hatching ground. Was it possible that at that very moment— "I don't think you can have realized, Jaxom," Robinson began, interrupting Jaxom's thoughts, "just how critical matters are in Pern right now. And you should know." "If you mean about the egg-stealing, Master Robinson, and how close it came to dragon attacking dragon, I was in Bendon Weir that morning." "Were you?" Robinson was mildly surprised, and shook his head as if he ought not to have forgotten. "Then you can guess at Lessa's temper today. If that egg hadn't hatched properly—" "But the egg was returned, Master Robinson." Jaxom was confused. Why would Lessa still be upset? "Yes," the harper replied. "Apparently not everyone in Southern was blind to the consequences of the theft, but Lessa is not appeased. An insult was given Bendon Weir, and Ramoth and Lessa," Natan said. "Dragons can't fight dragons!" Jaxom was appalled. "That's why the egg was returned." If his risk and Ruth's injury had been futile— "Our Lessa is a woman of strong emotions, Jaxom, revenge being one of those most highly developed in her. Remember how you came to be lord here?" Robinson's expression indicated regret for reminding Jaxom of his origin. "I do not belittle the Bendon Weir woman when I say that. Such perseverance in the face of incredible odds is laudable, but her tenacity over the insult could have a disastrous effect on all Pern. So far, reason has prevailed, but currently that balance is shaky indeed." Jaxom nodded, perceiving that he could never admit to his part, relieved that he had not blurted out his adventure to Lytol. No one must ever know that he, Jaxom, had returned the egg, particularly Lessa. He sent a silent command to Ruth, who drowsily replied that he was too tired to talk to anyone about anything, and couldn't he please sleep? "Yes," Jaxom said in reply to Robinson, "I quite understand the need for discretion." "There is another event." Robinson's mobile face drew into a sorrowful grimace as he sought the proper word. "An event which will shortly compound our problems." He glanced at Natan. "Dram." "I think you're right, Robinson," the bronze rider said. "He's unlikely to remain Weir leader if Thana dies." "If? I'm afraid we must say, when. And, according to what Master Oldive told me, the sooner it happens,
the kinder it will be. I didn't know that Fana was ill, Jaxom said, and his thoughts leaped ahead to the sorrowful knowledge that Fana's queen, Mirath, would suicide when her weirwoman died. A queen's death would upset every dragon, and Lessa and Ramoth. Lightall's expression was bleak, as it always was whenever he was reminded of his own dragon's death. Jaxom swallowed the remainder of his pride and dismay about apprenticing as a weirling. He would never risk injuring Ruth again. Fana's been declining gradually, Robinson was saying. A wasting sickness that nothing seems to halt. Master Oldive is at Ista with her now. Yes, his fire lizard will summon me when he's ready to leave. I want to be available to Dram, Natan said. Fire lizards, yes, said Robinson. Another sore subject at Bendon Weir. He glanced at his bronze, perched contentedly on his shoulder. I felt naked without Zer at that hatching. Upon my word! He stared at his somnolent bronze, then over to Natan's Triss, drowsy-eyed on the rider's arm. They've calmed down. Ruth's here, Natan said, stroking Triss. They feel safe with him. No, that isn't it, Menelly said, her eyes resting on Jaxom's face. They were worried even with Ruth, but that wild restlessness is gone. No more visions of the egg. She peered sideways at her little queen. I suppose that makes sense. It's hatched and healthy. Whatever was plaguing them hasn't happened. Or, she stared at Jaxom suddenly. Or has it? Jaxom affected surprise and confusion. They were worried about the egg hatching, Menelly? Robinson asked. Too bad we can't tell Lessa how concerned they've all been. It might help restore them to her good graces. I think it's high time something was done about fire lizards, Menelly said severely. My dear girl, Robinson was surprised. I don't mean ours, Master Robinson. They've proved to be extremely useful. Too many people take them for granted and make no effort to train them. She gave a peculiar laugh. As Jaxom can vouch. They congregate wherever Ruth goes till he's driven between by their attentions. Isn't that right, Jaxom? There was a strange quality about her gaze that puzzled him. I wouldn't say he objects. Most of the time, Menelly, he replied coolly, casually stretching his long legs under the table. But a fellow likes a little time to himself, you know. Lightall gave a knowing snort, which told Jaxom that Brand had had a word with the warder about Karana. Why? To chew firestone? Natan asked, grinning. Was that what you were doing with your time, Jaxom? Menelly asked him, her eyes wide, affecting innocent inquiry. You might say so. Do the fire lizards really present you with problems? Robinson asked, in their preference for Ruth's company. Well, sir, Jaxom replied, no matter where we go, every fire lizard in the vicinity pops in to see Ruth. Generally, it's no bother because they keep Ruth amused if I'm busy with Hold matters. They wouldn't by any chance have told Ruth why they've been troubled. Or did you know about those images? Robinson leaned forward, eager to have Jaxom's answer. You mean fire lizards being flamed? The dark nothingness and the egg? Oh, yes, they've been driving Ruth frantic with that nonsense, said Jaxom. He scowled as if annoyed for his friend, and was careful not to look in Menelly's direction. But that seems to have passed. Perhaps the disturbance was connected with the stolen egg. But it's hatched now, and look, they're not the least bit as agitated as they've been, and they're letting Ruth sleep by himself again. Where were you when the egg was being hatched? Menelly pounced on Jaxom so swiftly with a question that Robinson and Natan regarded her with surprise. Why, and Jaxom laughed as he touched his scored cheek, trying to see a thread. His ready answer threw Menelly into quiet confusion, while Robinson, Lightall, and Natan all had another go at him for his foolhardiness. He endured the scolding in good part because it kept Menelly from plaguing him. She'd been suspicious, after all. He wished that he could tell her the truth. Of all the people on Pern, she was the only one he could trust now that he knew how infinitely wiser it was to let everyone else believe a southern dragonrider had returned the egg. He was discontented, though, because it would be a relief, a pleasure to be able to tell someone what he'd done. Food was served them, and they kept the discussions to the problem of the fire lizards, whether they were more nuisance than valuable, until Jaxom pointed out that everyone about the table was converted. What they needed was a way to pacify Lessa and Ramoth. Ramoth will forget her aggravations soon enough, Natan said. Lessa won't, although I doubt there'll be that much reason for me to send Zer to Bendon Weir. As Natan and Lytol vigorously reassured the harper, Jaxom realized there was a curious restraint about the man, an odd note in his voice when he mentioned Bendon or the Weir woman. Robinson wasn't worried simply that Lessa had prohibited fire lizards at Bendon. There's another aspect of this affair that is nagging at the back of my overactive imagination, Robinson said. The matter has brought Southern to everyone's attention. Why is that a problem? Lytol asked. Robinson took a sip of his wine, delaying his answer as he savored the taste. Just this. These recent events have made everyone realize that that huge continent is occupied by a mere handful of people. So? I know some restless lord holders whose halls are crowded, whose cots are jammed, and the Weirs, instead of protecting the inviolability of the southern continent, were half set to force their way in. What's to prevent the lord holders from taking the initiative and claiming whole portions of it? There wouldn't be dragons enough to protect that much area, that's what, Lytol said. The old-timers surely wouldn't. They don't really need dragonriders in the south, Robinson said slowly. Lytol stared at him, aghast at such a statement. It's true, he said. The land is thoroughly sowed by grubs. Traders have told me that they more or less ignore falls. Holder Torek just makes certain everyone's safe and all stock is under cover. There will come a time when no dragonriders will be needed in the north either, Natan said slowly, compounding Lytol's shock. Dragonriders will always be needed on Pern while there is thread. Lytol emphasized his conviction by banging the table with his fist. At least in our lifetimes, Robinson said soothingly. But I could have wished less interest in Southern. Think it over, Lytol. More of your thinking ahead, Robinson? Lytol asked, a sour note in his voice and a jaundiced expression on his face. Looking ahead is far more constructive than looking behind, said Robinson. He held his clenched fist up. I'd all the facts in my grasp, and I couldn't see the water for the waves. You've been down to the southern continent often, Master Harper? Robinson gave Lytol a long, considering look. I have. Discreetly, I assure you. There are some things that must be seen to be believed. Such as? Robinson idly stroked Zer as he gazed out over Lytol's head at some distant view. Mind you, there are times when looking back can be helpful, he said, and then turned back to the Lord Warder. Are you aware that we originally, all of us, came from the southern continent? Lytol's first surprise at such a sudden turn of the conversation melded into a thoughtful frown. Yes, that was implicit in the oldest records. I've often wondered if there aren't older records moldering somewhere in the south. Lytol snorted at the notion. Moldering is right. There'd be nothing left after so many thousands of turns. They had ways of tempering metal, those ancestors of ours, ways that made it impervious to rust and wear. Those plates found at Fort Weir, the instruments, like the long-distance viewer that fascinates Wanzer and Fanderel. I don't believe that time can have erased all traces of such clever people. Jaxom glanced at Meneley, recalling hints that she'd let slip. Her eyes were sparkling with suppressed excitement. She knew something that the Harper wasn't saying. Jaxom looked then at the Fort Weir leader and realized that Natan knew all about this. The southern continent was ceded to the dissident old-timers, Lytol said heavily. And they have already broken their side of the agreement, Natan said. Is that any reason for us to break ours? Lytol asked, drawing his shoulders back and scowling at both Weir Leader and Harper. "They occupy only a small tongue of land, jutting out into the southern sea," said Robinson in his smooth way. "They have been unaware of any activity elsewhere." "You've already been exploring in the south?" Judiciously. "And you'd not have your judicious intrusions discovered?" "No," answered Robinson slowly. "I shall make the knowledge public soon enough. I don't want every disgruntled apprentice and evicted smallholder running about indiscriminately, destroying what should be preserved because they haven't the wit to understand it." "What have you discovered so far?" "Old mine workings, shored up with lightweight but so durable a material that it is as unscratched today as when it was put in place in the shaft. Tools, powered by, who can guess? Bits and pieces that not even young Benelek can assemble." There was a long silence, which Lighthall broke with a snort. Harpers are supposed to instruct the young, and, first and foremost, to preserve our heritage. 8. Ruatha Hold, Fort Weir, Fidelo's Hold. 15-6-3, 15-6-17. Jaxom was disappointed that all Lighthall's coaxing could not draw more facts from the Harper about his explorations in the south. At the point where Jaxom's fatigue made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open, it occurred to him that Robinson had indeed succeeded in rousing Lighthall to support his and Natan's desire to keep interest in the south to a minimum. Jaxom's last waking thought was one of admiration for the Harper's devious methods. No wonder he had not objected to Jaxom training with Natan when he saw Lighthall was in favor of it. The Harper needed the older man as the Lord Holder at Ruatha. Training Ruth to chew firestone kept the young lord from wanting to take hold in Lighthall's place. The next morning, Jaxom was positive that he couldn't have moved during the night. He was bindingly stiff, his face and shoulders stung with the thread score, and that reminded him of Ruth's injury. With no regard for his own discomfort, he whipped aside the furs and, grabbing the numbweed pot as he went, burst into Ruth's weir. The faintest rumble told him that the white dragon was still sound asleep. He also seemed not to have moved, for his leg was propped in the same position. That made it easier for Jaxom to work, and he smeared a new coating of numbweed along the line of the score. Only then did it occur to Jaxom that he and Ruth might have to wait until they'd healed before they could join the Weirlings at Fort Weir. Lighthall did not share his thought. The reason Jaxom was going to Fort Weir was to avoid scoring, to learn how to take care of his dragon and himself during threadfall. If he got teased because he hadn't ducked fast enough, he deserved it. So, after breaking his fast, Jaxom flew Ruth to the weir. Fortunately, 2 of those in training were near his own age of 18 turns. Not that being older would have bothered Jaxom as long as he could train Ruth properly. He did have to suppress the insidious urge to excuse Ruth's scoring with the real reason for the supposed clumsiness. He took refuge in knowing that he achieved more than they'd ever guess, a small consolation. His first problem in the Weirling class was to relieve Ruth of the embarrassment of the endless fire lizards that settled on him. No sooner was one group dislodged and sent off than another appeared, to the disgust and exasperation of Knevel, the Weirling master.
"Does this go on all day, wherever you are?"
the man asked Jaxom irritably. "More or less. They just come, especially since what happened at Bendon Weir." Knevel sorted his aggravation, even as he nodded his understanding.
"I don't like to put truth to these notions that dragons flamed fire lizards, but you'll never get Ruth going if the fire lizards don't leave him alone, and if they don't leave him alone, one of them will get flamed."
So Jaxom had Ruth shoo the fire lizards away as quickly as they arrived. It took time before Ruth remained unencumbered for any appreciable period. Then, either all the fire lizards in the vicinity had looked in, or Ruth had been sufficiently firm and the rest of the morning's class was undisrupted. Despite all the interruptions, Knebel kept the Wehrlings working until the noonday meal was called. Jaxom was invited to stay and, as a mark of his rank, was shown to the large table reserved for senior Dragonriders. The conversation was dominated by continued speculation about the return of the egg and which one of the Queen Riders had returned it. The discussion served to reinforce Jaxom's decision to remain silent. He cautioned Ruth, needlessly, it appeared, since the white dragon was more interested in chewing firestone and dodging thread than in past events. The fire lizards about him had lost all their previous agitation. Their primary concern now was eating. The secondary one was their hides. With the advent of the warmer weather, they had begun shedding and were plagued by itching. The images they projected to Ruth no longer had alarming content. Since he was engaged at Fort Weir in the mornings, Jaxom had to forego the classes at the Harper and Smith craft halls. That meant he wouldn't have to endure Meneley's tendency to ask searching questions, and he was well pleased. He was also heartily amused when he realized that Lighthall was leaving him several uncommitted hours in the afternoons. Obligingly, he and Ruth took off for the Plateau Hold to see how the new wheat was prospering, of course. Corana was about the hold these days since her brother's wife was near her time. When she showed a pretty concern for his healing score, he did not abuse her notion that he'd acquired it in a legitimate fall, protecting the hold from thread. She rewarded him for that protection in a fashion that embarrassed him, even as it relieved him. He'd as soon save his favors for honest endeavor. But he couldn't be annoyed with her when, in the languor that followed their pleasure, she made several references to fire lizards and asked if he'd ever had a chance to find a clutch when he was fighting thread. "Every beach in the north is well staked," he told her, and, noting her intense disappointment, added, "Of course there are lots of empty beaches in the southern continent." "Could you fly in on your Ruth without those old-timers knowing?" Clearly, Corana knew little of the most recent events, another relief to Jaxom, who was beginning to be bored by the Weir's preoccupation with that topic. Fly in on Ruth made the whole thing seem simple enough, especially as Ruth would not upset strange fire lizards since he had apparently made friends with them all. "I suppose I could." His hesitation was due to the complications of planning an absence long enough to allow him to go south. Corana misconstrued what he said, and again he was too tender-hearted and too gratified to correct her. As he and Ruth winged homeward from the plateau, it occurred to Jaxom that the ripples from his initial outburst just a short while ago were still spreading. He had finally achieved proper training for Ruth, and, if he hadn't taken hold, at least he was finally enjoying more of the prerogatives of a Lord Holder. He grinned, savoring Corana's sweetness. Judging by her sister's warm welcome, he assumed the Plateau Hold would not object to a half-blooded addition. Success in that area would do him no harm in the eyes of Lord Holders. He considered bringing Corana to the hold, but decided against it. That would be unfair to the other fosterlings and cause trouble for Brand and Lighthall. It wasn't as if he didn't have Ruth and couldn't come and go at his leisure and speedily. Furthermore, if he brought Corana to his quarters, she'd demand more of his attention at Ruth's expense than he was willing to give. The third afternoon he went to the Plateau Hold, Fidello's wife was in labor, and Corana too distracted to do more than beg his pardon for the fuss and excitement. He asked if they wished the Hold's healer, but Fidello said that one of his dependents was skillful in such matters and had said that his wife would have no trouble with the birth. Jaxom made all the appropriate remarks, then left, feeling slightly put off by this unanticipated obstacle to his expectations. "Why are you laughing?" Ruth asked as they winged back to the hold. "Because I'm a fool, Ruth. I'm a fool." "I don't think you are. She makes you feel good, not a fool." "That's why I'm a fool now, silly dragon. I went up there expecting to feel good, and she's too busy. and only a few 7 days ago I wouldn't have dreamed I'd be as lucky with her. That's why I'm a fool now, Ruth." "I will always love you," was Ruth's reply, because he felt that was the response Jaxom needed. Jaxom reassuringly caressed his dragon's neck ridge, but he couldn't suppress his self-deprecatory mirth. He discovered a second obstacle when he returned to the hold. Lightoll informed him that the remainder of Ramoth's clutch would probably hatch the next day, and that Jaxom would have to put in an appearance at Bendon. The Lord Warder peered intently at Jaxom's healed score and nodded. "Do try to keep out of the Weir leader's sight. They'd know at a glance what that was," Lightoll said. "No sense advertising your folly." Jaxom privately thought the scar gave him a more mature appearance, but he promised Lightoll he'd stay well away from Lessa and Flar. Jaxom rather enjoyed hatchings, more so when Lightoll was not present. He felt guilty about that, but he knew that at each hatching, painful memories of Lightoll's beloved Larth tortured the man. News of the imminent hatching came to Fort Weir while Jaxom was flying wingtip in Weirling fall practice. He finished the maneuver, begged the Weirling master's pardon, and took Ruth between to Ruatha so that he could change into proper clothing. Lightoll, along with Menelly's Rocky, reached him at the same moment and requested that he collect Menelly, since Robinton was already at Ista Weir with the Harper Hall's dragon and rider. Jaxom put a good face on the request, since he could think of no excuse to refuse. Well, he'd hurry her out of the hall and into the Weir so quickly that she wouldn't have time to ask any questions. When he and Ruth arrived at the Harpercraft Hall, Ruth bellowing his name to the watchdragon on the fire heights, Jaxom became furious. Why, there were enough Fort Weir dragons on the meadow to take half the hall. Why hadn't she asked one of them? He was determined that she wouldn't have a chance to nag at him, and asked Ruth peremptorily to tell her fire lizards that he was here and waiting in the meadow. He had barely formed the words in his mind when Menelly came dashing out of the archway toward him, Beauty, Rocky, and Diver chittering in circles above her head. She began shrugging into her riding jacket, awkwardly juggling something from one hand to the other. "Get down, Jaxom," she ordered imperiously. "I can't do it when your back's to me." "Do what?" "This." She held up one hand to show him a small pot. "Get down." "Why?" "Don't be dense. You're wasting time. This is to cover that scar. You don't want Lessa and Flar to see it, do you, and ask awkward questions? Come down, or we'll be late, and you're not supposed to time it, are you?" She added the last comment as he still hesitated, not altogether reassured by her altruism. "I've got my hair brushed over. You'll forget and push it back," she said, gesturing him to do so now as she unscrewed the pot lid. "I got Oldive to make some without scent. There. Only takes a dab." She had applied it to his face and then brushed the residue on the skin of his wrist above his glove. "See? It blends in." She stared critically at him. "Yes, that does the trick. No one would ever know you've been scored." Then she chuckled. "What does Karana think of your scar?" "Karana? Don't glare at me. Get up on Ruth, we'll be late. Very clever of you, Jaxom, to cultivate Karana. You'd have made a good harper with your wits." Jaxom mounted his dragon, furious with her but determined not to rise to her lure. It was just like her to find out such things, hoping to aggravate him. Well, she wasn't going to succeed. "Thanks for thinking of the salve, Menelly," he said when he got his voice under control. "It certainly wouldn't do to annoy Lessa right now, and I do have to be at this hatching." "Indeed you do." Her tone was loaded, but he'd no time to figure out what she meant as Ruth took them up and, with no further direction, between to Bendon Weir. No, he wouldn't let her rouse him, but she was bloody clever, this Harper girl. Ruth came out of between, mid-syllable.
"Ruth! I'm Ruth! I'm Ruth!"
Which reminded Jaxom, and he twisted his head about to look at Menelly's left shoulder. "Don't worry. They're safely in Brecca's Weir." "All of them?" "Shells, no, Jaxom. Only Beauty and the 3 bronzes. She may be mating soon, and the boys won't leave her alone for a moment." Menelly chuckled again. "Are all that clutch spoken for?" What? Count the eggs before they're laid? Not at all. Menelly sounded repressive. Why? You don't want one, do you? Not I. Menelly burst out laughing at his telling rejoinder, and he groaned. Well, let her have her laugh. What would I do with a fire lizard? He went on to settle her. I promised Corona I'd see if I could get one for her. She's been very kind to me, you know. He was rewarded by the sound of Menelly's gulp of surprise. Then she smacked him across the shoulder blade with her closed fist, and he winced, then ducked away from her. Leave off, Menelly. I've a score on that shoulder, too. He spoke with more irritation than he meant, and then cursed himself for reminding her of what he avoided mentioning. I am sorry, Jaxom, she said with such contrition that Jaxom was mollified. How much scoring did you get? Face, shoulder, and thigh. She caught at his other shoulder. Listen, they're thrumming wildly, and look, there are candidates entering the hatching ground. Can we fly right in? Jaxom directed Ruth in through the upper entrance of the hatching ground. Bronzes were still bearing visitors to the ground. As Ruth entered, Jaxom found his gaze going immediately to the spot by the arch where he and Ruth had transferred to return the egg. He felt a sudden surge of pride at his feet. I see Robinton, Jaxom, there on the 4th tier, near the Istan colors. Would you sit with us, Jaxom? There was an entreaty in her tone and a slight emphasis that puzzled Jaxom. Who wouldn't want to sit with the Master Harper of Pern? Ruth angled close to the tier, catching at the ledge with his claws and hovering long enough to permit Menelly and Jaxom to dismount. As Jaxom settled his tunic before seating himself, he got a good long look at Master Robinton. He could understand Menelly's entreaty. The Harper seemed different. Oh, he had greeted Jaxom and Menelly brightly enough with a smile for his journeyman and a buffet on the shoulder for Jaxom, but he had turned back to his own thoughts, which, to judge by his expression, were sad. The Master Harper of Pern had a long face, generally mobile with quick expressions and reaction. Now, while the Harper apparently watched the progress of the young candidates as they moved across the warm sands of the hatching ground, his face was lined, his deep-set eyes shadowed with fatigue and worry, the skin of his cheeks and chin sagged. He looked old, tired, and bereft. Jaxom was appalled and looked quickly away, avoiding Menelly's gaze because his thoughts must have been all too apparent to the observant Harper girl. Master Robinton old? Tired, worried, yes, but aging? A cold emptiness assailed Jaxom's innards. Pern, deprived of the humor and wisdom of the Master Harper? Even harder to contemplate was being without his vision and eager curiosity. Resentment replaced the sense of loss as Jaxom found himself, loyal to Robinton's precepts, trying to rationalize this wave of unpalatable reflection. An urgent thrumming brought his attention back to the hatching ground. He'd been to enough hatchings to realize that Ramoth's presence, when there was no queen egg, was unusual. Her attitude was daunting. He wouldn't have wanted to brave her red, whirling eyes or the stabs of her head as she kept poking toward the oncoming candidates. Instead of fanning out so that they loosely circled the rocking eggs, the boys were in a tight group, as if that way they stood a better chance against her attentions. I don't envy them, Menelly said to Jaxom in an undertone. Will she let them impress, sir? Jaxom asked the Harper, momentarily forgetting his awareness of the man's mortality. You'd think she was inspecting each one to see if he smelled of the southern weir, wouldn't you? The Harper replied, his voice light with humor. Jaxom glanced at him and wondered if there hadn't been some unflattering trick of lighting, for the Harper grinned with mischief, very much his customary self. I'm not sure I'd care for such a scrutiny right now, he added, giving his left eyebrow a quirk upward. Menelly coughed, her eyes dancing. Jaxom supposed they'd been south recently and wondered what they had learned. Shells, he thought, in a sudden sweaty panic. The Southerners knew that none of them had returned the egg. Suppose Robinton had found that out. An angry hiss from the hatching ground brought such a reaction from the audience that Jaxom quickly transferred his attention. One of the eggs had split, but Ramoth had moved so protectively over it that none of the candidates dared approach. Nementh bellowed from his ledge outside, and the bronzes within thrummed. Ramoth's head went up, her wings, shimmering gold and green, extended, and she warbled a defiant answer. The other bronzes answered her in conciliating tones, but Nementh's bugle was clearly an order.
"Ramoth is very upset," Ruth said to Jaxom.
The white dragon had discreetly retired to a sunny spot by the Bowl Lake. His absence did not keep him from knowing what was happening within the ground.
"Nementh tells her she is being silly. The eggs must hatch. The hatchlings must make impression. Then she will not have to worry about them again. They will be safe with men."
The croon of the bronzes deepened, and Ramoth, still protesting an inevitable cycle of life, stepped slowly away from the eggs. Whereupon one of the older boys, who had bravely led the first rank, bowed formally to her and then stepped up to the split egg from which a young bronze was emerging, squealing as it tried to balance itself on wobbly legs.
"That boy has good presence of mind," Robinson said, nodding his approbation. He was intent on the scene below. "Just what Ramoth needed, that courtesy. Her eyes are slowing and she's retracting her wings. Good, good."
Following the example set, two more of the older candidates bowed to Ramoth and moved quickly toward eggs that had begun rocking violently with the efforts of the hatchlings to pierce their shells. If subsequent obeisances were jerky or skimped, Ramoth had been mollified, although she emitted curious little barks as each dragonette made its impression.
"Look, he got the bronze. He deserved him,"
Robinson said, applauding as the newly linked pair moved toward the entrance to the ground.
"Who's the lad?" Menelly asked. "From Telgar Hold. He's got the build and coloring of the old lord, and his wits."
"Young Kernetti from Fort Hold has another bronze," Menelly reported, delighted. "I told you he'd do it."
"I have been wrong before and will be again, my dear girl. Infallibility would be a bore," Master Robinson replied equably. "Are there any lads here from Ruatha, Jaxom?"
"Two, but I can't recognize them from this angle."
"It's a good-sized clutch," Robinson replied. "Plenty to choose from."
Jaxom was watching 5 boys who had circled one large egg covered with green splotches. He caught his breath as the dragonette's head emerged, turning to look at each of the boys as it shook shell fragments from its body. "And many boys disappointed," Jaxom said, as the little brown dragon pushed past the 5 boys, out into the sands, crooning piteously, swinging its head from side to side. What if, Jaxom thought with a pang of cold in his guts, Ruth had not found me suitable? Almost all the candidates had left the ground when he had freed Ruth from that overhard shell. The searching dragonette stumbled, its nose burying into the warm sand. It righted itself, sneezed, and cried again. Ramoth called out in warning, and the boys nearest her retreated hurriedly. One of them, a dark-haired, long-legged lad whose bony knees were scarred, almost stumbled over the little brown. He caught himself with a wild flailing of his arms, started to back away, and then halted, staring at the brown dragon. Impression occurred.
"I was there. You were there. We are now together,"
said Ruth, responding to Jaxom's emotion at that scene. Jaxom blinked away an excess of moisture that collected in his eyes at that reaffirmation of their bond. "It's all over so soon," Menelly said, her voice petulant with regret. "I wish it wouldn't all happen in such a rush."
"I'd say we'd had quite an afternoon,"
Robinson stated, gesturing toward Ramoth. The queen was now glowering at the retreating pairs and shifting from foreleg to foreleg. "Do you suppose, now that they're all safely hatched and impressed, her temper will improve?" Menelly asked.
"And Lessa's as well?"
Robinson's lips twitched to suppress his amusement.
"No doubt once Ramoth can be persuaded to eat, both will feel more charitable."
"I hope so." Menelly's reply was low and fervent, not meant, Jaxom thought, to be heard by Robinson, for the harper had turned to the back of the tiers, evidently looking for someone. Robinson had heard, however, and gave his journeyman a warm grin.
"Too bad we can't postpone this meeting until the happy restoration has occurred."
Can't I come with you this once?
To protect me, Meneley?
The harper gripped her by the shoulder, smiling affectionately.
No, it's not a general meeting, and I cannot offend by including you.
He can come? Meneley jerked her thumb at Jaxom, glaring at him with resentment. I can what?
You hadn't learned from Lighthall that a meeting's been called after the impression?
The harper asked.
Ruatha must attend.
They couldn't exclude you as Master Harper, said Meneley in a tight voice. Why would they? Jaxom asked, surprised by Meneley's uncharacteristic defensiveness. Because, you dim glow—
That's enough, Meneley. I appreciate your concern, but all things come to pass in the fullness of time. My head is neither bloodied nor bowed. Once Ramoth is killed, I'll have no fear of being dragon bait either.
Robinson patted her shoulder reassuringly. The queen was making her way out of the hatching ground, and, as they watched, she took wing.
There, you see, she's gone to feed, the harper said. I have nothing to fear any more.
Meneley gave him a long, sardonic look. I just wish I could be with you, that's all.
I know. Ah, Fanderel!
The harper raised his voice and waved to catch the eye of the big master smith.
Come, Lord Jaxom, we've business in the council chamber.
This must be what Lighthall had meant by his being required to attend the hatching. But oughtn't Lighthall to have been there if the meeting was as important as Meneley intimated? Jaxom was flattered by his guardian's confidence. The two masters, having met on their way down the tiers, attached other craft masters who nodded greetings with more solemnity than a hatching generally occasioned. Meneley's hint that this was to be an unusual meeting was reinforced. Again, Jaxom wondered that Lighthall was not here. He had, Jaxom knew, agreed to support Robinson.
Thought Ramoth was going to prevent impression for a moment there, Fanderel said, nodding at Jaxom. Here you've deserted me for your favorite pastime, huh, lad?
Training only, Master Fanderel. All dragons must learn to chew firestone.
Upon my soul, Master Miner Nycat exclaimed. Never thought he'd lived long enough to do that.
Jaxom caught the Master Harper's warding expression as he was about to reply with some heat, and rephrased his answer. Ruth is very good at it. Thank you.
One forgets the passage of time, Master Nycat, Robinson said smoothly, and that growth and maturity come to those we remember first as very young. Ah, Andaman, how are you today?
The harper beckoned to the master farmer to join them as they made their way across the hot sands. Nycat fell in beside Jaxom, chuckling. Teaching the little white to chew firestone, huh? That wouldn't happen to be why some of our supplies appear short in the morning. Master Nycat, I'm training at Fort Weir, and have all the firestone Ruth needs there.
Training at Fort Weir, are you?
Nycat's grin widened as his eyes flicked to Jaxom's cheek, stayed, and moved on.
With Dragonriders, huh, Lord Jaxom?
There was the barest stress of the title before Nycat looked ahead at the steps up to the Queen's Weir and the ledge where Nementh generally perched. The bronze had gone off to watch his queen feed in the meadow below. Jaxom looked for the white hide of Ruth by the lake and felt his dragon's mental presence.
Good hatchin', with a nice bit of suspense for starters, huh? Nycat said conversationally.
Did you have any lads on the ground today? Jaxom asked politely.
Only one this time. 2 lads had already gone to Telgar's last hatchin', so no complaints, no complaints. Although, if you've a clutch of fire-lizard eggs going a-begging, I wouldn't say no to a couple.
Nycat's gaze was guileless, and it certainly would be no hair off his hide if Jaxom chose to teach Ruth to chew firestone and had appropriated sacks from the mines. We've none, presently, but you never can tell when a clutch'll be found.
I only mention it in passing. They're pure death for those pesky, ruinous tunnel snakes, not to mention being very clever about discovering gas pockets we don't smell, and gas pockets is about all we're mining at present.
The master miner sounded depressed and worried. Jaxom wondered what was in the air these days to produce such a general atmosphere of anxiety and sorrow. He'd always liked Master Nycat, and, during their lessons in the mines, had come to respect the short, heavy-set craftmaster whose face was still black-pored from working as an apprentice below the ground. As they climbed the stone steps to the Queen's Weir, Jaxom wished again that he wasn't bound by that promise to Natan not to time it. He had too many demands on ordinary daytime to risk a hop between to the southern beaches, although Ruth might be lucky enough to locate a clutch quickly. He would like to oblige Master Nycat. He would also like to find an egg for Korana. It also wouldn't hurt to indulge the disgruntled Tegger, who might have learned how to keep a fire lizard now. But there was no way, short of timing it, that Jaxom could complete a trip south right now. Just as they reached the entrance, a bronze dragon appeared above the starstones, bugling. The watch dragon replied. Jaxom noticed that everyone had stopped stock still to hear the exchange. Shells and shards, but they were nervous here in Bendon. He wondered who had arrived.
The Weir leader from Ista, Ruth told him.
Ram? It wasn't incumbent on other Weir leaders to attend hatchings, though generally, unless threadfall was imminent in their own area, they did come, especially to Bendon. Jaxom had already spotted Natan, Ramart of Telgar Weir, Ganarish of Igan, Tabor of the High Reaches among those gathered. Then he remembered the Master Harper's talk about Dram's Weir woman, Fana. Was she worse? When they reached the council chamber, Nycat parted from him. Jaxom took one look at Lessa, seated in the Weir woman's huge stone chair, her face intense in its frown, and he quickly moved to the far corner of the room. Her keen eyes wouldn't be able to spot the score on his cheek at that distance. This was not to be a large meeting, the Harper had said. Jaxom watched the master craftsmen file in, the other Weir leaders, the major lord holders, but there were no Weir women or wing seconds except for Brekka and Fëanor. Dram arrived in the company of Falar and a younger man Jaxom didn't recognize, though he wore wing second colors. If Jaxom had been upset by the glimpse of the Master Harper's aging, he was shocked by the change in Dram's appearance. The man seemed to have shrunk in the past turn to a husk, dried up and frail. The Istan Weir leader's step was jerky, and his shoulders rounded. Lessa rose in one of her swift, graceful gestures and went to meet the Istan, her hands outstretched, her expression unexpectedly compassionate. Jaxom had had the impression that she had been totally immersed in her brooding. Now, all her attention was centered on Dram. "We're all assembled as you asked, Dram," Lessa said, pulling him to the chair beside her and pouring him a cup of wine. Dram thanked her for the wine and welcome, took a sip, but, instead of seating himself, he turned to face the meeting. Jaxom could see that his face was marred by lines of fatigue as well as of age. "Most of you already know my situation and Fana's illness," he said in a low, hesitant voice. He cleared his throat, took a deep breath. "I wish to step down now as Istan Weir leader. None of our queens is due to mate, but I have no heart to continue longer. My Weir has agreed. Gdened," and Dram indicated the man who had accompanied him, "has led the past 10 falls on his Barnath. I should have stepped down sooner, but—" He shook his head, smiling sadly. "We so hoped the illness would pass." He straightened his shoulders with an effort. "Caelith is oldest queen, and Cosira a good Weir woman. Barnath has flown Caelith already, and there's been a large, strong clutch to prove them." Now he hesitated, glancing warily at Lessa. "It was the custom in the old time, when a Weir was leaderless, to throw open the first queen's flight in that Weir to all young bronzes. In this fashion, a new leader was fairly chosen. I would invoke that custom now." He said it almost belligerently, and yet his manner toward Lessa was entreating. "You must be very sure of Gdened's Barnath, then," Ramart of Telgar Weir said in a disgusted tone of voice that rose over the startled murmurs. Gdened, grinning broadly, managed to avoid meeting anyone's glance. I want the best leadership for Ista, Dram said, stiffly, resenting Remart's implication of a token flight. Gedenid has proved his competence to my satisfaction, but he ought to prove it to everyone's. That's fairly put. Falar rose to his feet, holding up his hands for silence. I don't doubt Gedenid has a good chance, Ramart, but Dram's offer is exceedingly generous at this critical time. I'll inform all my bronze riders, but I, for one, will permit only those whose dragons haven't yet had a chance to mate with a queen. I don't think it's fair to pile too many odds against Barnath, now is it? Isn't Calith a Bendon queen? Lord Corman of Caroon Hold asked. No, she's one of Mirath's laying. Perith is the Bendon-hatched queen. Calith's an old-timer queen? Calith is an Istan queen, Falar said firmly but quickly. And Gedenid? I was born in the old time, the man said in a quiet voice, but the expression he turned to Lord Corman bore no trace of apology. He is also a son of Dram, Lord Warbred of Ruatha Hold said, speaking directly to Lord Corman as if that qualification should ease the holder's tacit objection. Good man, good blood, Corman replied, not at all ruffled. His leadership is in question, not his bloodline, Falar said. The custom is a good one. Jaxom clearly heard someone remark that it was the only good old-time custom he'd ever heard about, and he hoped that the low whisper hadn't carried far. Dram would be within his right to keep to the weir for leadership, Falar continued, addressing the craftmasters and lord holders. I, for one, deeply appreciate his offer, and the willingness of the weir to open the mating flight. I only want the best leadership for my weir, Dram repeated. This is the only way to be certain Istar gets it. The only way, the only right way. Jaxom suppressed the urge to cheer and glanced about the room, willing the reactions to be favorable. All the weir leaders seemed to agree, as they should, since one of their riders might gain from it. Jaxom hoped that Gedenid's Barnath would fly Calith anyhow. That would prove there was good mettle in the younger old-timers. No one would be able to say anything against Istar leadership once it was proved by competition. I have stated Istar's intention, Dram said, raising his tired voice over the murmur of individual conversations. It is the will of my weir. I must go back now. My duty to you, lords, masters, weir leaders, all. He gave a quick, sweeping nod to everyone, bowed more formally to Lessa, who rose, touched his arm in sympathy, and let him pass. To Jaxom's surprise and elation, everyone rose as Dram left, but the Istan weir leader's head remained down. Jaxom wondered if he'd been aware of that spontaneous show of respect, and felt a lump rise in his throat. I will take my leave as well, in case I'm needed, Gedenid said, bowing formally to Bendon's leaders and the others. Gedenid? Lessa incorporated a wealth of question in his name. The man shook his head slowly. I will inform all the weirs when Calith is ready to fly. He quickly followed Dram. As the sound of his footsteps diminished down the corridor, voices began to rise. The Lord Holders weren't certain they approved of such an innovation. The craftmasters were apparently divided, though Jaxom rather thought Robinton had known of Dram's decision and was neutral. The weir leaders expressed complete satisfaction. Hope Fana doesn't expire today, Jaxom heard a craftmaster murmur to his neighbor. A death at a hatching is a bad sign. Besides spoiling the feast, I wonder just how strong Gedenid's bronze is. Now, if a Bendon bronze rider got into Ista... Speaking of the feast reminded Jaxom that his stomach was roiling for lack of food. He'd been up early for his training as usual, and had had no more than time to change into good clothing at his hold, so he began to sidle to the exit. He could always coax a meat roll or a sweetbread from one of the lower cavern women to stay his hunger. Is this all the meeting there is? Lord Begamon of Ruatha Hold asked, his rasping voice falling into a momentary silence. He sounded peevish. Haven't the weirs yet found out who took the egg, even who returned it? That's what I thought we'd hear today. The egg was returned, Lord Begamon, Falar said, extending his hand to Lessa.
I know the egg was returned. I was right here when it happened. Was at its hatching, too.
Falar continued to lead Lessa down the length of the room. This is another hatching, Lord Begamon, Falar said. A happy occasion for all of us. There will be wine below. And the two weir leaders had left the room.
I don't understand.
Begamon turned in confusion to the man beside him.
I thought we'd learned something today.
You did, Fëanor said, guiding Brecca past him. That Dram is stepping down as weir leader at Ista.
That doesn't concern me.
Begamon was growing more, rather than less, annoyed with the replies he was getting.
That concerns you more than any puzzle over the egg, Fëanor said, as he and Brecca left the room.
I think that's all the answer you're going to get, Robinson said to Begamon, a wry smile on his face.
But aren't they doing anything about it? They're not just letting the old-timers insult them like that and not doing something.
Unlike Lord Holders, Natan said, coming forward, Dragonriders are not free to indulge their passions or honors at the expense of their primary duty, which is to protect all of Pern from threat. That is the important occupation of Dragonriders, Lord Begamon.
Come on, Begamon,
Lord Grogi of Fort Hold said as he took the man by the arm.
It's weir business, not ours, you know. Can't interfere? Shouldn't. They know what they're doing. And the egg was returned. Too bad about Dram's woman. Hate to see him go. Sensible fella. Falar didn't say, but it must be bending wine.
Jaxom saw Lord Grogi searching the faces about him.
Harper, it ought to be bending wine here?
The Harper agreed and left the council room in the company of the two lords, Begamon still protesting the lack of information. Jaxom followed them out as the room was clearing. When he got to the base of the weir steps, Meneley pounced on him. Well, what happened? Did they speak to him at all? Did who speak to whom? Did Falar or Lessa address the Harper? No reason why they would. Plenty of reason why they wouldn't. What happened? Jaxom sighed for patience with her as he rapidly reviewed what had occurred. Dram came here to ask, no, to tell them that he's stepping down as Isten Weir leader. Meneley nodded encouragingly as if this were no news to her. And he said he was invoking an old-time custom to throw the first queen's mating flight open to all bronzes. Meneley's eyes widened, and she made her mouth round with surprise. That must have rocked them back on their heels. Any protests? From the Lord Holders, yes, Jaxom grinned. From the other weir leaders? No, except that Ermart made a snide remark about Gedenid being so strong there'd be no contest. I don't know Gedenid, but he's a son of Dram's. That doesn't always mean anything. True. Dram kept saying that he wanted the best leadership for Ista Weir, and this was the way to achieve it. Poor Dram. Poor Fana, you mean? No, poor Dram. Poor us. He was very strong as a leader. Did Master Robinson speak at all? She asked them, throwing off her reflections on Dram for the more important consideration. He spoke to Begamon. Not to the weir leaders? No reason to. Why? They've been such close friends for so long, and they're so unfair about it. He had to speak up. Dragons can't fight dragons. To which Jaxom stoutly agreed, his comment echoed by a rumble from his stomach so audible that Meneley glared at him. Jaxom was torn between embarrassment and amusement at such an internal betrayal. The laughter won, and even as he apologized to Meneley, he could see that the incident had triggered her sense of the ridiculous. Oh, come on. I won't get any sense out of you until you've eaten. It was not the most memorable of hatching feasts, nor particularly merry. A restraint touched the Dragonriders. Jaxom did not try to figure out how much was due to Dram's resignation or how much to the theft of the egg. He preferred not to hear any more about that. He was uncomfortable in Meneley's company because he couldn't put aside his feeling that she knew he'd brought the egg back. The fact that she said nothing about her suspicions worried him more, because he also felt that she was leaving him in suspense on purpose. He didn't particularly wish to share a table with Felessen and Miriam, who might notice the thread score. Benelek was not his choice of a companion at any time, and he certainly wouldn't have been at ease taking the place at the main tables to which his rank entitled him. Meneley had been dragged away from him by O'Haran, the Weir's harper, and he could hear them singing. Had there been new music, he might have stayed by them, just to be part of some group, but the Lord Holders were asking for their favorite songs, and so were the proud parents of boys who had impressed. Ruth was enjoying the emotional feast of the newly hatched dragons, but he did miss the ministrations of the fire lizards. "They don't like being cooped up in Brecca's weir," Ruth told his rider. "Why can't they come out? Ramoth's asleep with a very full belly. She wouldn't even know." "Don't be too sure of that," Jaxom said, glancing up at Nementh, curled on the queen's ledge, his softly glowing eyes bright points on the other side of the darkening weir bowl. The outcome was that he and Ruth left the feast as soon after eating as courtesy permitted. While they were circling into Ruatha Hold, Jaxom began to worry about Lytol. His guardian would be extremely upset when Fanna died and her queen suicided. He wished he didn't have to bring the news of Dram's resignation. He knew that Lytol respected the old-timer. He wondered what Lytol's reaction would be to the open mating flight. Lytol merely grunted, gave a sharp nod of his head, and asked Jaxom if any further development over the theft of the egg had been discussed. For Jaxom's recital of Lord Begamon's complaint, Lytol issued another sort of grunt, disgusted and contemptuous. Then he asked if there were any fire lizard eggs available. 2 more small holders had been pressing him for eggs. Jaxom said he'd ask Natan in the morning. "Considering the bad odor of fire lizards, I wonder anyone wants them," the Fort Weir leader remarked the next day when Jaxom told him his errand. "Or maybe that's why there's so many requests. Everyone is convinced no one else will want them, so they get in there now. No, I don't have any, but I wanted to speak with you. Fort Weir flies with the High Reaches Weir tomorrow during the northerly fall. If it were over Ruatha, I'd ask you to join the Weirling wing. As it is, I'd better not. Can you understand?" Jaxom allowed that he could. But did Natan mean that he would be able to fight Ruth the next time Thread was over Ruatha? "I discussed it with Lytol," Natan grinned, his eyes twinkling. "Lytol's reasoning is that you'd be so far above ground no Ruathan would realize his Lord Holder was risking his life and word wouldn't get back to Bendon. I risk my life and limbs far more surely on the ground with that flamethrower crew." "Quite likely. But we still don't want someone blurting the truth out to Lessa and Flar. I've had a good report of you from Knebel. Ruth is all you told me he could be, fast, clever, and unusually quick in the air." Natan grinned again. "Between you and me, Knebel says the little beast changes direction on his tail. His chief concern is that some of the others might get the notion that their dragons can do the same thing, and we'd have riders coming adrift." So the following morning, while the Weir dealt with falling thread, Jaxom hunted Ruth and then directed him to the lake for a good scrub and swim. While the fire lizards were grooming Ruth's neck ridges, Jaxom did a careful brushing of the scar on his leg. Suddenly the white dragon whimpered. Apologetic, Jaxom looked around and noticed that the fire lizards had suspended their labors. All the animals had their heads cocked, as if listening to something beyond Jaxom's hearing. "What's the matter, Ruth?" "The woman dies." "Take me back to the hold, Ruth. Hurry." Jaxom gritted his teeth as his wet clothing froze against his body in the cold of between. Teeth chattering, Jaxom glanced toward the watch dragon on the fire heights. Strangely enough, the beast was indolent in the sun when he ought to be responding to the death. "Now she is not yet dying," Ruth said. It took Jaxom a moment to realize that Ruth had acted on his own initiative and timed it to just before the fire lizard's alarm at the lake. "We promised not to time it, Ruth." Jaxom could appreciate the circumstances, but he didn't like the notion of going back on his word for any reason. "You promised. I did not. Lytol will need you in time." Ruth landed Jaxom in the courtyard, and the young lord pelted up the stairs to the main hall. He startled the drudge who was sweeping the dining hall with a demand to know Lytol's whereabouts. The drudge thought Lord Lytol was with Master Brand. Jaxom knew that Brand kept wine in his office, but he ducked into the serving hall, grabbed up a wineskin by its thong, swept 2 cups into his other hand, and strode to the steps of the inner hall, which he took 2 at a time. Catching the heavy inner door with the point of his shoulder, he worked the latch with his right elbow and continued without much loss of forward speed down the corridor to Bran's quarters. Just as he threw open the door, Bran's little blue fire lizard struck the very listening pose that had alerted Jaxom at the lake. "What's the matter, Lord Jaxom?" Bran cried, rising to his feet. Lighthall's face showed his disapproval of such a mannerless entrance, and he was about to speak when Jaxom pointed to the fire lizard. The blue suddenly sat back on his haunches, opened his wings, and began the shrill, high ululation that was the keening of the fire lizards. As all color drained from Lighthall's face, the men heard the deeper, equally piercing cries of the watch-dragon and Ruth, each giving voice to the passing of a queen dragon. Jaxom splashed wine in a cup and held it to Lighthall. "It doesn't stop the pain, I know," he said in a rough tone, "but you can get drunk enough not to hear or remember." 9. Early Summer, Harpercraft Hall and Ruatha Hold, 15-7-3. The first hint Robinson had was from Zaire, who woke abruptly from a sound morning's sleep in the sun on the window ledge and flew to Robinson's shoulder, wrapping his tail firmly about the harper's neck. Robinson, not having the heart to rebuke his friend, tried to ease the tension of the tail so that he didn't have the sensation of choking to death. Zaire rubbed his cheek against the harper's, crooning, "Whatever is the matter with you?" Just then the watch-dragon on the fire heights rose to his haunches and bugled. A dragon appeared in mid-air, answered the summons smartly before beginning a circle to land. A knock on the door was followed so closely by its opening that the courtesy was hardly observed. Robinson was forming a reprimand as he slewed round in his chair and saw Menoli, with Beauty clinging tightly to her shoulder, Rocky, Diver, and Pole doing an aerial dance about her. "It's Flar and Namenth," she cried. "So I had just perceived, my dear. Why the panic?" "Panic? I'm not in a panic, I'm excited. This is the first time since the egg was taken that Bendon has come to you." "Then be a polite child and see if Sylvina has any sweetbreads to eat with our claw. It is," he sighed wistfully, "a shade too early in the morning to offer wine." "It's not too early in Bendon's morning," Menoli said as she left the room. Robinson sighed again, sadly, as he looked at the empty doorway. She had grieved over the estrangement of the Harper Hall and Bendon Weir. So, in his own way, had he. He brought his thoughts sharply away from that. There'd been no hint of distress in Namenth's acknowledgment of the watch-dragon's challenge. What had brought Flar from Bendon? And, more important, did the Weir leader come with Lessa's knowledge and consent? Namenth had landed now. Flar would be striding across the meadow. Robinson began to twitch with more impatience for that final walk than he had felt during the 7 days of coolness between Weir and Hall. Robinson rose and paced to the window just as Flar entered the inner courtyard of the craft hall. He was walking with long strides, but Flar always did, so there did not seem to be any haste in his errand. Then why was he coming to the hall? Flar spoke to a journeyman who was packing a runner for a trip. Fire lizards congregated on the roof. Robinson saw Flar raise his head and noticed them. The harper briefly considered whether he ought to ask Zaire to leave while Flar was present. No sense firing resentment of any consequence right now. Flar had entered the hall. Through the open window, Robinson could hear the Weir leader's voice and the pause for an answer. Sylvina? More likely his journeyman, he thought, smiling to himself, lying in wait for the Weir leader. Yes, he was right. He could hear Menoli's voice and Flar's as they came up the stairs. The sound of the voices were unmarked by emotion. Good girl, easy does it. "Ah, Robinson! Menoli informs me that her fire lizards referred to Namenth as the biggest one," Flar said, with a slight smile on his face as he entered the room. "They're chary of awarding accolades, Flar," Robinson replied, taking the tray from Menoli, who withdrew, closing the door. Not that her absence precluded her knowing what would happen, not with beauty attuned to Zaire. "There's no trouble at Bendon, is there?" Robinson asked the weir leader as he handed him a cup of claw. No trouble." Robinson waited. "But there is a puzzle that I thought you might be able to answer for us." "If I can, I will," the harper said, gesturing to Flar to seat himself. "We can't find Dram." "Dram?" Robinson almost laughed in surprise. "Why can't you find Dram?" "He's alive. We know that much. We don't know where." "Surely Ramoth could touch Teroth." Flar shook his head. "Perhaps I should have said when." "When? The Rams timed it somewhere? I mean, some when?" "That's the only explanation, and we can't see how he could possibly have gone back to his own time. We don't believe that Teroth has that much strength in him. Timing it, as you know, is very draining on both dragon and rider, but the ram has gone." "That's not unexpected, surely," Robinson said slowly, his mind turning rapidly over the possibilities of when. "No, not unexpected. He wouldn't have gone to the southern weir. No, because Ramoth would have no trouble locating him there, and Gedenid went back quite a distance before threadfall at Ista itself, thinking Dram would stay where his memories are. Lord Warbret offered Dram any one of those caves on the south side of Ista Island. He seemed agreeable." Then, as Flar's shrug negated that suggestion, the harper added, "Yes, he was too agreeable." Flar rose, striding restlessly about, turning back to the harper. "Have you any ideas where the man could have gone? You were with him a great deal. Can you remember anything?" He wasn't talking very much toward the end, just sat there holding Fanna's hand. Robinson found that he needed to swallow. As accustomed as he was to mortality, Dram's devotion to his weir-woman and his silent grief at her death had the power to bring tears to the harper's eyes. "I tendered offers of hospitality to him from Grogi and Sangel. In fact, I gather he could have gone anywhere on Pern and been welcome. Obviously, he prefers the company of his memories. Might I ask if there is any reason to know where he is?" "No reason, other than our concern for him." "Old Ives said that he was completely in possession of his reason, Flar, if that's your worry." Flar made a grimace and impatiently stroked back a forelock which invariably fell into his eyes when he was agitated. "Frankly, Robinson, it's Lesser. Ramoth can't find Teroth. Lesser's certain he's gone far enough back in time to suicide without giving us distress. It's in Dram's nature to do so." "It's also his option," Robinson said gently. I know. And no one would fault him, but Lesser is very worried. Dram may have stepped down, Robinson, but his knowledge, his opinions are valuable and valued. Right now, more than ever, bluntly, we need him available to us." Robinson thought briefly about the possibility that Dram had realized this and deliberately removed himself and Teroth from easy access. But Dram would serve Pern and dragonfolk at any time. "He perhaps needs time to recover from his grief, Flar. He was worn out with tending Fanna. You know that. He could also be sick, and who would be there to help? We're both worried." "I hesitate to suggest this, but has Brecca tried with the fire lizards? Hers as well as those at Ista Weir?" A grin tugged at the worried line of Flar's mouth. "Oh, yes. She insisted. No luck. The fire lizards need a direction to go between time, just like dragons. I didn't exactly mean sending them. I mean asking them to remember a lone bronze dragon." "Asking those creatures to remember?" Flar laughed with incredulity. "I'm serious, Flar. They have good memories which can be triggered. For instance, how could the fire lizards have known that the red star—" He was interrupted by a squeal of protest from Zaire, who launched himself so quickly from Robinson's shoulder that he scratched the harper's neck. "I will mention it in his presence," Robinson said, ruefully patting the scratch. "My point is, Flar,
that the fire lizards all knew that the Red Star was dangerous and could not be reached before Fëanor and Canth tried to go there. If you can get a fire lizard to make any sense when you mention the Red Star, they say they remember being afraid of it. They? Or their ancestors, when our ancestors first attempted to go to it.
Fëanor gave the Master Harper a long, searching stare.
That isn't the first memory of theirs that has proved to be accurate, Robinson went on. Master Andamon believes that it's entirely possible that these creatures can remember unusual events that one of their number has witnessed or felt. Instinct plays a part with all animals. Why not in their memories, too?
I'm not sure I see how you intend to get this fire lizard memory to work in helping to find Ram, whenever he's got to.
Simple. Ask them to remember seeing a lone dragon. That would be unusual enough to be noted and remembered.
Fëanor was not convinced it would work.
Oh, I think so, if we ask Ruth to ask them.
Ruth?
When every fire lizard was scared to death of the other dragons, they beleaguered Ruth. Jaxom's told me that they talk with his white wherever they are. With so many, there's bound to be one that might remember what we want to know.
If I could relieve Les's fears, I'd even forget my antipathy to those nuisances.
I trust you'll remember that statement.
Robinson grinned to soften the remark. Will you come with me to Ruatha Hold? In that moment, Robinson remembered Jaxom's thread scoring. Of course, it would be long-heeled, but he couldn't remember if Natan had ever discussed Jaxom's training with Bendon Weir.
Shouldn't we find out if Jaxom's at the hold?
Why wouldn't he be? Fëanor asked, frowning.
Because he's often about the hold, learning the land or at Fandorel's with the other young people.
A point. Fëanor looked away from the Harper, out the window, his eyes unfocused. No, Nementh says Ruth's at the hold. See, I have my own message sender, Fëanor added with a grin. Robinson hoped that Ruth would think to tell Jaxom that Nementh had bespoken him. He wished that he'd had time to send Zair with a message to Ruatha, but he had had no excuse and certainly no wish to jeopardize this gesture of Fëanor's.
More reliable than mine, and farther-reaching than Fandorel's little wire.
Robinson donned the thick warehide jacket and helmet he used when flying.
Speaking of Fandorel, he's got his lines as far as Crom's mines, you know.
He gestured Fëanor to precede him out of the room. Yes, I know. That's another reason to locate Dram.
It is?
Fëanor laughed at the Harper's bland question, a laugh that held no constraint, so that Robinson sincerely hoped that this visit mended their relationship. Hasn't Nycat been at you too, Robinson? To go south to those mines?
The ones Torrek's been trading from?
I thought you'd know.
Yes, I know that Nycat's worried about mining. The ores are getting very poor. Fandorel's a good sight more worried than Nycat. He needs the better quality metals.
Once we allow the crafts into the south, the Lord Holders will press for entry. Fëanor instinctively lowered his voice, though the courtyard they were crossing was empty.
The southern continent is large enough to take all of northern Pern and rattle it. Why, we've only touched the fringes of it, Fëanor. Great shells and shards!
Robinson slapped his forehead.
Talk about fire lizards and associative memories. That's it. That's where Dram has gone.
Where?
At least I think that's where he might have gone.
Speak, man, where?
The problem is still when, I fancy, and Ruth is still our key.
They had only several dragon lengths to go before they reached Nementh in the meadow. Zair fluttered above Robinson's head, chittering anxiously well away from the bronze dragon. He refused to alight on Robinson's shoulder, though the Harper gestured for him to land.
I'm going to Ruatha to the White Dragon, to Ruth. Join us there, then, you silly creature, if you won't ride on my shoulder.
Nementh doesn't mind Zair, Fëanor said.
It's still the other way around, I'm afraid, Robinson said.
A hint of anger danced in the bronze rider's eyes.
No dragon flamed a fire lizard. Not here, Were-Leader, not here. But all of them remember seeing it happen, and fire lizards can only tell what they or one of them have actually seen.
Then let's get to Ruatha and see if one of them has seen Dram. So the fire lizards were still tender subjects, thought Robinson sadly, as he climbed up Nementh's shoulder to sit behind Flar. He wished that Zaire had not been so wary of Nementh. Jaxom and Lytol stood on the hold steps as Nementh bugled his name to the watch-dragon and circled to land in the huge courtyard. As the two visitors were being greeted, Robinson scanned Jaxom's face to see if the thread score was obvious. He couldn't see a trace of it, and wondered if he was examining the right cheek. He could only hope that Ruth had healed as well. Of course, Flar was so involved with this business of Draram, he wouldn't be looking for scoring on Ruth or Jaxom. Ruth said Nementh inquired for him, Flar, Jaxom said. I trust nothing is wrong.
Ruth may be able to help us find Draram.
Find Draram? He hasn't. Jaxom paused, looking anxiously at Lytol, who was frowning and shaking his head.
No, but he has timed it some when, Robinson said. I thought perhaps if Ruth asked the fire lizards, they might tell him.
Jaxom stared at the harper, who wondered why the lad looked so stunned and, curiously, scared. Robinson did not miss the quick flick of Jaxom's eyes toward Flar, nor the convulsive swallowing.
I remembered hearing you comment that fire lizards often tell Ruth things, Robinson went on in a casual manner, giving Jaxom time to recover his composure. Whatever was bothering the boy?
Where? Possibly, but when, Master Robinson?
I've a hunch I know where Draram went. Would that help?
I'm not sure I understand, Lytol said, looking from one to the other. What's this all about? Lytol had been guiding the visitors into the hold and toward the small private room. Wine and cups had been set on the table, together with cheese, bread, and fruits.
Well,
Robinson said, eyeing the wineskin,
I'll explain.
And you'll be dry, I'm sure, Jaxom said, as he strode to the table to pour. It's Bendon wine, Master Robinson, only the best for our distinguished visitors.
The lad's growing up, Lytol,
Flar said, taking the cup and raising it approvingly toward Lytol.
The lad has grown up, Lytol said in a half-growl.
Now, about those fire lizards. Zaire appeared mid-air, squealed, and swooped to Robinson's shoulder, wrapping his tail tightly about the harper's neck and chittering in a nervous tone as he reassured himself that Robinson had taken no harm riding the biggest one. Pardon me, Robinson said, and soothed Zaire to silence. Then he explained to Lytol his theory that fire lizards shared a vast pool of common knowledge which would explain their fear of— He cleared his throat and pointed east to spare them all his bronze's antics. Fire lizards were able to communicate strong emotions, as evidenced by Brecca's call to Canth that fateful night. They had had this fright about the queen's egg, and all had been in a high state of turmoil until the egg had hatched properly. They seemed to remember seeing it near a black nothingness, and they seemed to remember being flamed. Jaxom had told him on several occasions that the fire lizards regaled Ruth with incredible things they said they'd remembered seeing. If this curious talent of theirs was not the sun-dreams of silly creatures, he had to placate an outrage there, then here was a case in which it could be proved, with Ruth's cooperation. Draram had apparently gone off on his own, to a time when Ramoth could not reach the mind of his dragon. It was upsetting Ramoth and Lessa, who were worried that Draram might be in physical distress. Despite his resignation as weir-leader, Pern still had a need of and a place for Draram, and certainly did not wish to lose contact with him.
Now, Robinson went on, there have been occasions in recent turns.
He cleared his throat, glanced toward Flar for permission, and received the nod.
Occasions when I have ventured south. On one such instance, Meneley and I were blown off course, far to the east, where we came to rest in a beautiful cove, white-sanded, with red fruit trees abounding. The waters of the cove teemed with yellowtail and white fingerfish. The sun was warm, and the waters of a stream just inland were sweet as wine.
He looked into his cup wistfully. With a laugh, Jaxom refilled it.
I told Draram of it. I've forgotten why now. I'm reasonably certain I described it well enough for a dragon of Tiroth's abilities to find his way there.
Draram would not wish to cause complications here, Lytol said slowly. He'd have gone to a time when the old-timers were not in the south. A jump back of 10, 12 turns wouldn't overtax Ruth. A point, Robinson, that might complicate matters, Falar said. If these creatures can remember significant events that happened to their predecessors, and Falar was patently skeptical, then none of the fire lizards here could possibly have any recollections for our purpose, no ancestors from the area. He indicated Zaire. He's from that clutch mentally brought up from below half-circle sea-hold, isn't he? Fire lizards from all over converge on Ruth, Robinson said, looking to the young lord for corroboration. Falar has made a good point, Jaxom said. Not if you go to that cove, Jaxom. I'm sure the fatal fascination fire lizards all have for Ruth will operate even there. You want me to go to the southern continent? Robinson noted the incredulity and sudden start of intense interest in Jaxom's eyes. So, the boy had discovered that flying a fire-breathing dragon was not enough to keep him content with his life. I don't want anyone to go south, Falar replied, since that is a breach of our agreement. But I can't see any other way of locating Dram. The cove is a long way from the southern weir, Robinson said gently, and we know the old-timers don't venture far from it. They ventured far enough from it a little while ago, didn't they? Falar asked with considerable heat in his voice and an angry shine in his amber eyes. Wearily, Robinson saw that the breach between Harper Hall and Bendon Weir was only thinly healed. Lord Lighthall, the Bendon Weir leader continued, I am remiss. May we have your permission to recruit Jaxom to this search? Lighthall shook his head and gestured toward Jaxom. It is entirely up to Lord Jaxom. Robinson could see Falar digesting the implications of that referral, and he gave Jaxom a long, keen look. Then he smiled. And your answer, Lord Jaxom? With commendable poise, Robinson thought, the young man inclined his head. I'm flattered to be asked to assist, Weir leader. You don't happen to have any maps of the southern continent in this hold, do you? Asked Falar. As a matter of fact, I do. Then Jaxom added a hasty explanation. Fandorel gave us several sessions of chart-making at his hall. The charts were, however, incomplete. Falar recognized them as copies of Fenor's original explorations of the southern continent when the Bendon Wing Second had taken Ramoth's first clutch back 10 turns to mature before Thread would fall again, an undertaking marked by partial success. I have more comprehensive maps of the coastline, Robinson said casually, and scribbled a note to Meneley which he attached to the clasp on Zaire's collar. He sent the little bronze back to the Harper Hold with an entreaty not to forget his errand. And he'll bring the charts back directly? Falar asked, skeptical and somewhat contemptuous. Breca and Fenor keep trying to convince me of their usefulness, too. I suspect with something as important as the charts, Meneley will wheedle the watch-dragon into bringing her. Robinson sighed, wishing he'd thought to insist she return the charts by fire lizard. No opportunity should be wasted. How much timing it have you done, Jaxom? Falar asked suddenly. A flush suffused Jaxom's face. With a start, Robinson saw the thin line of scar white against the reddened cheek. Luckily, that side of Jaxom's face was turned away from the Weir leader. Well, sir. Come, lad, I don't know any young dragonrider who hasn't used the trick to be on time. What I want to establish is how accurate Ruth's time sense is. Some dragons don't have any at all. Ruth always knows when he is, Jaxom replied with quick pride. I'd say he has the best time memory on Pern. Falar considered that for a long moment. Have you ever tried any long jumps? Jaxom nodded slowly, his eyes flickering to Lighthall, whose face remained impassive. No wavering of the leap? No unduly long stay between? No, sir. It's easy to be accurate anyhow if you jump at night. I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. Those star equations that Wanzer worked out. I think you were at that session in the Smithcraft Hall? The young man's voice trailed off, uncertainly, until Falar caught his drift and looked his surprise. If you work out the position of the dominant stars in the skies, you can position yourself most accurately. If you jump at night, the Master Harper added, never having thought to put that use to Wanzer's equations. Never occurred to me to do that, Falar said. There is a precedent, Robinson remarked, grinning, in your own weir, Falar. Lessa used the stars from the tapestry to go back for the old-timers, didn't she? Jaxom had clearly forgotten that, and also, to judge by the sudden comic dismay on his face, forgotten that his reference to the old-timers was not adroit. We can't ignore them, can we? The weir leader said, with more tolerance than Robinson had anticipated. Well, they exist and can't be ignored. To the present problem, Robinson. How long is it likely to take your fire lizard? Just outside the hold window, a multi-voiced squabbling arose, so obviously that of fire lizards that they all hurried to the window. Meneley did it, Robinson said in an undertone to Jaxom. They're here, Falar. Who? Meneley with the watch dragon? No, sir, Jaxom said, his voice triumphant. Zer, and Meneley's queen and her 3 bronzes. They've all got charts strapped to their backs. Zer flew in, chittering in a combination of anger, concern, and confusion. Meneley's 4 followed. The little queen, Beauty, started scolding all of them as she circled about the room. Robinson easily lured Zer to his arm, but Beauty kept her bronzes in circulation, out of reach, while Falar, grinning sardonically, and Lytol, expressionless, watched the attempts of Robinson and Jaxom to land the other 4 fire lizards. Ruth, would you tell Beauty to behave and come to my arm? Jaxom cried as his futile attempts to coax the little queen began to assume ludicrous proportions in front of someone he was trying to impress. Beauty let out a startled squawk, but immediately came to rest on the table. She scolded Jaxom furiously as he undid the chart. She kept up her monologue as the bronzes timidly landed, not quite furling their wings to have their burdens removed. Once free of their encumbrances, the bronzes retreated out the window. Beauty gave everyone in the room one final raucous harangue, and then, with a flick of her tail, disappeared from sight. Zer let out one sort of apologetic cheep and hid his face in Robinson's hair. Well, Robinson said as welcome silence settled on the room, they did return promptly, didn't they? Falar burst out laughing. Return, yes. Delivery was another problem. I'd hate to have to argue for every message brought me. That was just because Meneley wasn't here, Jaxom said. Beauty wasn't certain whom she could trust, you know, meaning no offense, Falar, he added hastily. Here's the one I need, Robinson said, unwinding it fully. He gestured for the others to unroll the segments they held. Shortly, the maps were placed in sequence across the table, the curling ends weighted down with pieces of fruit and wine cups. It would appear, Lytol said mildly, that you have been blown off course in every direction, Master Robinson. Oh, not me, sir, the harper replied ingenuously. Sea-holders have been very helpful here, and here, and he pointed to the western portions where an intricate coastline was carefully delineated. This is the work of Ida Roland and the captains reporting to him. He paused, toying with the notion of mentioning just how much of Ida Roland's explorations had been assisted by the various fire lizards of the cruise. Toric and his holders, of course, he went on, deciding against gilding the matter now, have a perfect right to discover their land. They've detailed this portion. His hand swept across the peninsular thumb that was the southern hold and weir and substantial portions of the territory on either side. Where are those mines located that Toric's trading from? Here. Robinson's finger dropped to the foothill shading, slightly to the west of the settlement and well inland. Falar considered the location, walking his fingers back across the well-stretched hide to the weir's location. And where's this cove of yours? Robinson pointed to a spot which was as far distant from the southern weir as Ruatha was from Bendon. In this area. There are quite a few small coves in the coastline. I couldn't say exactly which one it was, but in this general location. Falar mumbled about his recollection being all too general, and how would a dragon take the specific direction he'd need to go between? Dead center in the cove is the cone of an old mountain, perfectly symmetrical. Robinson gestured appropriately. Zer was with me and could give Ruth the proper image. Robinson turned his head slightly and gave Jaxom a private wink. Could Ruth take direction from a fire lizard? Flar asked Jaxom, frowning at the unreliability of the source. He has, Jaxom remarked, and Robinson caught the glint of amusement in the lad's eyes. He began to wonder where fire lizards had already led the white dragon. Would Meneley know? "What is this?" Flar demanded suddenly. "Conspiracy to restore fire lizards to good odor?" "I thought we were forming a cooperative venture to locate Dram," Robinson replied in mild rebuke. Flar snorted and bent to study the maps. The cooperation, Robinson realized, would be all on Ruth's part. The outcome would finally depend on whether or not the southern fire lizards were attracted to the white dragon. Otherwise, Jaxom had agreed to try judicious time jumps backward in the cove, if, Flar amended, Jaxom was able to find the proper one. The subject of fire lizard memory was discussed again, Flar unwilling to concede that, unlike the dragons they otherwise resembled, the little creatures were capable of recall. Their tales might all be imaginary, the results of sun-dreams and insubstantial. To that, Robinson replied that imagination relied on memory. Without one, the other was impossible. The afternoon drew to a close, emphasized by the return of the fosterlings to the hold after a day's field tour with Brand. Flar noted that he'd been gone far longer than he had intended when he set out from Bendon. He cautioned Jaxom to be careful timing it, advice which Robinson suspected Flar had best take to heart himself, and to take no risks with himself or his dragon. If he didn't locate the cove, he was not to waste time and energy, but return. If he did find Dram, preferably he was to mark the time and place and return immediately to Bendon with the coordinate for Flar. Flar did not want to intrude on Dram's grief unnecessarily, and if Jaxom could avoid being seen, so much the better. "I think you could trust Jaxom to handle the situation diplomatically," Robinson said, watching the young man through the side of his eyes. "He's already proved to be discreet." Now why would Jaxom react so to a simple compliment, Robinson wondered, and smoothly made a fuss of rolling up the charts to divert attention from the discomposed young rider. Robinson told Jaxom to get a good night's sleep, a good morning's breakfast, and to report to the Harper Craft Hall immediately thereafter to acquire his guide. Then Robinson and Flar left the hold. As the weir leader and Nemeth brought the Harper back to his hall, Robinson forbore to go beyond offering ordinary courtesies. The needs of Pern had brought the Bendon weir leader back to the hall, one step at a time. As Robinson watched Flar and bronze Nemeth climb above the fire heights and wink out, Beauty appeared, scolding at Zer, who resumed his customary perch on the Harper's shoulder. Zer did not respond to her crackling, causing Robinson to grin. Meneley must be agitating for an account of the afternoon's doings. She wasn't presumptuous enough to nag at him, but that didn't keep Beauty from badgering his bronze. A good child, Meneley, and worth her weight in marks. He hoped she'd approve of a trip with young Jaxom. He hadn't mentioned her participating in front of Lighthall, since Flar had long ago enjoined him to the strictest secrecy about his southern trips. Zer would not have been enough for Jaxom to find the right cove, but with Meneley, who had been with him on that stormy trip, and her fire lizards to act as reinforcement, they'd have no trouble at all. But the fewer people who knew about it, the better. The next day, when the Harper informed Jaxom of this added insurance for success, Jaxom looked relieved and surprised. "Mind you, young Jaxom, it's not to be discussed that Meneley and I have been exploring so far south. In point of fact, we hadn't planned that trip." Meneley chuckled. "I told you there'd be a storm." "Thank you. I've heeded your weather wisdom since, as you well know." He grimaced as he recalled 3 days of storm sickness and a desperate Meneley clinging to the tiller of their light craft. He saddled them with no further advice, urged them to take a supply of food from the kitchens, and said he hoped they'd have a favorable report. "Of Dram's whereabouts?" Meneley asked, her eyes dancing at him. "Or the performance of the fire lizards?" "Both, of course, saucy girl. Away with you." He had decided not to query Jaxom about his strong reactions to timing it and discretion. When he had told Meneley of his intention to send her and her fire lizards to accompany Jaxom, she too had reacted in an unexpected fashion. He had casually asked her what was so amusing, and she had merely shaken her head, convulsed in laughter. He couldn't imagine what the two of them had been up to together. Now, as he watched Ruth circle into the skies above the hold, he reviewed their interactions. Good-natured chaffing, certainly, a dollop of contention for leadership, but nothing beyond the exchanges of old friends. Not, he hastily told himself, that Meneley would not make an excellent lady holder for Jaxom if the two were sincerely attached. It was just that. The harper chided himself for interfering and turned to dull matters of craft management which he had been delaying far too long. 10. From Harpercraft Hall to the Southern Continent. Evening at Bendon Weir. 15-7-4. As Ruth flew upward from the meadow, Jaxom experienced a tremendous sense of relief and excitement, as well as the usual tension that gripped him when making a long jump between. Beauty and Diver were perched on Meneley's shoulders, tails twined about her neck. He had given shoulder room to Paul and Rocky, since these four had accompanied the Harper and Meneley on that initial trip. Jaxom would have liked to ask what they'd been doing sailing in the southern continent. The boat made some sense, since Meneley, being sea-hold bred, was a good sailor. But there'd been a challenging gleam in Meneley's eyes that had kept him from asking. He was wondering, too, if she had told the Harper anything of her suspicions about his part in returning the egg. They went between, first to Nearot's tip, circling again while Meneley and her fire lizards concentrated on imagining the cove far to the southeast. Jaxom had wanted to time it to the night before. He'd spent hours working out star positions in the southern hemisphere. Meneley and Robinson had overruled him, unless Ruth couldn't get a vivid enough picture of the cove from the combination of Meneley and the fire lizards. Somewhat to Jaxom's disgruntlement, Ruth announced that he could clearly see where he was to go. "Meneley makes very sharp pictures," he added. Jaxom had no option but to ask him to change. The quality of the air was Jaxom's first impression of the new location. Softer, cleaner, less humid. Ruth was gliding toward the little cove, expressing pleasure in anticipation of a good swim. Their guiding mountain peak glistened in the sun, distant, serene, and unusually symmetrical. "I'd forgotten how lovely it was," Meneley said, breathing out a sigh in his ear. The water had a clarity that made the sandy bottom of the cove quite visible, though Jaxom was sure that the water was by no means shallow. He noticed the brilliant reflection of yellowtails and the darting movements of whitefingers in the clear waters. Ahead of them was the perfect crescent of a white-sanded cove, trees of all sizes, some bearing yellow and red fruits, forming a shady border. As Ruth descended to the beach, Jaxom could see dense forest extending unbroken toward the low range of foothills that culminated in that magnificent mountain. Just beyond this cove, on both flanks, were other little bays, not perhaps as symmetrically shaped, but equally peaceful and untouched. Ruth came to a back-winging halt on the sands, urging his passengers to disembark as he intended to have a proper bath. "Go ahead, then," Jaxom said, patting Ruth's muzzle affectionately and laughing as the white dragon, too eager to dive, waddled ungracefully into the sea. "These sands are as hot as at hatching grounds," Meneley explained, picking up her feet in fast order and heading toward the shaded area. "They're not that hot," Jaxom said, following her. "My feet are sensitive," she replied, casting herself down on the beach. She glanced up and down and then grimaced. "No signs, huh?" Jaxom asked. "Of Dram?" "No, fire lizard." She unslung the pack with their provisions. "They're likely sleeping off their early morning feed. You're still on your feet. See if there are some ripe red fruits in that tree there, would you, Jaxom? Meat roll makes dry eating." Jaxom found sufficient ripe fruit to feed a hold, and brought as much as he could carry back to Meneley. He knew her fondness for them. Ruth was disporting himself in the water, diving and surfacing to tail length before crashing down with great splashings and wave-makings, the fire lizards encouraging him with shrieks and buglings. "Tide's full in," Menelly said as she bit into red fruit peel, tearing off a large hunk and squeezing the pulp for the juice. "Ah, this is heavenly. Why does everything southern taste so good?" "Forbidden, I guess. Does the tide make a difference to the fire lizards appearing?" "Not that I know of. Ruth will make the difference, I think." "So we have to wait until they notice Ruth?" "That's the easiest way." "Do we actually know there are fire lizards in this part of the South?" "Oh, yes. Didn't I mention?" Menelly pretended to be contrite. "We saw a queen mating, and I nearly lost Rocky and Diver to her. Beauty was furious." "Anything else that hasn't been mentioned that I should know?" Menelly grinned at him. "I need to have the old memory jogged by association. You'll know what is needed when the time comes." Jaxom decided that two could play that word game and grinned back at her before choosing a red fruit to eat. It was so warm that he set aside his riding jacket and helmet. Ruth continued to enjoy a leisurely and lengthy bath as Menelly's fire lizards performed alongside him, their combined show affording their indulgent audience considerable amusement. It got hotter, the white sands reflecting the sun's rays and baking the cove even where they were in shade. The clear water and the fun the beasts were having was too much for Jaxom to watch any longer. He unlaced his boots, wriggled out of his trousers, whipped off his shirt, and raced for the water. Menelly was soon splashing beside him before he was a dragon length from the shore. "We'd better not take too much sun," she told him. "I got a colossal burning the last time." She grimaced in recollection. "Peeled like a tunnel snake." Ruth erupted beside them, blowing out water, all but swamping them with strokes from his wings, and then solicitously extending a helping tail as the two choked and sputtered from the water they'd swallowed. Menelly's body was trimmer than Korana's, Jaxom noticed, as they waded out, happily exhausted by their swim with Ruth. She was longer in the leg, and not nearly as rounded in the hip. A bit too flat in the breast, but she moved with a grace that fascinated Jaxom more than courtesy allowed. When he looked back, she had put on pants and overtunic, so that her slim bare arms were exposed to the sun as she dried her hair. He preferred long hair in a girl, though with all the dragon riding Menelly did, he could see why she'd keep it short enough to wear under a helmet. They shared a yellow fruit which Jaxom had never eaten before. Its mild taste was well seasoned by the salt in his mouth. Ruth emerged from the water, shaking water all over Jaxom and Menelly. "The sun is warm," he said when they complained of the shower. "Your clothes will dry quickly. They always do at Karoon." Jaxom shot a glance at Menelly, but she evidently hadn't caught the significance of the remark. She was resettling herself, disgusted by the wet sand that now speckled her clothes and bare arms. "It's not the wet that bothers," Jaxom told Ruth as he brushed his face before lying down again. "It's the gritty sand." Ruth worked himself into a good wallow of dry sand, and the fire lizards, giving little tired cheeps, nestled down against him. Jaxom thought that one of them should stay awake to see if local fire lizards responded to the lure of the white dragon, but the combination of exercise, food, sun, and the limpid air of the cove were too much. Ruth's soft call woke him. "Do not move. We have visitors." Jaxom was on his side, his head pillowed on his left hand. Opening his eyes slowly, he looked directly at Ruth's shade-dappled body. He counted 3 bronze fire lizards, 4 greens, 2 golds, and a blue. None of them wore neck paint or bands. As he watched, a brown came gliding in to land by one of the golds. The two exchanged nose touches and then cocked their heads at Ruth's head, which was on the sand at their level. Ruth had the lids of one eye half opened. Beauty, who had been asleep on the other side of Ruth, minced carefully across the white dragon's shoulders and returned the courtesies of the strangers. "Ask them if they remember seeing a bronze dragon," Jaxom thought to Ruth.
I have. They're thinking about it. They like me. They've never seen anything like me before.
Nor will again. But Jaxom was amused at the delight in his dragon's tone. Ruth did so like to be liked. A long time ago there was a dragon, a bronze one, and a man who walked up and down the beach. They did not bother him. He didn't stay long, Ruth added, almost as an afterthought. Now, what did that mean? Jaxom wondered, apprehensive. Either we came and got him, or he and Teroth suicided. Ask them what else they remember about men, Jaxom said to Ruth. Maybe they saw Falar with Dram. The new fire lizards became so excited that Ruth's head came up out of the sand and his eyes flashed open and began to whirl with alarm. At his movement, Beauty lost her grip on his ridge and slid out of sight, reappearing with wings working furiously as she repositioned herself, squawking over her disarrangement. They remember men. Why don't I remember such things? And dragons? Jaxom suppressed a spurt of alarm, wondering how on earth the old-timers could know he and Menely were here. Then his common sense asserted itself. They couldn't know. He nearly jumped to his feet at the touch on his arm. Find out when, Jaxom, Menely said in a soft whisper. When was Dram here? No dragons, but many, many men, Ruth was saying, and added that the fire lizards were too excited now to remember anything about one man and a dragon. He didn't understand what they were remembering. Each one seemed to have different memories. He was confused. Do they know we're here? They haven't seen you. They've only looked at me. But you aren't their men. Ruth's tone indicated he was as perplexed by this message as Jaxom. Can't you get them back on the subject of Dram? No, Ruth said sadly, and with some disappointment. All they want to remember is men. Not my men, but their men. Maybe if I stand up, they will recognize me as a man. Slowly, Jaxom got to his feet, gesturing cautiously to Menely to rise as well. What the fire lizards needed was the proper perspective. You aren't the men they remember, Ruth said, as the fire lizards, startled by the two figures rising from the sands, took wing. They circled once at a safe distance and then disappeared. Call them back, Ruth. We've got to find out when Dram is. Ruth was silent for a moment, his eyes decreasing the speed of their whirl. Then he shook his head as he told his rider that they had gone away to remember their men. They couldn't mean Southerners, Menely said, having received some images from her friends. That mountain is in the background of their images. And she turned in that direction, though she couldn't see the mountain for the tree. And they wouldn't have meant Robinton and myself when we got storm-tossed here. Did they remember a boat, Ruth? Menely asked the white dragon, then looked at Jaxom for the answer. No one told me to ask about a boat, Ruth said plaintively. But they did say they saw a man and a dragon. Would they react if Teroth had gone between, Ruth? By himself? To the end? Yes, they didn't remember sadness. I remember sadness. I remember Mirath's going very well. The white dragon's tone was sad. Jaxom hurried to comfort him. Did he? Menely asked anxiously, not hearing Ruth. Ruth doesn't think so. And besides, a dragon wouldn't let his rider harm himself. Dram can't suicide with Teroth alive, and Teroth won't if Dram is still alive. When? Menely sounded upset. We still don't know when. No, we don't. But if Dram was here, long enough for the fire lizards to remember him, if he planned to stay here, as he must have, he would have had to build some sort of shelter for himself. There are rains in this part of the world, and thread. Jaxom had started toward the verge of the forest to test his theory. He called, Hey, Menely, thread's only been falling for the past 15 turns. That wouldn't be too long a jump for Teroth. They came forward in time at 25-turn intervals. I'll bet anything that's his when, before thread. Dram's had enough of thread for several lifetimes. Jaxom scrambled across the sand back to his clothes and continued talking as he got dressed. That sense of rightness colored his speculation.
I'd say Dram's gone back about 20 or 25 turns. I'll try then first. If we see any sign of Dram or Taroth, we'll come right back, I promise." He vaulted to Ruth's back, fastening his helmet as he urged the white dragon to wing. "Jaxom, wait! Don't be so quick!" Meneley's words were lost in the noise of Ruth's wings. Jaxom grinned to himself as he saw her jumping up and down in the sands in her frustration. He concentrated on the moment in time to when he wished to jump. Pre-dawn, with the red star far east, a pale, malevolent pink, not yet ready to swoop down on an unsuspecting Pern. But Meneley had a final say. He felt a tail wrapping about his neck just as he told Ruth to transfer between time. It seemed a long moment, suspended in that cold nothingness that was between. He could feel that chill inching its way through skin and bones warmed by a kind sun. He steeled himself for the ordeal. Then they were out in the cool dawn, the pink gleam of the red star low on the horizon. "Can you sense Taroth, Ruth?" Jaxom could see nothing in the crepuscular light of this new day so many turns before his birth. "He sleeps. So does the man. They are here." Elation brimming inside him, Jaxom told Ruth to get back to Meneley, but not too soon. Jaxom pictured the sun well over the forests, and that was what he saw as Ruth burst back into now over the cove. For a moment he couldn't see Meneley on the beach. Then Beauty and the other two bronzes, it was Rocky who had accompanied him, exploded beside them, Beauty blistering the air with her angry comments, while Diver and Pole chittered anxiously. Then Meneley appeared from the forest, planted both hands on her hip bones, and just watched. He didn't need to see her face to know she was furious. She continued to glare balefully at him while Ruth settled to the sand, careful not to flick it over the girl. "Well?" Meneley was very pretty, Jaxom thought, with her eyes flashing like that. But she was daunting, too. "Dram was then. 25 turns back. I used the red star as a guide." "I'm glad you used something constant. Do you realize that you've been gone from this time for hours?" "You knew I was all right. You sent Rocky with me. That didn't help. You went so far Beauty couldn't touch him. We had no idea where you were." She flung her arms wide with her exasperation. "You could have met up with those men the other fire lizards saw. You could have miscalculated and never come back." "I'm sorry, Meneley, really, I am." Jaxom was genuinely contrite, if only to spare himself the sharp edge of her tongue. "But I couldn't remember what time it was when we left, so I made sure we didn't double up on ourselves coming back." She calmed down a trifle. "You didn't need to be that cautious. I was about to send Beauty for Flower." "You were worried." "Bloody right." She swooped and gathered up the pack, shrugging into her jacket and slapping her helmet on. "Incidentally, I found the remains of a lean-to near a stream back there," she said as she slung him the pack. Vaulting neatly to Ruth's back, she looked around for her fire lizards that had disappeared. "Off again." She gave a call, and Jaxom instinctively ducked from the rush of wings about his head. Meneley settled them down, Beauty and Pole on her shoulders, Rocky and Diver on Jaxom's, and they were ready. When they emerged above Bendon Weir, Ruth caroled his name. Meneley's fire lizards cheeped uncertainly. "I wish I'd dared take you into the Queen's Weir, but that wouldn't be smart. Off you go to Brecca." As they disappeared, the watch-dragon let out an outraged roar, wings extended, neck arching, eyes flashing with angry red. Startled, Meneley and Jaxom turned to see a fair of fire lizards arrowing toward them. "They followed us from the south, Jaxom. Oh, tell them to go back." The fair winked out abruptly. "They only wanted to see where we came from," Ruth said to Jaxom in an aggrieved tone. "At Ruatha Hold, yes. Here, no." "They won't come again," Ruth said sadly. "They got frightened." By that time, the watch-dragon's alarm had stirred up the weir. With sinking spirits, Jaxom and Meneley saw Nementh raise himself on his ledge. They could hear Ramoth's bellow, and before they had landed in the bowl, half the dragons were bellowing too. The unmistakable figures of Lessa and Falar appeared on the ledge by Nementh. "We're in for it now," Jaxom said. "Not as bearers of good tidings, we're not. Concentrate on that." "I'm too bloody tired to concentrate on anything," Jaxom replied, with more feeling than he'd intended. His skin itched, probably the sand, or too much sun, but he was uncomfortable. "I am very hungry," Ruth said, looking wistfully toward the fenced killing ground of the weir. Jaxom groaned. "I can't let you hunt here, Ruth." He gave his friend an encouraging pat, and, noticing Falar and Lessa waiting for them, he hitched up his trousers, settled his tunic, and gestured to Meneley that they'd better go. They'd taken no more than 3 steps, during which time Nementh had turned his wedge-shaped head to Falar, when the weir leader had spoken to Lessa, and the 2 Benden leaders started down the steps, Falar gesturing to Jaxom to move Ruth on to the killing ground. "Nementh is a kind friend," Ruth said. "I may eat here. I am very, very hungry." "Let Ruth go, Jaxom," Falar was calling across the intervening distance. "He's gray." Ruth did indeed look gray, Jaxom realized, which was the shade he himself felt, now that the exhilaration of their quest was ebbing. Relieved, he signaled the white dragon to proceed to the ground. As he and Meneley walked toward the weir leaders, he felt his knees weaken unaccountably, and he lurched against Meneley. She had her hand under his arm instantly. "What's the matter with him, Meneley? Is he ill?" Falar strode to her assistance. "He jumped back 25 turns to find Ram. He's exhausted." The next few moments were a blank to Jaxom. He re-established contact with the here and now when someone held a rank-smelling vial under his nose, the fumes of which cleared his head and made him back away from the stink. He realized that he was sitting on the steps to the Queen's weir, his body braced between Falar and Meneley, with Minora and Lessa in front of him, everyone looking extremely anxious. A high-pitched squeal told him that Ruth had killed, and, curiously, he felt better immediately. "Drink this slowly," Lessa ordered, curling his fingers about a warm cup. The soup was rich with meat juice, savory with herbs, and just the right temperature for drinking. He took 2 long gulps and opened his mouth to speak when Lessa gestured him imperiously to keep drinking. "Meneley's given us the salient points," the weir woman said, pulling a disapproving grimace. "But you disappeared long enough to scare Meneley out of her harpered wits. How under the sun did you conclude he'd gone 25 turns back? Don't answer that yet. Drink. You're transparent, and I'd never hear the last of it from Lytol if you came to any harm over this numb-witted escapade." She glared at her weirmate. "Yes, I've been worried over Dram, but not to the point where I would risk a fingertip of Ruth's hide to find him if he's trying that hard to be lost. Nor am I very pleased to find fire lizards involved." She was tapping 1 foot now, and her glare was divided equally between Meneley and Jaxom. "I still think they're pests, barging in where they're not wanted. I suppose that unmarked fare that popped in followed you up from the south? I won't sanction that." "Well, I can't keep them from following Ruth," Jaxom said, too weary to be prudent. "Don't think I haven't tried." "I'm sure you have, Jaxom," Lessa said in a milder tone. A series of frightened wary whistles was plainly heard from the killing ground. They saw Ruth swoop to dispatch a second fowl. "He certainly is neat," Lessa remarked approvingly. "Doesn't run a flock to bone, making a choice." "Can you stand, Jaxom? I think you'd best plan on spending the night here. Send one of those dratted fire lizards of yours to Ruatha Hold, Meneley, and tell Lytol. It'll take Ruth time to digest, anyhow, and I won't permit this lad to risk between, tired out of his mind, and on a tired and sated dragon." Jaxom got to his feet. "I'm, all right now, thank you." "Not when you're leaning at that angle," Falar said with a snort as he slipped one arm around Jaxom. "Up to the weir." "I'll bring a proper meal," Minora promised, and turned to go. "You can help me, Meneley, and send your message." Meneley hesitated, obviously wanting to stay with Jaxom. "I don't intend to eat him, girl," Lessa said, shooing Meneley off. "Much less scold him when he's reeling. I'll save that for later. Come up to the weir when you've sent word to Ruatha." Jaxom felt obliged to protest their assistance, but they were convinced he needed it, and by the time they'd reached the top of the weir steps, he ruefully sagged against their support. Nementh regarded him kindly as Lessa and Flar guided him into the weir. This was not the first time Jaxom had been there, and, as they led him to the living corner, he wondered if he was always going to enter Ramoth's weir consumed with guilt. Could Ramoth perceive his thoughts? Her jeweled eyes turned idly without a trace of agitation as he was solicitously settled in a chair and a footrest positioned. When Lessa was spreading a fur over him, muttering about watching for chills after exertion, she tensed, staring at him. She put her hand under his chin and turned his head slightly, then traced the line of thread score with a light finger. "Where did you acquire that, young Lord Jaxom?" she asked harshly, her eyes forcing him to look at her. Flar, alerted by the tone in her voice, returned to the table with the wine and cups he'd taken from the wall chest. "Acquire what?" "Ho, ho, ho! The young man has trained his dragon to chew firestone, but not to duck." "I thought it was decided that Jaxom was to remain in holding at Ruatha." "I thought you said you wouldn't scold him," Flar replied as he winked at Jaxom. "About timing it. But this," she gestured angrily at Jaxom, "this is entirely different." "Is it, Lessa?" Flar asked in a tone that embarrassed Jaxom. They were momentarily unaware of him. "I seem to remember a girl wanting desperately to fly her queen." Flying was no danger, but Jaxom could be. "Jaxom has evidently learned a lesson, haven't you? About ducking, that is." "Yes, sir. Natan's put me in with the weirlings at Fort." "Why wasn't I informed?" Lessa demanded. "Jaxom's training is Lytal's responsibility, and we've no complaints on that score. As far as Ruth is concerned, I'd say that he, too, falls under Natan's jurisdiction. How long has this been going on, Jaxom?" "Not that long, sir. I asked Natan because, well—" Here Jaxom's conscience interfered with his glibness. Above all else, Lessa must not think he had any part in returning that blasted egg. Flar rescued him. "Because Ruth is a dragon, and dragons ought to fight thread with firestone, right?" He shrugged at Lessa. "What did you expect? He's Ruathan blooded like yourself. Just keep your hide and Ruth's intact." "We haven't flown in a threadfall yet," Jaxom admitted, realizing as he spoke how much resentment showed in his voice. Flar gave him a friendly clout on the shoulder. "He's a sound lad, Lessa. Stop glowering. If he's singed himself once, he's less likely to risk doing so again." "Was Ruth hurt?" "Yes." The anguish of that experience was plain in Jaxom's admission. Flar gave a laugh and waggled a finger at Lessa, who was still glaring at Jaxom. "There, that's the best deterrent in the world. Ruth wasn't badly hurt, was he? I can't say I've seen you that often recently." Flar turned toward the killing ground as if conjuring up the white dragon. "No," Jaxom said quickly, and Flar grinned again at the relief in his reply. "It's well healed. You can barely see the scar on his left thigh." "I can't say that I like all this," Lessa said. "We would have asked you, weir woman," Jaxom began, not entirely truthful, "but there was so much trouble just then." "Well," she began. "Well," echoed Flar, "it really isn't up to you, Lessa. But you do understand, Jaxom, how awkward it would be for you to be seriously hurt right now. We can't afford to have a major hold in contention." "I appreciate that, sir." "Nor, I'm afraid, is it wise to press your confirmation as Lord Holder." "I don't want Lytal to have to step down, sir. Not ever." "Your loyalty does you credit, but I really can understand and appreciate your ambiguous position. It's never easy to be patient, my friend, but patience can be rewarding." Again, Jaxom was embarrassed by the look that Lessa and Flar exchanged. "And," the weir leader continued more briskly, as if he realized Jaxom's discomfiture, "you've already proved your resourcefulness today, though, believe me, had I known you to be so thorough, I'd have been more explicit in my instructions." Flar's expression was severe, but Jaxom found himself grinning in relief. 25 turns, timing it. The weir leader was both appalled and impressed. Lessa gave a snort. "It was your jumps, Lessa, that first gave me the notion," Jaxom said, and when he saw her startled expression, explained. "Remember, you came forward in 25-turn jumps when you brought the old-timers forward, so I thought it likely that Duran would go back that interval. It left him time enough before the pass started so he wouldn't have to worry about thread." Falar nodded approvingly, and Lessa appeared somewhat mollified. Ramoth turned her head toward the entrance. "Your meal is coming," Lessa said, smiling. "No more talk till you've eaten. Ruth's way ahead of you, just brought down his third wherry, Ramoth says." "Don't worry about a bird or 3 or 4, Falar said, for Jaxom had winced at this report of Ruth's greed. "The weir can support the meal." Menelly entered, breathing heavily from the climb and, to judge by the beads of perspiration on her brow, her haste. When Lessa exclaimed that she'd brought enough food to feed a fighting wing, Menelly replied that Menorah said it was nearly dinner time and they might as well all eat in the weir. If anyone had told Jaxom that morning that he'd enjoy a comfortable dinner with the Bendon weir leaders, he'd have told them to open their globe baskets. Despite the reassurances of Nementh and Ramoth that were conveyed to him, he wouldn't sit still and eat until he'd checked on Ruth. So Lessa permitted him to walk to the ledge and see the white dragon grooming himself by the lake. When Jaxom resumed his place at the table, he found himself shaking, and he applied himself to the roast meats to restore his energy. "Tell me again what those fire lizards said about men," Falar asked when they were relaxing around the table. "You can't always get fire lizards to explain," Menelly said, glancing first at Jaxom to see if he wished to answer. "They got so excited when Ruth asked them if they remembered men that their images made no sense. Actually," Menelly paused, drawing her brows together in concentration, "the images were so varied that you didn't see much." "Why would their images be varied?" Lessa asked, interested in spite of her present antagonism to fire lizards. "Generally, a group will come up with one specific image." Jaxom inhaled wearily. She couldn't be foolish enough to mention the egg pictures. "They echoed Canth's fall from the Red Star. My friends will often come back with rather good images, I think each reinforcing the other, of places they've been." "Men," Falar said thoughtfully. "They could mean men elsewhere in the south. It is a vast continent." "Falar," Lessa's voice was sharp and warning, "you are not exploring the southern continent. And might I suggest that if there were men there, somewhere, they would certainly have ventured far enough north to be seen at some stage or another by Fëanor when he was south, or by Torix groups. There would have been signs of them other than the unreliable recollections of some fire lizards." "You're quite likely correct, Lessa," Falar said, looking so disappointed that Jaxom realized for the first time that being Bendon's weir leader and first dragonrider of Pern might not be as enviable a position as he'd previously assumed. So often lately he'd come to realize that things were not as they seemed. There were hidden facets to everything. You'd think you had what you wanted in your grasp, and when you looked closely, it wasn't what it had seemed to be from a distance. Like teaching your dragon to chew firestone, and getting caught at it, in one sense, as he had. Now he had to train earnestly with Natan's weirlings, which was fine as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough to please Jaxom. Flying high in a Fort Weir wing so his holders wouldn't even know he was there. "The problem is, Jaxom, that we," Falar indicated Lessa, himself, and the entire weir, "have other plans for the south, before the Lord Holders start parceling it out to their younger sons." He brushed his hair back from his face. "We learned a lesson from the old-timers, a valuable one, and I know what happens to a weir in a long interval." Falar grinned broadly at Jaxom. "We've been mighty busy protecting land by seeding the grubs. By the next pass of the Red Star, all the northern continent," and the weir leader's gesture was wide, "will be seeded, and safe at least from thread burrowing. If the Holds thought Dragonriders were superfluous before, they certainly will have more cause then." "People always feel better seeing dragons flame thread," Jaxom said hastily, from a sense of loyalty, although From the expression on Flar's face, the weir leader didn't seem to be in need of any reassurance. True, but I'd prefer it if the weirs no longer needed the bounty of the holds. If we had land enough of our own. You want the south. Not all of it. Just the best part of it, said Lessa firmly. 11. Late morning at Bendon Weir, early morning at Harpercraft Hall, midday at Fidelo's Hold. 15:7:5. Jaxom and Ruth spent the night in an empty weir, but Ruth felt sufficiently uneasy in a full-size dragon bed that Jaxom bundled his furs and curled up against his mount. Jaxom was conscious of having to pull himself out of a soft, black, and folding pit from which he was loath to move. I know you must be flattened with fatigue, Jaxom, but you've got to wake up. Meneley's voice penetrated the comfortable darkness. Besides, you'll get a pain in your neck sleeping like that. Meneley was upside down, Jaxom thought as he opened his eyes. Beauty was precariously perched, hind legs on the girl's shoulder, her forepaws well down Meneley's breast, peering anxiously at him. He felt Ruth stir. Jaxom, wake up. I've brought you all the claw you can drink. Miriam moved into his line of vision. But Flar's eager to go, and he wants Nemeth to talk to Ruth first. Meneley winked solemnly at Jaxom, turning her shoulder to mask her action from Miriam. Jaxom groaned because he was never going to keep straight in his mind who knew what was to be kept secret or who could be told. He groaned again because his neck was indeed stiff. Ruth opened his inner lid just a crack, regarding his rider with displeasure. I'm tired. I need to sleep. You can't sleep any longer now. Nemeth needs to speak to you. Why didn't he speak to me last night? Because he probably wouldn't have remembered today. Ruth's head came up and he turned one eye fully on Jaxom. Nemeth would. He is the biggest dragon on all Pern. Just because he let you gorge yourself on his killing ground, you like him. But he wants to speak to you, so you'd better. Are you awake? If I am able to speak to you, I am not dreaming. I am awake. You are a bold fellow today, Jaxom said. In one massive heave, he pulled himself out of his impromptu bed. Dragging the furs about him, he half fell toward the table where Meneley and Miriam had politely withdrawn. The smell of claw was very welcome, and he thanked the girls. What time is it? Mid-morning, Bendon time, Meneley said, her face expressionless, but her eyes dancing as she lightly stressed the last two words. Jaxom grunted. They could all hear the creaks, groans, and rumblings of Ruth as the dragon stretched himself in preparation for the day. When did you get thread scored, Jaxom? Miriam asked with her usual forthrightness. She leaned over and traced the scar with a light touch, flattening her lips together in patent disapproval of the disfigurement. Teaching Ruth to chew firestone. At Fort Weir, he added, after a malicious pause as he saw her gathering herself to scold him. Does Lessa know? Miriam asked, emphasizing the last word. Yes, Jaxom replied. Let Miriam digest that truth. But Miriam wouldn't let some matters alone. I don't think much of Natan's whirling master then, she said, sniffing disapproval, letting you get scored that way. Not his fault, Jaxom mumbled through half-chewed bread. Wasn't Lytol furious? You shouldn't be risking yourself. Jaxom shook his head vigorously. He did wish Meneley hadn't brought Miriam with her. And I just don't see what good it's going to do you. You can't expect to fight Ruth. Jaxom choked. I am too going to fight Ruth, Miriam. He already has, Meneley remarked, indicating the thread score. Now shut your mouth and let the man eat. Man! Miriam's voice took a derisive swoop, and she gave Jaxom a scathing glance. Meneley made an exasperated sound. If Path doesn't fly soon, Miriam, you're not going to be on terms with anyone. Surprised, Jaxom looked at Miriam, who was flushing deeply red. Oh, Path's ready to be flown. That'll sort out some of your high-headed notions. He couldn't resist crowing at her dismay. Has Path shown a preference? Oh, look at her blush. Never thought I'd see the day you'd lose the use of your tongue, and you'll be losing something more soon. I hope it's the wildest flight they've had at Bendon since Nemeth first flew her off. Miriam exploded, Her eyes narrowed with anger, hands clenched into fists at her sides. "At least my path will be flown. That's more than you'll ever do with that white runt of yours." "Miriam!" Menelly's sharp voice made the girl wince, but not soon enough to erase the angry retort that sank coldly into Jaxom's mind. He stared at Miriam, trying to reject her taunt. "You take too much on yourself, Miriam," Menelly was saying. "I think you'd better leave." "You just bet I'll leave. And I don't care if you have to climb down from this weir, Menelly. Indeed, I don't." Miriam ran from the room. "Shells and shards, but it'll be a relief when that green of hers rises to mate. And it might even be today, the way Miriam's reacting." Menelly spoke in a casual tone, almost chuckling at her friend's behavior. Jaxom swallowed against the dryness in his mouth. Rigidly he controlled his intense emotional reaction for Ruth's sake. A surreptitious glance at the white dragon showed that his friend was still stretching and extending wings and legs. Jaxom only hoped that the dragon had been too sleepy to attend to what they had been saying. He leaned toward Menelly. "Do you know anything about—" He jerked his head at Ruth. "That I don't know?" "About Path?" Menelly deliberately misconstrued his direction. "Well, if you've never seen a rider reaction to a proddy dragon, Miriam's given you a classic example." "Path is a well-grown dragon," Ruth said thoughtfully. Jaxom groaned, covering his face with one hand. He should have known that Ruth missed little. Menelly tapped his hand imperiously, her eyes demanding an explanation. "Would you like to fly, Path?" Jaxom asked Ruth, his eyes meeting Menelly's. "Why should I fly her? I have already outflown her in every race we flew at Telgar. She isn't as fast as I am in the air." Jaxom repeated to Menelly exactly what Ruth had said, trying to keep his voice as close to Ruth's puzzled tone as possible. Menelly burst out laughing. "Oh, I wish Ruth had said that in Miriam's hearing. That would bring her down a peg or two." "Nementh wishes to speak to me," Ruth said in a very respectful manner, raising his head and turning toward Nementh's ledge. "Do you know something I don't about Ruth?" Jaxom asked in a fierce whisper as he caught hold of Menelly's hand to bring her closer to him. "You heard him, Jaxom." Menelly's eyes were bright with amusement. "He's simply not interested in dragons. Not that way yet." Jaxom gave her hand a hard squeeze. "Just think logically, Jaxom," she said, leaning over to him. "Ruth's small. He's maturing more slowly than other dragons." "You mean he may never mature enough to mate, don't you?" Menelly regarded him steadily, and he searched her eyes for pity or evasion, and found neither. "Jaxom, aren't you enjoying Khurana?" "Yes, I am." "You're upset. I don't think you need be. I have never heard a word to suggest you should worry, only that Ruth is unusual." "I have told Nementh what he wishes to know. They go now," Ruth said. "Do you think I could take a bath in the lake?" "Didn't you get enough bathing yesterday in the cove?" Jaxom was relieved to find himself answering his dragon calmly. "That was yesterday," Ruth replied equably. "I have eaten since then and slept on a dusty surface." "You need a bath too, I think." All right, Jaxom replied. "Go along with you then, but don't let Lessa see you with any fire lizards." "How will I get my back properly cleaned?" Ruth asked in mild reproach. He stepped down from the bedstone. "What's his problem?" Menelly wondered aloud, grinning at Jaxom's expression. "Wants his back scrubbed." "I'll send my friends to you, Ruth, once you're at the lake. Lessa won't notice." Ruth paused in his progress to the weir entrance, cocking his head, patently considering. Then he arched his neck and moved forward confidently. "Yes, Nementh has gone, and Ramoth with him. They will not know that I will have a real bath with fire lizards to scrub my ridges properly." Jaxom couldn't help but laugh at the smug satisfaction in Ruth's tone as he left the weir. "Sorry about inflecting Miriam on you, Jaxom, but I couldn't get up to this level without Path and her." Jaxom took a long sip of claw. "I suppose, if Path's proddy, she has to be excused." "Miriam usually is, one way or another." Menelly's tone was acid. "Huh?" "Miriam generally gets away with outrageous behavior. A sudden thought caused Jaxom to interrupt the Harper girl abruptly. You don't think Miriam did sneak onto the ground before that hatching? I know she swears she didn't, but I do know she wasn't supposed to impress, not any more than you were. Oh, for goodness sake, Jaxom, can't I tease you? No, I don't think she tried to influence Path in the shell. She had her fire lizards and was always content with them. Who wouldn't be with 3? Also, you surely know how furious Lessa was after she impressed Path? Well, no one came forward then to say they'd ever seen Miriam sneaking onto the ground, and they would have. Miriam can be managing, tactless, difficult, and exasperating, but she's not devious. Weren't you at the hatching? Oh, well, I was. Path came staggering over to the spot where Miriam was sitting, crying her heart out and refusing every single candidate on the ground until Flar was forced to decide that Path wanted someone sitting among the spectators. Mentally shrugged. Someone who turned out to be Miriam. Oddly enough, her fire lizards never uttered a chirp of objection. No, I think the partnering was as much, well, destined to be as you and Ruth. Not at all like my acquisition of Pole, as if I needed another fire lizard. She grimaced ruefully. But his shell cracked just as I was passing him to that addle-handed child of Lord Grogy's. He's never faulted me, and the child got a green. A bronze would have been wasted on that brat. Jaxom pointed a forefinger at Mentally. You are blathering. What is it you're hiding? What is it that you know about Ruth that I don't? Mentally looked Jaxom straight in the eye. I don't know anything, Jaxom, but by your own account to me a few minutes gone by, Ruth greeted the news of Path's imminent mating with all the enthusiasm of a weirling asked to change glow baskets. Well, that doesn't mean anything, so don't get defensive. Ruth is maturing late. That's all you need to think about it, especially with Karana on hand. Mentally, don't explode. You'll undo all the good rest you had last night. You were faded. She put her hand on his arm, giving it a squeeze. I'm not prying about Karana. I'm commenting, although you might not appreciate the distinction. It does occur to me that Ruatha Hold is not Harper business, he said, gritting his teeth against the words he'd like to use. You, Jaxom, rider of White Ruth, are the Harper's business, not young Jaxom, Lord of Ruatha. You're making distinctions again. Yes, I am Jaxom, and although her voice was serious, her eyes twinkled. When Jaxom influences what happens to Pern, then he becomes Harper business. Jaxom stared at her, still baffled by her silence on the matter of the egg's return. Then he caught the odd, warning expression in her eyes. For some reason beyond his comprehension, she did not want him to confirm that adventure. You're several people at once, Jaxom, she went on earnestly. The lord of a hold which cannot be in contention, the rider of an unusual dragon, and a young man who's not quite sure who or what he should be. You can, you know, be all and more without being disloyal to anyone or yourself. Jaxom snorted. Who's speaking? The Harper or Mentally the meddler? Mentally shrugged, gave a rueful twist of her mouth, neither smile nor denial. Partly Harper, because I can't look at most things without thinking Harper, but mentally mostly right now, I think, because I don't want you to be upset, particularly not after that feat you pulled off yesterday. There was no doubt of the warmth of her smile. Her fare of fire lizards came swooping into the weir. Jaxom suppressed his annoyance at the interruption because he'd have preferred to keep Mentally talking in this unusually expansive mood. But the fire lizards were clearly excited, and, before Mentally could calm them enough to find out, Ruth came into the weir, his eyes whirling with myriad colors. Duram and Tiroth are here, and everyone is very excited, Ruth said, pushing his nose at Jaxom to be caressed. Jaxom obliged, and went on to rub eye ridges damp from Ruth's swimming. Nementh is very pleased with himself. There was a note of grievance in that addition. Well, Nementh couldn't have brought Duram and Tiroth back without your help, Ruth, Jaxom replied staunchly. Right, Mentally? I could not have found Duram and Tiroth without the fire lizard's help, Ruth remarked graciously. And you thought of going back 25 turns. Mentally sighed, unable to hear Ruth's last comment. Actually, we owe more to those southern fire lizards. That's just what Ruth said. Dragons are honest people. Meneley exhaled heavily and rose. Come on, my friend. You and I had better return to our own halls. We've done what we were sent to do. Done it well. That's all the satisfaction we are likely to have. She shot him an amused look. Isn't that so? She gathered up her pack. Which is the way some matters have to remain, right? She slipped her arm through his, hauling him to his feet, grinning in a semi-conspiratorial fashion that oddly enough did dispel the resentment he was beginning to feel. As they came out on the ledge, they could see the activity about the Queen's Weir as riders and women from the lower caverns came streaming across to greet Durham and his bronze. I must admit, it's rather nice to leave Bendon with everyone in a good frame of mind for a change, Meneley said as Ruth bore her and Jaxom upward. Jaxom expected to deposit Meneley safely in the Harper Hall and return home. No sooner had Ruth announced himself to the watch-dragon on the fire heights than Zaire and a Harper-banded little queen attached themselves with precarious talon-holds to Ruth's neck. That's Seabell's Kimi. He's back! There was an exultant ring to Meneley's voice that Jaxom had never heard before. The watch-dragon says that the Harper wants to see us. So does Zaire, Ruth told Jaxom. He means me, too, Ruth added, with a note of pleasant surprise. Why shouldn't the Harper want to see you, Ruth? He's sure to give you the credit you're due, Jaxom said, still nursing a bit of resentment as he slapped the arched back affectionately. Ruth had turned his head to choose a landing space in the courtyard. Master Robinson and a man with a master's knot on his shoulder came striding down the hall's steps. Master Robinson's arms were outstretched so he could encircle both Meneley and Jaxom with an enthusiasm that almost embarrassed Jaxom. Then, to his complete surprise, the other Harper grabbed Meneley from Robinson's grasp and began to swing her around and around, all the time kissing her soundly. Instead of protesting this treatment of their friend, the fire lizards went into spectacular aerial maneuvers of twined necks and overlapped wings. Jaxom knew that fire lizard queens rarely indulged in tactile contact with queens, but Beauty and the strange gold were as joyously indulging as Meneley and the man. Glancing to see what the Harper's reaction was to such excess, Jaxom was astonished to see Master Robinson grinning with smug pleasure, an expression quickly altered when he noticed Jaxom's regard. Come, Jaxom, Meneley and Siebel have several months' news to exchange, and I want to hear your version of Dram's discovery. As Robinson guided Jaxom toward the hall, Meneley cried out and pushed herself free of Siebel's arms, although Jaxom noticed that her fingers remained entwined in Siebel's as she took a hesitant step toward Robinson. Master? What? Robinson affected dismay. Cannot Siebel command a measure of your time after so long an absence? Jaxom was gratified to see Meneley caught by uncertainty and confusion. Siebel was grinning. Hear what he has to tell you first, girl, Robinson said more kindly. I'll make do admirably with Jaxom. Glancing back at the pair as Robinson escorted him into the hall, Jaxom saw their arms linked about each other's waists, heads inclined together. Their fire lizards spiraled above, following them as they walked slowly toward the meadow beyond the Harper Hall. You brought Dram and Teroth back? The Harper asked Jaxom. I found them. The Bendon Weir leaders returned them this morning, Bendon time. Robinson hesitated, his foot nearly missing the top step as he led Jaxom to his own quarters. They were there, though, in that cove all along, just as I surmised. 25 turns back, and with no further urging, Jaxom recounted the adventure from the beginning. His listener was more sympathetic and attentive than either Lessa or Falar had been, so Jaxom began to enjoy his unaccustomed role. Men? The Harper, who had been lounging in his chair, one booted foot propped on the table, abruptly came off the end of his spine. His heel rang on the stone floor. They'd seen men? Jaxom was momentarily startled. Whereas the Weir leaders had been alarmed and skeptical, the Master Harper acted almost as if he'd expected this news. I've always maintained that we came from the southern continent, the Harper said, more to himself than anyone else. Then he signaled Jaxom to continue. Jaxom obeyed, but was soon aware that only half the harper's attention was on his narrative, though the man nodded and asked occasional questions. Jaxom told of his and Menelly's safe return to Bendon Weir, remembered to mention his gratitude to Nementh for permitting Ruth to eat. He fell silent then, wondering how to ask a question of his own of the harper, but Robinson was frowning at some private reflections.
"Tell me again what the fire lizard said about these men," the harper asked, leaning forward, elbows on the table, eyes fixed on Jaxom. On his shoulder, Zaire echoed a querying note.
"They didn't say much, Master Robinson. That's the trouble. They got so excited they made little sense at all. Menelly could probably tell you more because she had Beauty and the 3 bronzes with her, but—"
"What did Ruth say?"
Jaxom shrugged, unhappily aware that his half-answers were inadequate. "He said the images were too confused, even if they were all about men, their men, and we, Menelly and I, weren't their sort of men." Jaxom reached for the pitcher of claw to slake the dryness of his mouth. He courteously filled a cup for the harper, who absently drained half of it while deep in thought.
"Men,"
Master Robinson said again, extending the last consonant and ending the sound with a click of his tongue. He got to his feet in such a fluid motion that Zaire squawked, clawing for balance. "Men. And so long ago that the images the fire lizards retain are vague. That is very interesting. Very interesting indeed." The harper began to pace, stroking Zaire, who chittered reprovingly. Jaxom glanced out the window at Ruth, sunning himself in the courtyard. The local fire lizards clustered about him. Jaxom listened idly to the chorus, wondering why they were stopped so often in the ballad, for he couldn't detect discord in their harmonies. The breeze coming in the window was pleasant, soft with summer scents, and he was jerked back to his surroundings when Robinson's hand gripped his shoulder.
"You've done very well, lad, but you'd better get back to Ruatha now. You're half asleep. That time jump took more out of you than I think you realize."
As Master Robinson accompanied Jaxom to the courtyard, he had him rehearse the conversation with the fire lizards just once more. This time, the harper nodded his head sharply at each point, as if to ensure accurate recall.
"That you found Duram and Taroth safe, Jaxom, is the least of this affair, I think. I knew I was right to involve you and Ruth. Don't be surprised if you hear more from me on this business. With Lytol's permission, of course."
With a final, affectionate grip of his arm, Robinson stepped back to let Jaxom mount Ruth, the fire lizards shrilling their disappointment at the end of their friend's visit. As Ruth obediently climbed higher, Jaxom waved a cheery farewell to the diminishing figure of the master harper. Then Jaxom looked down toward the river for Menelly and Cybele. He was annoyed with himself at the same time for wanting to know where they were, and further irritated because, when he did spot them, the intimacy of their attitude proved that they enjoyed a relationship of which he had been totally unaware. He did not go straight back to Ruatha Hold. Lytol would not be expecting him at any particular hour. As he also saw no fire lizards abroad to betray his delinquency, he asked Ruth to take him to the plateau hold. In Ruth's cheerful compliance, he wondered if the white dragon knew his mind better than he did himself. Now it was close to midday in western Pern, and Jaxom wondered how he was going to attract Corana's attention without every dependent in the hold knowing of his visit. His need of her was great enough to make him irritable. "She comes," Ruth said, dipping his wings so that Jaxom could see the girl emerging from the hold, walking in the direction of the river, a basket balanced on one shoulder. What could have been more fortuitous? He told Ruth to take them to the river edge where the women of her hold generally did their washing. "The stream is not very deep," Ruth said casually, "but there is a large rock in the sun where I can be comfortable and warm." And before Jaxom could answer, he began to glide down to the river, past the rapid boiling waters flowing across treacherously strewn boulders to the calm pool and the flat stone outcropping. Angling himself neatly so as not to foul his wings in the branches of the heavy shade trees that bordered the river, Ruth landed lightly on the biggest rock. "She comes," he repeated, ducking his shoulders so that Jaxom could dismount. Suddenly, Jaxom was assailed by a conflict of desires and doubts. Miriam's angry remarks resounded in his head. Ruth was indeed well beyond the usual age of mating, and yet— "She comes, and she is good for you. If she is good for you, it is good for me," Ruth said. "She makes you feel happy and relaxed, and that is good. The sun here makes me warm and happy, too. Go." Startled by the strength of his weir-mate's tone, Jaxom stared up at Ruth's face. The eyes were whirling gently with the blues and greens of a contentment at odds with the force of his voice. Then Korana reached the last loop in the path to the river's edge and saw him. She dropped her basket, spilling the linen, and ran, embracing him so fiercely, kissing his face and neck with such uninhibited delight that he was soon too involved to think. Together they moved toward the soft moss that carpeted the ground beyond the stones, out of sight of the riverbank, out of Ruth's actual vision. Korana was as willing and eager as he was to satisfy desires thwarted on his previous visit to the hold. As his hands touched her soft flesh and he felt her body press against his, he wondered briefly if she'd have been as willing a lover had he not been Ruatha's lord. But he didn't care. He was her lover now. He gave himself to that pursuit with no further reservation. At the precise moment of his release, exquisite to the point of pain, he was aware of a gentle touch and knew, with a sense of relief that enhanced his own, that Ruth was joined to him then, as always. 12. Ruatha Hold, Fidelos Hold, Threadfall, 15-7-6. Keeping a secret from one's dragon was not easy. About the only safe time for Jaxom to think of anything he didn't wish Ruth to perceive was very late at night when his friend was sound asleep, or in the morning if Jaxom happened to wake before Ruth. He had seldom needed to shield his thought from Ruth, which further complicated and inhibited the process. Then, too, the pace of Jaxom's life, the now boring training with the Weirling Wing, helping Lighthall and Bran to gear up the hold to full summer activity, not to mention excursions to the Plateau Hold, caused Jaxom to fall asleep as soon as he pulled his bedfurs about his shoulders. Mornings, he was often dragged out of his bed by Tordril or another fosterling just in time to keep appointments. Nevertheless, the problem of Ruth's maturity cropped up in Jaxom's mind at inconvenient times during his waking hours and had to be rigidly suppressed before a hint of his anxiety reached his dragon. Twice, at Fort Weir, to intensify the problem, a proddy green had taken off on a flight, pursued by such browns and blues as felt able to rise to her. The first time, Jaxom was in the middle of drill sequence and only happened to notice the flight above and beyond the Weirling's wing. His attention was abruptly diverted from them as a most unconcerned Ruth continued in the wing's maneuver. Jaxom had to grab at the fighting straps to remain in place. The second time, Jaxom and Ruth were aground when the mating shrieks of a green blooding her kill startled the Weir. The other Weirlings were immature enough to be disinterested, but the Weirling Master looked in Jaxom's direction for a long moment. All at once, Jaxom realized that Kneble was apparently wondering if Jaxom and Ruth were going to join those waiting for the green to launch herself. Jaxom was assailed by such a gamut of emotions, anxiety, shame, expectation, reluctance, and pure terror, that Ruth reared, wings wide, in alarm. "What has upset you?" Ruth demanded, settling to the ground and curving his neck about to regard his rider, his eyes whirling in quick response to Jaxom's emotions. I'm all right, Jaxom said hastily, stroking Ruth's head, desperately wanting to ask if Ruth felt at all like flying the green, and hoping in a muted whisper deep inside him that Ruth did not. With a challenging snarl, the green dragon was airborne, the blues and browns after her while she repeated her taunting challenge. Quicker, lighter than any of her prospective mates, her facility strengthened by her sexual readiness, she achieved a conspicuous distance before the first male had become airborne. Then they were all after her. On the killing ground, their riders closed into a knot about the Green's rider. All too quickly, challenger and pursuers dwindled to specks in the sky. The riders half ran, half stumbled to the lower caverns and the chamber reserved there. Jaxom had never witnessed a mating flight of dragons. He swallowed, trying to moisten his dry throat. He felt heart and blood thudding, and a tension that he usually experienced only as he held Korana's slender body against him. He suddenly wondered which dragon had flown Mirim's path, which rider had... The touch on his shoulder made him jump and cry out.
"Well, if Ruth isn't ready to fly, you certainly are, Jaxom," Knevel said.
The Wheerling Manster glanced up at far-distant specks in the sky.
"Even a Green's mating can be unsettling."
Knevel's expression was understanding. He nodded at Ruth.
"He wasn't interested?" "No, well, give him time. You'd better be off. Drill was all but over today anyhow. I've just got to keep these younger ones occupied someplace else when that Green gets caught."
Then Jaxom realized that the rest of the wing had dispersed. With a second encouraging clap on Jaxom's back, Knevel walked off toward his bronze, agilely mounting and urging the beast up toward their weir. Jaxom thought of the skyborn beasts. Unwillingly, he thought of their riders in the inner room, linked to their dragons in an emotional struggle that was resolved in a strengthening and fusing of the links between dragons and riders. Jaxom thought of Mirim and of Korana. With a groan, he sprang on Ruth's neck, fleeing the emotional atmosphere of Fort Weir, trying to flee from his sudden realization of what he had probably always known about riders, but had only this very morning assimilated. He had intended to go to the lake to immerse himself in the cold waters and let that icy shock cure his body and chill the torment in his mind. But Ruth took him instead to the Plateau Hold. "Ruth, the lake! Take me to the lake!" "It is better for you to be here right now," was Ruth's astonishing reply. "The fire lizard says the girl is in the upper field." Once again, Ruth seized the initiative, gliding toward the field where young grain waved, brilliantly green in the noonday sun, where Korana was diligently hoeing away the tenacious creeper vine that grew from the borders of the field and threatened to strangle the crop. Ruth achieved a landing on the narrow margin between grain and wall. Korana, recovering from surprise at his unexpected arrival, waved a welcome. Instead of rushing toward him as she usually did, she smoothed back her hair and blotted the perspiration beading her face. "Jaxom," she began as he strode toward her, the urgency in his loins increasing at the sight of her. "I wish you wouldn't—" He silenced her half-teasing scold with a kiss, felt something hard clout him along his side. Pinning her against him with his right arm, he found the offending hoe with his left hand. Wrenching it from her grasp, he spun it away from them. Korana wriggled to get free, as unprepared for this mood in him as he was. He held her closer, trying to temper the pressures rising within him until she could respond. She smelled of the earth and her own sweat. Her hair, covering his face as he kissed her throat and breast, also smelled of sun and sweat, and the odors excited him further. Somewhere in the back of his mind was a green dragon, shrieking her defiance. Somewhere, too close to his need, was that vision of dragonriders in an inner room, waiting, with an excitement that matched his own, waiting until the green dragon had been captured by the fastest, the strongest, or the smartest of her pursuers. But it was Korana he was holding in his arms, and Korana who was beginning to respond to his need. They were on the warm ground, the dampness of earth she had just hoed soft under his elbows and knees. The sun was warm on his buttocks as he tried to erase the memory of those riders half stumbling toward the inner room, and the mocking taunt of a green dragon in flight. He did not resist or deny Ruth's familiar, beloved touch as his orgasm released the turmoil of body and mind. Jaxom could not bring himself to go to Wheerling practice the next morning. Lytol and Brand were out early, riding to a distant holding with the fosterlings so no one questioned his presence. When he left the hold in the afternoon, he firmly directed Ruth to the lake and scrubbed his dragon until Ruth meekly asked what was the matter. "I love you, Ruth. You are mine. I love you," Jaxom said, wanting with all his heart to be able to add, with his former blithe confidence, that he would do anything in the world for his friend. "I love you," he repeated through gritted teeth, and dove from Ruth's back as deeply as he could into the ice-cold waters of the lake. "Perhaps I am hungry," Ruth said, as Jaxom fought the pressure of water and airlessness in his lungs. That would certainly provide a diversion, Jaxom thought, as he erupted to the surface, gasping for breath. "There's a hold in South Ruatha where there have been wherries fattening." "That would do very nicely." Jaxom dried himself quickly, shrugged into his clothes and boots, absently coiling the damp bath sheet over his shoulders as he mounted Ruth and directed him up and between to the southern holding. He realized his foolishness the moment the deathly chill of between compounded the dampness about his neck. He'd surely contract a distressingly uncomfortable head cold from such stupidity. Ruth hunted with his usual dispatch. Fire lizards, local by their band colors, arrived, apparently invited by the white dragon to share the feast. Jaxom watched, freer to think while Ruth was totally involved with hunting and eating. Jaxom was not pleased with himself. He was thoroughly disgusted and revolted by the way he had used Korana. The fact that she seemed to have matched what he had to admit was a violent lust dismayed him. Their relationship, once innocent pleasure, had somehow been sullied. He wasn't at all certain that he cared to continue as her lover, an attitude that posed another unpleasant burden of guilt. One point in his favor: he had helped her finish the hoeing his importunity had interrupted. That way she'd not be in trouble with Fidello for shorting her task. The young grain was important, but he ought not to have taken Korana like that. Doing so was inexcusable. She liked it very much. Ruth's thought touched him so unexpectedly that Jaxom jerked straight. "How could you possibly know?" "When you are with Korana, her emotions are also very strong, and just like yours, so I can feel her too. Only at that time. Otherwise I do not hear her." Acceptance, rather than regret, colored Ruth's tone, almost as if he were relieved that the contact was limited. Ruth was padding up from the field as he spoke, having disposed of 2 fat wherries without leaving much for the fire lizards to pick over. Jaxom regarded his friend, the whirl of the jeweled eyes slowing as the red of hunger paled into dark violet and then the blue of contentment. "Do you like what you hear?" "Our love-making?" Jaxom asked, abruptly deciding to air his concern. "Yes. You enjoy it so much. It is good for you. I like it to be good for you." Jaxom jumped to his feet, consumed by frustration and guilt. "But don't you want it for yourself? Why are you always worried about me? Why didn't you go fly that green?" "Why does that worry you? Why should I fly the green?" "Because you're a dragon." "I am a white dragon. Blues and browns, and occasionally a bronze, fly greens." "You could have flown her. You could have flown her, Ruth." "I did not wish to." "You are upset again." "I have upset you." Ruth extended his neck, his nose gently touching Jaxom's face in apology. Jaxom threw his arms about Ruth's neck, burrowing his forehead against the smooth, spicy-smelling hide, concentrating on how very much he loved his Ruth, his most unusual Ruth, the only white dragon on all Pern. "Yes, I am the only white dragon there has ever been on Pern," Ruth said encouragingly, moving his body so that he could gather Jaxom closer within the circle of his foreleg. "I am the white dragon. You are my rider. We are together." "Yes," Jaxom said, wearily admitting defeat. "We are together." A chill shook Jaxom, and he sneezed. Shells! If he was heard sneezing about the hold, he'd be subjected to some of those noxious medicines Deland foisted on everyone. He closed his jacket, folded the now dry bathing sheet about his neck and chest, and, mounting Ruth, suggested that they get back to the hold as fast as possible. He escaped the dosing only because he kept out of Deland's way by staying in his own quarters. He announced that he was occupied in a task for Robinson and did not care to interrupt it for the evening meal. He hoped that his sneezing would abate by evening. Lightoll would be sure to visit him, which reminded Jaxom that if he didn't have something to show for his afternoon's occupation, Lightoll might be difficult. Actually, Jaxom had wanted to set down his observations about that beautiful cove, with the cone of the huge mountain center so neatly in its curve. Using the soft carbon stick that Master Bendarek had developed to use on his paper leaves, Jaxom became absorbed in the project. Much easier to work with these tools, he thought, than with sand table. Errors, since his memory of the cove did not appear to be that precise, could be rubbed out with a blob of softwood tree sap, as long as he was careful not to abrade the leaf's surface too much. He had achieved a respectable map of Dram's Cove when a knock on the door broke his concentration. He sniffed mightily before calling permission to enter. His voice didn't seem too affected by the congestion in his head. Lightoll entered, greeted Jaxom, and approached the work table, eyes courteously averted from the contents. "Ruth did eat today?" he asked, "because Naton sent to remind you that thread falls north, and you could fly with the wing. Ruth will have sufficient time to digest, won't he?" "He'll be just fine," Jaxom replied, aware of both an excitement and a sense of inevitability at the prospect of fighting thread from Ruth's back. "Have you then completed your training with the weirlings?" So Lightoll had noticed his morning's delinquency from the weir. Jaxom also heard the faint note of surprise in his guardian's voice. "Well, you might say that I've learned about all I'd need to know since I'm not to fly regularly with a fighting wing. I've done this sketch of Dram's Cove. That's where we found him. Isn't it beautiful?" He offered the leaf to Lightoll. To Jaxom's satisfaction, Lightoll's expression changed to one of surprised interest as he peered intently at the sketch and diagram. "Your rendering of the mountain is accurate? It must surely be the largest volcano on Pern. You've got the perspective correct. How magnificent. And this area?" Lightoll's hand washed across the space beyond the trees, which Jaxom had carefully drawn in their variety, and as accurately in position along the cove's edge as he could recall. "Forest extends to low hills, but we stayed on the beach, of course. Beautiful! One can appreciate why the harper remembered the place so clearly." With a noticeable reluctance, Lightoll replaced the leaf on Jaxom's table. "The drawing is a poor image of the real place," he said to his guardian, letting his voice end on an upward note. It wasn't the first time Jaxom regretted Lightoll's aversion to riding on Dragonback for any but the most vital excursions. Lightoll favored Jaxom with a brief smile, shaking his head. "It is good enough to guide a dragon, I'm sure. But do remember to tell me when you've the notion to return there." With that, Lightoll bade him good evening, leaving Jaxom a trifle unsettled. Was Lightoll giving him oblique permission to go back to the cove? Why? Critically, Jaxom examined the sketch, wondering if he really had drawn the trees correctly. It would be nice to go back there again, say, after Threadfall, if flying didn't overtire Ruth. "I would like to swim off Firestone Stench in the cove waters," Ruth said sleepily. By tilting his chair back, Jaxom could see the white bulk of Ruth on his couch, head facing Jaxom's door, though both sets of the dragon's eyelids were closed. "I would like that very much indeed. And maybe we could find out more about those men from the fire lizards." Yes, thought Jaxom, relieved to have a definite objective. It would be very good. Neither Flar nor Lessa had forbidden him to return to the cove. It was certainly far enough away from the southern hold to put him in no danger of compromising the weir leaders. Now, if he could learn more about the men, he'd be doing Robinson a favor. He might even be able to find a clutch somewhere along that coastline. Maybe that's what Lightoll had in mind by giving him that oblique permission. Of course. Why hadn't Jaxom realized that before? Threadfall was calculated to arrive the next morning at just past the 9th hour. Although Jaxom was not to ride out in his usual place with the flamethrower crews, he was nevertheless awakened early by a drudge who brought him a tray of claw and sweetbread, as well as a package of meat rolls for his lunch. Jaxom was conscious of a stuffiness in his head, a tightness in his throat, and a general sense of unfitness. Under his breath, he cursed himself for that moment's thoughtlessness that was going to make his first threadful mighty uncomfortable. What under the sun had possessed him to dive into a chill-watered lake, go between half-soaked, then cavort in lustful exercise on damp, just-turned earth? He sneezed several times as he dressed. That cleared his nose, but left his head aching. He put on his warmest underfur, heaviest tunic, pants, and extra liners in his boots. He was sweltering when he and Ruth left their quarters. Holders were bustling about the courtyard, mounting runners, securing flamethrowers and equipment. The watch dragon and the Hold fire lizards were chewing firestone on the heights. Catching Lytall's eye where the Lord Warder stood on the top step of the Hold entrance, Jaxom gestured skyward, saw Lytall salute in reply before he continued giving orders for the day's emergency. Jaxom sneezed once more, an exhalation that rocked him back on his heels. "Are you all right?" Ruth's eyes whirled faster in concern. "For a damn fool who's caught a cold, yes, I'm all right. Let's get going. I'm boiling inside these furs." Ruth complied, and Jaxom was more comfortable with wind cooling the sweat from his face. He had Ruth fly direct to the weir, for they had plenty of time. He would never be foolish enough to go between again in a sweat. Maybe he'd better change to lighter flying gear once at the fort. He'd be warm enough once they were fighting Thread. However, the weir was situated higher in the mountains than Ruatha Hold, and he did not feel overheated once they landed. Following instructions well drilled into him, Jaxom took Ruth to collect their firestone sack. Then he directed Ruth to take stones from the supply laid about the bowl for that purpose. Ruth began to chew firestone, preparing his second stomach for flame. With a good start, he'd have a steady flame that could be easily replenished in flight by additional stone from the sack he carried. While Ruth was chewing, Jaxom got himself a large mug of steaming claw, hoping that would revive him. He felt miserable, his nose clogging repeatedly. Fortunately, the noise of so many dragons chewing stone masked his fits of sneezing. If this wasn't to be his very first time to fight Ruth, Jaxom might have hesitated about continuing. Then he convinced himself that since the weirlings would undoubtedly be flying in the wake of the other wings on the after edge of Threadfall, he could probably keep from having to go between frequently, if at all, and so he would run little risk of aggravating the congestion. He didn't fancy sneezing just as Ruth had to duck between to avoid Thread. Natan and Leoth appeared on the Starstones, Leoth bugling for silence as the weir leader raised his arm. Fort's 4 queens flanked the big bronze, larger than he, but, in Jaxom's eyes, only enhancing his magnificence with their brilliance. Dragons on all weir ledges listened to Leoth's silent orders, and then the wings formed. Jaxom needlessly tested the fighting straps that held him securely to his ridge seat on Ruth's neck. "We are to ride with the Queen's wing," Ruth told his rider. "All of the weirlings?" Jaxom asked, since he'd heard nothing from Kneble about a change of position. "No, just us." Ruth sounded pleased, but Jaxom wasn't at all sure of the honor. His hesitation was noticed by the weirling master, who gave him a curt signal to take his assigned position. So Jaxom directed Ruth upward to the Starstones. As Ruth landed neatly on the left-hand side of Selianth, the youngest fort queen, Jaxom wondered if he looked as silly as he felt, dwarfed by the golden dragon. Leoth bugled again, and the weir leaders took off from the Starstones, dropping far enough for wing room before rising on strongly beating wings to the sky. Ruth needed no room at all for takeoff, and hovered briefly before taking his position beside Selianth. Prilla, her rider, waved an encouraging fist, and then Ruth told Jaxom that Leoth was giving him the command to go between, to meet Threadfall. When they emerged above the barren hills of northern Ruatha, Jaxom found himself responding to an exhilaration he had never before experienced en route. The wings of the fighting dragons spread above and all around his lower level position in the Queen's Wing. The sky appeared to be full of dragons, all facing east, the highest wing the first to contact the imminent fall of Thread. Jaxom snuffled back the mucus, irritated that his condition was dampening this personal triumph. Jaxom, Lord of Ruatha Hold, was actually going to fly his white dragon against Thread. Between his legs, he could feel Ruth's body rumbling with the stored gas, and wondered if the feeling were in any way analogous to his own congested, heavy-headed state. In a burst of speed, the uppermost wing moved forward, and Jaxom had no further time for speculation as he, too, glimpsed the filming of the clear sky, that graying that heralded the advent of Thread. "Silly Aunt wants me to stay above her at all times so her flamethrower won't singe me," Ruth said, his mental tone muffled as he retained fire breath. He altered his position, and now all the wings began to move. The gray film visibly turned into the silver rain of Thread. Gouts of flame blossomed in the sky as the forward dragons seared their ancient, mindless enemy into charred dust. Jaxom's excitement was tempered by the endless drills he had performed with the Weirlings, and by the cold logic of caution. He and Ruth would not return Thread scored today. The Queen's Wing nosed slightly earthward to fly under the first wave of dragons, set to destroy whatever shred might have eluded the first flames. They flew through patches of fine dust, the residue of crisped thread. Wheeling sharply, the Queen's Wing turned back, and now Jaxom did spy a silver strand. Urging an all-too-willing Ruth upward, Jaxom heard his white dragon